streaming Jimmy, and I'm just gonna get it to our patrons and things.
Dude, I was doing math on that Amazing Spider-Man McFarlane
Yes.
stuff. 1988, for his first issue of Amazing Spider-Man. 1990, Spider-Man 1.
Dude, he wasn't in the game that long.
It's berserk. But you know what? The Hawk and Dove's kind of the same thing, because it's 1988, Hawk and Dove, Rob Liefeld essentially starting at Marvel and DC, 1991, X-Force.
Yeah.
Like, what are these windows? 2 years to go from, you know, a sinking book to selling 3 million copies, or 3 years to go from nothing to 5 million copies? No wonder those guys were out of their minds. How couldn't you be? I can't even imagine that. That would have been like me in 2003 selling millions of something.
Yeah, no, I often think about how the way our careers have been designed for myself, it happened the perfect way. Because, like, if 21-year-old Eddie P was a millionaire, I ain't gonna say it's some Andrew Tate type shit, but it might be fucking close.
There's no way I'd be married. I would have been
Yeah, no.
such an asshole.
No, not at all. It would be the biggest mistake. Because you would have too many crazy oats to sow.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to be a really interesting next year on Kayfabe.
Yeah.
There are just irons in a lot of directions between us. And add Tom into that if he's self-publishing a little bit. Like, I think it should make for some heck of a year of conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I didn't pull that volume of Akira, but I should for that Spider-Man. With the top-down view, the piece that McFarlane cribs. It's too cool, man.
It is neat that there's a couple of Akira pulls in his work. It really makes me wonder about him. I guess maybe it makes me wonder about everybody. Fuckatour's stream,
Yeah.
and he's doing these crime comics,
Yeah.
and they're like lifts of panels.
It is, but he's turning it into his own stories.
For sure. I can't wait to see it, but it's really interesting, and I think there's a big history of that in comics and in illustration.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So the patrons are starting to show up in the stream. We're good with that.
Awesome. Did you send me a link?
Sent you a link.
Good morning, King Kayfabers. This is always a kind of a pump-up morning for me.
Yeah, man. Let me go shut my other computer down just in case if the torrents are running.
I've been printing various things, and one of the things that I printed was a 8.5 by 11 Rambo 3.5.
Oh yeah, nice.
Dude, you should see it. The art is so sharp. Like, that's what I wasn't sure about.
Right.
It's like a treasury edition of Rambo. It takes dumb to a new level.
So I have a lot of confidence in that like top 5 Instagrams for makers kind of vid, but I have way more confidence, certainly demonstrable with our YouTube numbers of this. Like,
We should definitely do
Alan
that
Moore script
Instagram
thing.
next week.
Yeah.
Because it's something different. I think
Yeah.
the different stuff is a good signal, potentially signal booster.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm totally with it, and it's like I said, it's something I've been wanting to do for a while.
It's a really good idea.
I like to switch up the commercial, so I'll have you do a commercial.
this round.
Nice. Alfred Comics said that Marty has some magazine-sized copies of Still Streets on his site now. It's neat what you can do with all this stuff, you know, and like if it's yours, like you can just play with all these forms and everything.
Here, I'm gonna move this probably.
And it's super easy nowadays with like print on demand, where it's like, yeah, print 20 of them. If they suck, you know, what are you out? $20? Like it's not even a thing.
Yeah, I might want to do some like a self-published round of my comic, like for Baltimore. And then maybe, you know, like I'll probably do a very similar model. Does it do magazine format?
Any size.
Does it,
square bound, staple?
Can
whatever.
you do like you think you could do a landscape of this?
You know, I haven't looked. I'd be surprised if you can't.
It feels very esoteric at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look. I don't know. I'd give it a shot. That stuff's pretty flexible.
Yeah. So guys, we're going to do Kingdom Come first.
One of the things that I learned is 1,000 is, you know, you're into offset mode and stuff.
Yeah, which is what I would
and
want.
2,000 is like 20 cents each, you know, that additional copy. Like
Yeah.
there's such a gigantic price break between 1,000 and 2,000.
Right.
There's only one setup fee, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Yeah, that looks good, right?
Very, very sharp. You want to show both?
Yeah, I do. Let me make sure there's no glare on the pages.
Yeah, that's a good thing to check for.
Yeah, especially this. So, like, with this one, I think it's coming from... Yeah, like, face this one right behind your head up a little bit. Kind of at the same pitch as this light over here. Yeah, that was it. Okay, great. Great. Jimmy, if you could hit the square right on that one.
Right on Superman's crotch?
Yeah, right on his giblets.
Get a sharp focus in there.
We call it a core. The core of his powers. I'm seeing a little...
What do you see?
I'm just looking to see, like, you know, there's the whir of the... No, we're good. We're good. Let's do it, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Gonna be talking Kingdom Come today, Jimmy, but first gotta let you guys know that the Patreon exists and the King Kayfabers are joining in the chat room to help us with this conversation while we look at one of the sort of seminal DC comics. You get to that Patreon through the link in the description below. Become a King Kayfaber. You're privy to our live streams. You're also privy to all the videos before anybody else, but there are several levels of participation in that Patreon. See what works for you. Support the channel that way. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is happening the last Saturday of this month. This is an effort that we're putting together to increase comic awareness. And the way that we're doing that, we're going to the free little lending libraries in our neighborhood, and we are stuffing those things to the gills with comics. This is something that we did last year. Over 1,000 people participated and shared videos and photos of those free little lending libraries full of comics with us. We repost those things on our social media. Increases the possibility that somebody's going to come across some comics and become a lifer. without further ado, Jimmy, let's take a look at Kingdom Come. You know, it's been a long time coming on this channel. For one thing, it's been years since we looked at the Marvels book that Alex Ross did with Kurt Busiek on the writing duties, and that was kind of a journey through Marvel Comics up to, I guess, really the Silver Age, or like the beginning of the Bronze Age with the snapping of Gwen Stacy's neck ended there. Was a logical place to go. The future, baby.
Yeah, it's a really cool bookend set between doing the past in Marvels and doing the future at DC. Like, talk about, in case you didn't have all of comics fandom wrapped around your little finger, this is your other bookend piece.
Yeah.
Hell of a 1-2 punch, man. Talk about who owned the 90s. You can make a good argument it's Alex Ross.
Oh, man, you go to San Diego Comic-Con today, and you look up and the amount of vinyl signage he has hanging from his booth, like probably in the heart of the hall floor. It's got to be whatever that costs him. I think it's the cost of my parents' house.
It is expensive real estate.
It's got to be certainly in the 5 figures of real estate, with another couple 5 figures of vinyl signage and things like that. Man, the guy's a cottage industry unto himself. And this is, you know, a DC wing of that.
And he's also a guy who transcends comics. You know, like, it's interesting where he fits now, because, like, there's so many talented artists that come through comics. Very few of them actually succeed beyond comics.
Yeah.
And he's one of them, you know, from the Academy Awards to all sorts of promotional art. Like, he does shows way beyond the limits of comics. And I don't mean that to sound negative when I say limits, but, like, one of the things that turned me really in his favor was he had a giant exhibition at the Warhol Museum, their most successful exhibition ever. This is a museum that's been around for decades, and it's Alex Ross who sells the most tickets.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it comes from a lineage, you know, his mother, professional illustrator, of that, like, Andrew Loomis, like the old school cut of illustrators, you know, the Mad Men type of illustrators, and he works in that Mad Men sort of way. Posing people, setting up lighting, doing all the stuff that those Connecticut illustrators and those John Stone and Cushing illustrators have done. Long gone are those days in comic books in the 90s, and they are all but disappeared now. That amount of rigor in terms of illustration, you could get a lot of that across in fee or Photoshop trickery, or maybe even down to AI at this point. So, like, he has a skill set no other cartoonist had. And it has its limitations. Like, when it comes to storytelling, there might be some shit with this fella, but you can't argue with the rigor and the setup that he has going on.
This is an aside from this story in a lot of ways, but reading this, one of my takeaways was I wish this was oversized.
Yeah.
Because he's loading these pages, and it's very much a presentation of superheroes as gods. And that was one of my takeaways, and I think there may be an absolute edition that's oversized, but reading this, it was like, I wish the art was bigger.
Totally.
You know what I mean? Like, it's giant subject matter, and it's comic book size in these editions.
You gotta earn that, and with stuff like Kingdom Come, he earned that, and he has like 4 or 5 oversized, treasury-sized comics through DC. We'll probably have to look at those at some point. I got 2 or 3 of them, and he made good on that. But you have to earn your position there. He's an untested quantity at DC, though when he starts putting in this imagery and sending it their way, they probably are starting to see what's going to happen with this thing. This exact edition that I got it in the 90s. It might be the first hardcover edition, Jimmy, and it was totally one of those high school things of, like, whatever girl I was hanging out with at that moment. Just do it. It's graffiti designs even. It's that early. Just doing whatever she could to, like, relate to my fucking nerdy, introverted ass.
That's hilarious.
And the result, you know, one birthday, age 16, 17 or something like that, man. Comes with the hardcover of Kingdom Come.
It speaks to Alex Ross and the appeal to a wider audience, because one year at Christmas, my mother-in-law got me an Alex Ross book from the bookstore, and I think it's because that's something that the layperson can look at and go, wow, this is really good. Look at this.
Now, here's the thing. Like, I had pull lists at this point. I grabbed the first one, and I was like, okay, that's cool. I only grabbed the first one. This is the cover spreads. So this would be the front cover, say Kingdom Come up top, and you look on the back, you see this stuff. And you see, like, off the bat, you see the amount of rigor he puts into it, because he's designing all these characters brand new. And there are sketches in your edition to correspond with that. It's not like he just designed this character like on this page when he's like, oh, what would the future version of so-and-so look like? No, he's putting that together. So there's a whole lot of there's a whole lot of work that's being done here that we don't get to enjoy until subsequent editions, like your trade paperback that you showed off right there. I think this is the character that Brian Azzarello poses for. When you look in the back, it'll have
That's funny. It makes me wonder if Brian Azzarello come up with even the 666, because I like that character design, but it's out there.
I don't know if this is in yours, but you notice names: Jill Thompson, Azzarello. You'll see other names like Terry Laban. This is the Chicago wing of like mainstream comics at that point. Too bad there ain't a Jeff Darrow in there.
Yeah. Would have been sweet. Pretty bold move on the first issue to not have your Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman front and center.
Yeah. Yeah, ballsy choice. So each edition, each of the 4 chapters begins with this scripture kind of stuff where you get to see the God's strike. Opens up on our guy... Man, I'm going to call him Windsor McKay a lot of times while we go through this. Probably, I think is it like Walter McKay, something like that?
Yeah, Wesley throws me off. That's Wesley Dodds, the old man in the hospital bed, not our narrator. Norman McKay. I think.
Norman McKay.
Which is Ross's dad, right?
Yes, posing for the gimmick, man. Wesley Dodds, Sandman character. You got to sprinkle these bits in here with the red to give you the flashback. For when we come to the Superman piece at the end, that when I read it the first time, threw me off a little bit. I thought it was like a present day thing, but you got to pay attention. As we zoom in, we see that this is a world of superheroes. Very Art Deco, like the shape of these guys, almost like the lady from Metropolis.
Honestly, it could be a storyboard for Watchmen.
Yeah. Or Top 10. Yeah, and it would continue your Watchmen gimmicks right here.
Yeah, and right here. Who watches the Watchmen graffitied on the wall? So, an obvious Easter egg, but it's kind of loaded with those.
And right here,
yes.
Under the Hood by Hollis Mason.
Very fun, yeah. And Alternative Egos is one of these, a nod to Roy Thomas's Altered Egos fanzine.
Yeah. The reading experience of this now compared to when I was a kid it has changed because... as a more mature person and understanding the context of the time far better, this is a Mark Waid, Alex Ross kibitzing about the state of comics today, which would be 1996.
Yes, definitely.
And in retrospect, I almost agree with everything they say in a certain way.
I love whenever Ross does this kind of stuff where it's like, now we're going to break from our photo-referenced characters to things like advertising art, costumes. You see flat art on the wall. To me, that really sells the style.
Absolutely.
That gives you the world. Yeah. And this, of course, is a themed restaurant around these, at this point in the future, these past superhero legends. And Sugar and Spike.
Yeah, Sugar and portly kind of restaurateurs, the ill-fitting suits.
The right number of heads tall.
Yes.
It's really neat to see, like, the DC, the JLA here, but just with normal people proportions.
And you just know he is so reference heavy, Alex Ross is, that he probably went into like a Hard Rock Cafe and snapped a couple of pics. And this is pre-digital camera era, so now he's got to go down to the Piggly Wiggly or the Walmart or something and get those photos developed.
That's funny. Great use in the first several pages of a muted palette, and then whenever we get inside this superhero restaurant, it is bright primary colors.
Letting you know that this is the world they live in. I think they captured that spirit just as good as Alan Moore and Gene Ha did in Top 10, where like this is a guy. If this happened to you, some dude ran at supersonic speed past you, you would not be reacting this way. But that's just another Monday to good old Norman McKay.
Yeah, that's impressive. He sells that.
This Jimmy Olsen from that famous cover where he's like the 50-foot mutant or whatever. That was a crib from an old pulp magazine that had a very similar aesthetic. So very famous cover.
One thing I find interesting in these like city scenes, they look old. They look quaint. Like that's not a high-tech future cab.
No.
The city streets aren't overpopulated by people or garbage or anything like that.
It's a bit of magical realism where it's the near future and all the technology's still the same. The magical PP that the super beings are among us. They're far more voluminous in amount, and they're not really thinking about the consequences of their battles. It leans heavy into that idea of the villains and the heroes, like they need one another, stay engaged in constant battle for the fun of it.
And this kind of pose and this whole layout to me says 90s image excess. You know what I mean? Because that's what these characters are, right? This is if we're going to cut promos on somebody, it's these new superheroes.
Sure. Like, but what Adams will do a lot, I mean, what Ross will do a lot is, like, I think of Neil Adams. And we'll see a bunch of that kind of thing.
And it makes sense that you think of Neil Adams because they're coming from the same sort of illustration background.
Right. Yeah, Stone and Cushing. Now we're going to church. Very few people in church these days, man. It's all the elderly are chilling.
Yeah, that almost feels like George Bush there.
It does. We're going to see a lot of people, man, that are reminiscent. There's another like little foreshadowing flashback thing. You gotta sort of lean on these for that last couple of pages to get that to kind of make sense. Now this is fucking amazing looking.
This was promo art. This was a piece that I would see wherever they were writing about Kingdom Come. This is a piece they were putting out there as part of the media kit.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, for sure. There's a good choice on using that for the media kit, by the way.
Yeah. So regal, so spectral, if you will.
Great cut too if you're going to do one page between our godlike being and the reaction of our holy man.
When Alex Ross, gets that air compressor and pulls out his airbrush and just hits it with that little bit, he knows exactly where to do it to make it sing, to create effects. This is not Photoshop, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is practically doing this kind of thing. And what is the Spectre's white skin, green outfit? In sort of the Renaissance rules of painting, there's no white, there's no black, but there is in the Spectre. So you're getting white, and this is where Ross is able to like use 100% black also, and it makes sense.
That glow, and I didn't even pick up that was an airbrush until you said it. That glow is present throughout, especially on the superheroes, and it's such an interesting effect.
Yeah. And how about like a one-hair brush to like get that skull in the eye in that last panel there?
Jeez, I didn't even realize that was there. It's so tiny. That's one for everybody to pause at home and try to see it. It's so small.
So in Marvels, we had a kind of a journalist fella from the Daily Bugle who was taking us through this rich tapestry of Marvel heroes. In this one, we have the Spectre, who's our interlocutor, our Shakespearean interlocutor character, that's going to take our Norman McKay fella through the doldrums of this future DC universe. And first place they're going, Midwestern farmland, which is selling you immediately, we know who this guy is. It's a very 90s outfit. LL Cool J wore that to some music awards, I believe.
Fantastic. Possibly the body model for the Superman here. It's funny taking Norman McKay through this with the Spectre. It's one of the parts that I struggle with because it's a lot of exposition.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're there just to tell us what they're seeing, and it makes me wonder because this is a time where I think DC has moratorium on thought balloons. On certain ways to communicate.
That was a Vertigo thing. That was a Karen Berger Vertigo thing.
Was only Vertigo?
Yeah, that stuff was in the other comics, quite sure.
And I don't know that thought balloons are the answer here either, but I could see this as being narration possibly if Alan Moore is doing it.
I do think that for like what this comic is, you could have beat the story out in a more interesting way. And without that kind of stuff. There was we sit down, we put our heads together. You could think of a better way to use Alex Ross's talent to get every exact point across than the way they do it with this like sort of interlocutor thing. This is one of those pieces where, as an illustrator, he's having these tangents and stuff, because you have a tangent with the front of the tractor with this door frame.
Yep.
With the front of this lumber, having the lumber stop at the horse is a compositional kind of no-no in a lot of ways. That just it sort of speaks to where Alex Ross is placing his value.
This was another piece that was promo art. I remember seeing that one in different places and think it works pretty well. You're right about the tangents, because it does look like that tractor's just pressed up against that line.
Yeah.
The doorway.
Like this is a Wile E.
such a minor
Coyote
thing.
tapestry thing, and he's just leaning against it.
And I feel like if you don't draw, you're probably looking at this right now going, what are you talking about?
Oh, there's keyboard.
That tractor looks great.
There's keyboard clickers getting ready to go. You guys are jealous.
But I was looking at Superman here, right, with the long hair.
Yeah.
And later we're going to see Bruce Wayne with, like, what I thought might be a spinal reconstruction exoskeleton.
Yeah.
And it made me think, like, is he bound by some of the 90s stuff that's going on? Is this mullet Superman that he has to work into the future?
Yeah, I'm sure it's his choices. Like, I think this guy's writing his ticket, and we have the world we have, and he's playing with it a little bit. We learn that it's a kayfabe Midwestern farmland, man, because it's part of his kind of Fortress of Solitude joint.
Very bizarre. You know, I don't remember that at all, and I don't know that it plays into any kind of storytelling. It's just like this nostalgic virtual reality that Kent finds solace in. Very strange when you think about that. And we don't dwell on it, really. You know, he just left the superhero business.
Right.
But what did he replace it with? A video game of his childhood farm. Man, how many of us are all going to do that whenever I get the chance to VR into, like, my first comic shop?
Yeah.
You're never going to see me again.
I think Ross lives there, dude. Like, when you see inside of his studio, and he's got, like, life-size mannequins of this superhero, that superhero, got all the Mego figures, got all this stuff. Like this shit right here, this is the inside of fucking Alex Ross's studio with all of his Franklin Mint toys and shit.
It's so funny. Like, that one detail in my head is like, this is how Dan Clowes does a DC superhero. Like, we would spend the whole time thinking about the guy. Imagine Bruce Wayne, what that virtual reality set that he hangs out in.
We got to set up our modern world and how we got there, and it has to do with splitting the atom.
I think this is a very, very cool part.
Yeah.
This idea of, like, how are you going to have a cataclysmic event that goes wrong? Dude, you mess up this guy. Is he Molecule Man?
It's just Captain Atom.
Captain Atom. To split him and create essentially a nuclear holocaust in the middle of Kansas, that's kind of a genius moment, man. That really sets up some stakes.
Yeah, and that could have been page 1.
That's true. That's true.
Here is our Rob Liefeld nod with Magog. Very much a Cable kind of.
Even looks like Josh Brolin.
Yeah, you're
bringing
right.
it weirdly into the future.
Yeah, you're right. There's our Holocaust. We said it before, man. Drawing anything laying on the ground, super tough. But he's selling those that livestock really well in these illustrations.
I'm curious about the Fortress of Solitude. It seems inconceivable to me that you could have this kind of nuclear holocaust and it'd be news to Superman. Like, he wouldn't detect it somehow.
Right.
But I guess if it's really a Fortress of Solitude, he's completely cut off from the world, I suppose, would be the answer there. That's a big one to miss.
These are the pieces that where Ross limits himself with his photo reference and things, because it really feels like he's just... This is a photo of him standing on a chair shooting down at his chick, who's got a Wonder Woman costume on, because it feels static. Continuing with our interlocutor to we got to see what everybody at DC.
You know what's funny? That Wonder Woman didn't bother me at all, but the Flash stuff is where I see the static part. And I love the idea that he's always a blur and he's always, moving. But whenever you see, like, the details of him, he looks so not moving.
Yeah, he does.
Like, in a weird way, we'd never see his face if he were really, constantly in motion.
Right.
Nice use of the palette, though. I really like, as we rifle through here, it's like different scene, very clear. You could see it from across the room.
It makes sense that the environmentalist is in the Pacific Northwest.
I like Hawkman, too, as like some weird Egyptian god.
Yeah.
Looks cool. Good job on a lot of those visuals, like figuring out future versions and stuff.
Got our Legion, all that stuff. But, we really want to get to Gotham City as soon as possible and see what's going on there. The one little Easter egg that I totally remember is that this crew is the Fat Albert gang. And you see even with the tassel cap.
That's funny.
When we flip the page, you'll see even more. But he's very steeped in, like, the animated series Tim Burton aesthetic of Gotham City. He agrees with that. I say
Makes
that
perfect sense.
it does, but like everything you hear about Ross and you hear him talking about stuff, like he is very steeped in the stuff that interested him as a child and rarely escapes that, like doesn't have much of creative curiosity about, like, say, the Japanese version of Battle of the Planets that is uncensored and tells like a completely kind of different story. He just wants his little joint. Like, he likes Speed Racer, the TV show. Couldn't give a fuck about a manga that he didn't, because he didn't see the manga when he was a kid. So whenever he adopts anything that comes past his like childhood formative years, it's kind of noteworthy.
And Gotham is essentially a police state under the control of the Batman Defense Corps or whatever.
Yeah, dude.
You really get it there. It's like they're Batman's basically sentinels closing in on this kid gang.
Right. Batman has his city under control. Got our kayfabe new heroes here. Lots of big guns.
So reading this, I thought, man, they do nothing to develop any of these new heroes.
Right.
But of course, they're the MacGuffin.
Yeah.
Like they're a red herring. We're not really interested in them. They're kind of interesting visually, and that's all you need from them. And if you're going to cut a promo on like the 90s image revolution,
there it is,
that's
right?
what it is, right? They look cool, and that's it. That's all you get.
I think that's Kevin Smith.
Kind of looks like, even the expression kind of looks like him.
Whenever you see these hyper-focus
Yes.
faces, you know there's somebody in Alex Ross's life or some famous actor or something.
Paul Dini?
Yeah, I don't know. I know what Paul Dini looks like, and I don't think it's exactly
quite
like
there.
that. No. But there might be some Bruce Timms.
How
floating
about
around.
Pete Tomasi, one of the editors that worked on this?
Sure.
I
don't know what he
I
looks like.
shared a shuttle with him once.
Yeah.
And confused him for Rich Tommaso. Because Pete Tommaso is
Yeah.
almost the same thing, but not at all the same.
They use
So
him a couple
embarrassed.
times, man.
Yeah, if you see him a couple times, it's got to be somebody that he's crossing paths with.
Totally. This is another one of those images. It's just fantastic.
Almost a Dark Knight Returns-esque moment, because you turn the page, you've got the big splash on the left, and it's that low shot of like a hero up in the sky.
The way he builds the figure, very much in the Fleischer Studios school of, the animated cartoon from the 40s, 30s, whatever that was.
I went through a big phase of this kind of thing where it was like, yeah, if you have cloth on, you're not getting to see all the muscle striations and veins. And it was such a conflict to me, the two different approaches. I liked both.
Yeah.
But, I would oscillate. And at some point it was like, oh yeah, this makes sense. You're not drawing all the muscles, you're drawing the shape.
Right. Yeah, so good, man. Probably best exemplified in black and white line by maybe a Frank Whiteley. Would do that really, really well. As a storytelling piece, this is like what confused me as a kid. It's like you see Norman McKay checking out the Superman, and then you see this like other view that's like, a eye line point of view. It's not looking up at him or anything. It's straight on, and it's a death thing, and then he looks concerned. So the way the storytelling fits, it's like it's happening in real time in a certain way, but it's not. It's like a vision.
Yeah, that's right.
That Norman McKay is having.
Right, and he and Scepter talk about those visions throughout the series. So
Yeah.
I think that's the way to interpret that.
It is, totally. Into chapter 2, Jimmy.
Pretty clever, the idea of making the Red Robin as your Batman, since Batman's going to occupy a different role.
Totally.
But you need a Batman-esque figure in there, so...
And
Dick Grayson, congratulations.
straight from Michael Keaton. Got our new hero straight from The Boys, right? Like, you could imagine Garth Ennis using... this is like straight out of like British comics. Kevin O'Neill, like any kind of 2000 AD kind of American superhero would have this kind of accoutrement.
Yeah, very awesome. And this is one of those pages when I talked about like bigger would be better for this art.
Yeah.
There's so much happening, and whenever he's doing like a long shot and you're getting to see like lots of people, it just feels big. And I kind of wish the art was bigger. I love the Lobo references. There'll be a couple Lobo references in here. To me, that's one of those 90s-esque characters, maybe the DC version of an Image character in some ways.
Right. Whenever you get these big money splashes, man, you just got to indulge in those.
Definitely. Yeah, you think about selling original art or paintings, like what is this page?
I know. And of course, something like that has to be built into this comic often.
Yeah, does pretty well in terms of delivering money shots.
Sure.
Pretty consistently throughout, which is, I applaud them. I don't need more backs here for.
Right, that's Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
Without the horns. I'm sure these aliens are such a deep cut, too. Like, I'm sure they're accurate to, like, the DC universe.
Some fun stuff with them. Close-ups and head sort of distorting and things like that. You
Yeah.
know, it's a little bit of a chance to... I love that panel.
Let's see the photo ref for that one. Because that looks too well referenced.
Looks like somebody pressed against a window or something.
So you got your proper superheroes saving a day like they did in days of yore. And it's showing the contrast. Like, we've seen the crazy maniacal stuff that the modern day quote-unquote superhero was doing. The classic superheroes taking care of business in a much bigger way.
There's a tank and soldiers you see standing outside of, like, the UN building. And it feels like that's pretty spot on. Like,
Sure.
I don't know how much of that you're seeing pre-9/11. But, you know, this book obviously coming out before 9/11. But in today's world, like, I'd be surprised not to see that kind of armed sentries all around a building like that.
Big shouts to Todd Klein, who's the invisible third man, who's really selling this comic in a great way. And it's even subtle things like this. Whenever Superman gets on the mic, has the booming voice, just bolden up that dialogue bubble, it creates a louder tenor.
Yeah, I
to
like
that
that
voice.
a lot. Creates separation between your people and your heroes. And Ross gives Todd Klein some props in the back matter of my copy.
Guy from the Bugle has showed up. I mean, yeah, from the Daily Bugle has showed up to, write a little something. There he is right there, too.
Does he have an eye patch? Is that the dude from Marvels?
Yeah.
Are we going 100%?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, totally.
That's good. You got to sneak stuff like that in.
All right, we're at a boardroom. Maybe that's Tora Tanaka. Just get a glimpse of that boardroom, dude. We know something's going down. Those are your bureaucrats from Shin Godzilla.
I love this. We're going into Batman's cave, and it's almost like he's floating down the stairs.
Totally.
You know, that's not walking down the stairs pose. That is, I don't touch the ground anymore, Bruce.
Yeah, man.
Let's have a talk.
Yeah.
Let me intimidate you with my floating.
So this whole thing is about the classic DC superheroes are gods, and you literally have Superman walking on water in that last panel.
Brilliant.
And that's
so brilliant because you also have the Batcave partially submerged.
Totally. And you could tell that Batcave went through some history. Some stuff went down. Who do you think is Bruce Wayne, man? Like Gregory Peck?
Yeah, he looks like someone like that.
It's like Gregory Peck from when he reprised his role in Cape Fear. Like that era with the white hair and the black eyebrows.
I do like this idea of him in this like exoskeleton, Bruce Wayne in the exoskeleton, but it's hard for me not to think that Nightfall had some influence on this.
Yeah,
this
no, I'm
concept.
sure. Yeah, I'm sure it did. He took it much further and is like, okay, Batman is a human being doing this hyperbolic stuff. What does that do? I saw a photo of Tony Hawk with a fucking walking cane.
Yeah.
Recently. So like, what's going to happen to Bruce Wayne?
Yeah, if you need further proof too, like any ex-wrestler is another one that you can look into.
Yeah. Just we're celebrating, what is it, the 25th anniversary of Hell in a Cell, and there's a great video of Undertaker and Mick Foley going through the match that just came out. Check that out on YouTube after you watch all your Cartoonist. You see the spine of the Bruce Wayne gimmick right there, man, calling close attention. They're having a private conversation, but once Superman bounces, then the rest of the Dark Knight crew basically comes through, right? Like Oliver Queen, except does he have both arms?
Oh, good question. Yeah, I don't see that cut off arm.
Slight nod to Dark Knight Returns there by having Ollie in the mixture.
Little throwback to our Action Comics 1.
And Detective 27.
Gotta slip those in.
And Detective 27 right there with the Batman stuff.
And a fun Wonder Woman. This would be another one of these pages. All those homages on there.
Yeah.
That'd be a sweet one. And our story now is basically the reformed Justice League going through and trying to convince the new heroes to do it their way.
Right.
Or else what? What are you going to do?
Yeah, like there's like a moment, I don't think we're there yet, we'll get there, where it's Superman doing a patent speech that ain't convincing to me. This guy right here, doesn't it feel like that Scott McCloud Zot villain? You know, you see him on the covers where it's like an Art Deco church kind of guy.
It could be. You know, we were showing off like the extra stuff in my copy, and you can see like it starts at the white here, and pretty much all of that, a quarter of this book are character sketches.
Yeah.
So figuring out those new characters, I think a lot of work went into that. I think Ross kind of says, you know, it's about the most development work he's ever put into something.
Now here's our boardroom with the baddies, man. You got Lex Luthor.
Of course.
Little portly. You know, he doesn't have that Gene Hackman figure any longer. You have... Man, that is Mike Allred. That's gotta be.
I hope it is.
I need you to like fast forward in your book and see if Mike Allred's name is mentioned. He's not mentioned in the back of this thing, but it really feels like that. You got Riddler out of costume. You got Selena Kyle. And you got some deep ones, man. Cobra. Remember Cobra?
Yeah, I'm glad they call out who these characters are, because
Yeah.
I would not have picked up... I don't know Cobra.
And that's Alex Ross and Mark Waid.
My Cobra is
G.I. Joe.
Andretti. No, it's Stallone.
Right. Yeah, it's Mark Waid and Alex Ross impressing each other with their clever knowledge of the deep cut DC universe. And this is where the commenters start their fingers and say, Cobra's not a deep cut.
Of course.
Your nearly Fred McMurray Captain Marvel shows up as like the Help. Red Velvet. I mean, he's got a valet jacket on.
Yeah, the big red cheese.
In acting, they talk about there's the cigarette moment or something like that where it's like give the character something to do while you're delivering your dialogue, and we have that with Lex Luthor here, like quite literally pulls out the stogie, puts it in the mouth, blows some smoke out, you know, pointing it, chomping on it. It's there's a lot of business with that just in real life. I mean, just pay attention when you're having conversations with your buds, like you're not doing anything, you're not moving, and this is a visual medium. You got to do something, you got to push it a little bit. So that's a clever way to get some movement in.
Very cinematic without the thing people usually think of when they hear cinematic.
Now we got this like dive bar where we got all the kinky characters. I see a portly Lobo.
Yeah, a balding Lobo.
I see probably a Solomon Grundy back there working the door. And then probably a bunch of these new kind of superheroes. I see Plastic Man in a full rubber Johnny kind of gimmick, getting pulled every which way.
Kind of disturbing. I think this is a shadow?
Maybe it's Phantom Stranger. I think that's probably closer. And then look, man, I think we got Wonder Twins getting involved in some kinkiness.
Almost a Mohawk Storm, except for the ear.
It's true, and he's coming into, and there's some Village People actually right there, coming into the kinky dive bars full of excess. That's what this scene is communicating. We have our what do you call it? Our Boy Scout going into the universe of debauchery, and he's telling everybody to clean up.
By the way, he cut off his ponytail.
Yeah. Telling everyone to clean the hell up, man, and join me. Maybe this is where he's doing his pitch, and you know Brian Azzarello and crew are just like, get the fuck out of here, old man.
How close is this to Bane?
Yeah,
it's really close, considering I don't think that's supposed to be Bane. But
this is really Village People. It really is like, dude, it really is. It's like there's a Native American, there's your leather daddy guy, a cowboy, a construction worker. It really is.
Yeah, that can't be an accident.
Oh, well, no way.
That Solomon Grundy looking dude's huge.
Yeah, totally. Oh, there's a Mixoplick back there. Man, he looks like a drinker too. He really does, man. All right, so we took care of that. We inspired the troops, man. We did our General Patton speech. And now it becomes this thing where they have to figure out where to warehouse the bad guys.
That's right.
For a while. Like that's a big chunk of the comic.
Because Superman's taking prisoners against Wonder Woman's wishes, and some people just don't want to fall in line.
Yeah. When I look at this Katana, whatever, I mean that's Chun-Li from Street Fighter. The aquatic stuff is cool. The regal Aquaman like doing everything they can to make him look not like a wussy douchebag.
Keep trying.
Real King Triton kind of feller.
Notice they've replaced his hook with a real hand. That was a bit that I guess Ross wasn't...
We don't know that. There could be some metal gimmick under there.
Yeah, I guess so. Metal seems like a bad choice for your underwater hero.
Highly corrosive, certainly in the salt water.
And Wonder Woman surprises Superman here, asking about the reason that she wanted to take a meeting with him is, can we build an underwater prison?
Right. And he's like... It's actually a clever piece of Mark Waid writing,
yes.
Man, where he's like, you guys have chaos up there, and like the Earth is 70% water. I command 70%. I watch over 70% of the Earth, and we're doing just fine down here. So get your own house in order before you come calling me. Or Magog guy, we're getting a good look at him to see what he's about. And they create more character in Magog in a couple of pages than they've ever done with Cable. Shows up, they have their quibbles. Here's our one Alex Ross comic that we looked at, that like Origins comic or whatever it was. Do you remember what that thing was called?
I don't remember it.
It was like a Kingdom Come series of issues that Alex Ross did one, and it explores this right. strip, this idea much more of how the Joker brains Lois Lane.
This Magog killed Joker face is one of my favorite images in this book.
It's a good one, but this one's great too. You know, it's very much it's like the it's the Man Who Laughed mixed with Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Well, what I'm saying is it's both references. It's the original like Bill Finger reference, and then it's the stuff that Alex Ross likes.
It looks great. It looks great. But this is the one I see everybody does some kind of Joker that looks really cool and menacing, and some combination of adjust those levels of which Joker you want to work in there. This one to me feels like something else. Like I haven't seen that Joker before. And those eyes really sell it. The amount of red that's in those dead eyes.
Totally.
Something great about that against the white face.
Yeah.
And this is our flashback to when Superman leaves superheroing because Magog is acquitted of killing Joker.
Right.
And it's just a different world for Superman.
Yeah. And here we get the back and forth between Magog and Superman. And Superman is like, you like doing this shit. You're happy that all this bad stuff happened. And we see that Magog is Luke Perry in Beverly Hills 90210. Yes, he's a bad boy, but he's a bad boy with a heart. And bad boy with a bad hairline, by the way. No wonder he wears that damn headgear.
Boy, it's so Cable, though. You got to take the headgear off because we really want to make sure everybody knows what we're referencing here.
Also, by the way, when he's in court, he's got these like he gets to keep all of that stuff on and just gets like superhuman handcuffs, but he gets to keep the big shoulder pad. How about that shit? No orange jumpsuit for Magog. And dude, bending the knee.
This was a very strange sequence for me because I can't even tell like what happened here. Like when you turn the page, now we're on
nowhere.
Apocalypse, and, and that's the Apocalypse scene. Very cool.
Magog is done.
Does he kill Magog here? Is that the implication? And it's not. We're going to see him sort of briefly. Later on, he'll be in part of the prison group, but it's just a weird like. I don't know. I was confused by this. I thought pages might have stuck together. Like I'm rubbing the pages.
Yeah.
Like, did I miss something?
I think this is one for Waid and Ross to just like indulge in who the real heroes are. Like bend the knee, fucking 1990s extreme to the classic, to the gods.
It's pretty interesting as a scene too, in that we've got Magog who had done something went terribly wrong with the nuclear wipeout in Kansas.
Yeah.
He is there. They find him there cleaning up, trying to repair something that was massively destroyed. He's talking about the ghosts that are haunting him, and our heroes have him surrounded, beaten, physically and mentally, it's a real reversal of like, what's the hero here? Like, he did something bad, he made a bad mistake, and he's trying to fix it, and here comes the gang of superheroes outnumbering him and outpowering him.
Little storytelling beat, man. She puts her hand on him, but it's a little too hot. Like, look at all that sizzle underneath. She's just cooked her godly hands a little touch.
That's pretty good. It makes me wonder, like, how do you write that?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so like I'm gonna fast forward to the back matter just a touch here, because you gotta get a little bit in this book. It shows the construction of this page, and we can indulge in that a bit. But yeah, Apocalypse. The thing I liked most about that Fantastic Four book that Alex Ross did that we looked at is that it required some imagination. It required some imaginative drawing, and that's what we get to have here with things like this Apocalypse stuff and this technology and the oddness of these characters. You know, this kind of imagery. This is Alex Ross using imagination and not being able to rely on reference a bunch. And he's a real good artist at that level. Like, he could do that. Like, he's very interested in going the other way. But let's take a look at the construction of this page here. So burn that into your mind. And we'll fast forward to the back matter where we have the script, which is pretty slight. You know, looking past Orion towards Superman, big panels, lots of room to contrast between the bright, colorful, shining Man of Steel and a dismal room around him. Blah blah blah. Here's our model, who looks like straight out of a Star Wars cantina, straight from Tatooine.
It really shows what Alex Ross does from model to finished piece.
It does. So here's his thumbnail rough, which this is what separates the champs from the chumps. Just like in the Brian Bullen school of thumbnailing, where for anybody else this is a finished page. For anybody else this is a finished page. This is fine. We're satisfied. Your readers are satisfied with that. But then you take this, you know, this is a more Titan piece, probably blown up. You know, dude, thumbnail rough, 3 1/8 inch by 4 and almost 5 inches.
Yeah, think of an index card, people at home.
Yeah, this drawing.
It's incredible.
Gets blown up to the final board. I'm not seeing dimensions, which would have been nice, but then you trace that off, and then it turns into this.
I really like this. A lot of the characters that he ages or does a second or third generation of, I'm a fan of how he does that. And having Orion basically become Darkseid, you know, like, it's Darkseid until you see his face, and then it's kind of like the son of Darkseid.
Yeah.
Love this spread.
Yeah, and it's not the Orion that, like, puts on the kayfabe face. Like, he just stays in his ugly face.
Yeah, it's good stuff,
and
man.
It's very Kirby. You know, that's a Kirby image.
Apocalypse looks great, whether it's the planet landscape or these background tunnels and stuff that are just gray and devoid of life.
Steeped in Geiger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, very,
yeah,
very...
a lot of alien, feels like alien art, the backgrounds there.
You get your big Barda, you get your Miracle, your Mr. Miracle.
And then we get that next generation, right? The combo of Barda and Mr. Miracle, essentially.
Right. So now we're building our prison in the fields of Kansas. Like, I felt like you could have predicted that that's where it would be. Like, we're selling this wasteland, so put the bad guys in the wasteland.
I might even, this becomes less interesting to me, this building of the prison, the setup of the prison, the eventual showdown with the prisoners.
There's another way to...
It reminds me of, like, the stuff in Watchmen of, like, we're going to build this giant octopus, and you need it, but let's not dwell on it.
Right.
I'm just not that interested in this part.
Oh, dude, we have a heel turn, man. Bruce Wayne is working with Lex Luthor and those other guys, man. That's the end of chapter 2. You're going to have to buy chapter 3, man, right? Like, you got to see what Bruce Wayne is doing with those guys. Dude, this, like, Blue Beetle.
Very cool design.
It's like the Lord of Light Kirby shit.
It is.
You know, the movie stuff.
It's the kind of thing that, like, no jobber's going to be able to do justice to this. Like, that can't be the regular design.
Right.
It only works if you've got an Alex Ross, or a Jack Kirby could probably pull that off very well. Yeah, there's a handful of these designs, although that's very 90s-esque too. Those characters that are just so complexly designed, like, doesn't work well as a cartoon character, but looks pretty cool on the cover.
Here's your prison. They chose that to be one of the splashes.
Yeah, it doesn't land with me. I don't know. I don't feel much whenever I read this sequence.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be one thing if they were oppressed in some way or something, but it just doesn't communicate much to me except the idea of, like, these guys don't want to fall in line, and I don't know. That doesn't seem that bad.
Got your little net above them. Yeah, dude, they're living in paradise.
Interesting that Scott-Free Mr. Miracle is the guy tasked with like design a prison that these super characters can't escape from.
That's Kevin Mitnick, baby. Once that dude got out of prison, like he started working for the federales and shit. Like, well, this is what I would do in this situation. Talks to companies and stuff. Well, if you want to really like batten down the hatches, you do it this way. Like it makes perfect. It's great, right? Oh yeah, here's another patent speech with Superman giving everybody a stern talking to, which also kind of like leans in the direction of like, this is your daddy's comics. Like Superman is your daddy's superhero. He's not doing much in these couple of pages to sell us kids, you know, like little 15-year-old Ed or whatever who's reading this. Not doing much to sell me on it.
That's the thing. If you wanted this to mean something, you could really create that divide. You know, you could give us a point of view of like, what are we doing here? We're prisoners. This is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Right.
Like, you know, you could be on these prisoners' side pretty quickly if you wanted to paint them as more fully realized characters. And I get why they don't. I understand the focus here is on Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. But at the same time, like, from a story standpoint, these end up being nothings. And maybe that's what you want out of 90s superheroes, if that's the statement you're making. But as a reading experience, this part fell a little bit short for me.
This is a piece that I was wondering about, the division of labor and things. Because, like, it looks like maybe a computer-colored thing. So who does that? It feels congruent with the artwork. Like, it feels like the same kind of hues and stuff. What did Todd Klein do? Did he do it on a piece of paper and then give it to somebody in-house? Like what happens there with that little piece of lettering? I'm very curious about.
Yeah, I wonder if this is all lettered digitally or on overlays and then he puts it together.
Yeah, take a look at like these E's. Those are computer lettered E's. You know, he's at that phase of his career now where he put together his own fonts and things. But it's all his own typeset.
Yeah.
You know, he created that stuff. Gives fonts to everybody, you know, like Spectre has his voice. Mm-hmm. This Dead Man, like probably the easiest reference for Alex Ross to get his hands on, because it really is just like that Mr. Boney skeleton that artists have as reference.
Yeah, it works well in his style for sure.
Ambitious POVs, man, because like he will not shy away from doing these like worm's eye views looking up at a face, and that is hard to draw. That is so hard to get the eyes to sink into the skull correctly, and you have to abuse like so much of what you know about drawing the face, because you have to push the eyes up higher, and looking at the underpart of the nose gets weird. Like this is a very tough batch of drawings to do. He certainly had reference to start, but I'm still giving him mad props on that.
100%, because you need it with the Earth is what they're like overlooking.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you could do it without this angle, but you're right, not an easy one to draw.
And from the looks of it, you know, the vanishing point is about here. All of these faces are in very accurate perspective, so he had to get 5 guys to stand around to like shoot that. He had to redo the Straight Outta Compton album cover with his friends to paint this thing.
Man, and I bet it sucked. Like in pre-digital photography era, like he must have taken 100 of those to try to, and then probably piece them together.
Yeah.
You know, like the accuracy of that perspective is probably slightly off, where like this is probably one photo, and then maybe like these two from another photo.
Right.
Yeah, Dead Man's great though. Definitely fits in this style very, very well. Even the glow off his skull, it works perfect.
Busting out that airbrush, baby.
They were laughing about the line of you know, he likes to travel. Dead Man, like what's he doing in this afterlife? It's weird whenever there's a mask on Superman or on Wonder Woman, because I think she has a helmet when they go to Atlantis, but then he doesn't have anything. But then here they are, and she has a helmet, and he has some kind of a face mask, I guess, because sound wouldn't travel otherwise in a vacuum. But
yeah.
They're fooling around breaking up asteroids. I guess that's a fun use of superhero time.
Billy Batson, tragic figure. He's very close to Johnny Bates, Kid Miracle Man, in the treatment of the Captain Marvel character in Kingdom Come.
It makes sense. I don't think you can be a superhero fan at this stage and not be familiar with those stories. You know, it'd be hard to do a story like this too and not take that into account and reference it. Such an influence on kind of the idea of superheroes.
And the thing with the Johnny Bates thing too is when he becomes the businessman, when you first see him, he basically stays in Kid Marvel Man or Kid Miracle Man attire. He never becomes like the little boy again, and that's kind of what we have here. You know, this is the same Billy Batson grown up. Like it's a sedate Captain Marvel.
And you have reference with those worms all the way back to early Captain Marvel Golden Age tales.
Oh yeah, man, like the Monster Society of Evil, Mr. Worm or whatever his name is. Like he's the main bad guy. There's that heartbreaking stuff, man. Like Batman in league with Lex Luthor. But you know Batman, you know he is, and that there is a plan at play, for sure. You just kind of want to know what it is. But what we're looking at here is rushed into production, is far more Bat Sentinels than Bruce Wayne signed off on.
Love the War Room kind of stuff.
Yeah, full Doctor Strange love.
It'll always be Doctor Strange love to me. Yeah. And you know, you can kind of see Bruce Wayne's that this what he's playing at, because he's always grinning throughout this team up. Such a heel, such an embrace of that role. There's that great Origins or Secret Origins issue, and it's Kevin Nolan doing finishes, but it's Robin and Superman teaming up, and it's like Robin's first encounter, and Batman, you know, is just like he's an alien, you can't trust him.
Right.
You know, like post Dark Knight. And I don't know if it was that way before, but post Dark Knight, it is like that Batman-Superman relationship's kind of an amazing dynamic.
I think about it more and more, and maybe it's a thing where, because like I reread comics. Everybody rereads their favorite comics. It's been 5 years since we did Dark Knight, and we never did a top-down view like this. So I think that should be coming, like another revisit. And I keep thinking about, like, Frank Miller thought of a good way to have Batman win in a fight against Superman. It's a question that little kids have asked for 50 years, and everybody would say Superman because he's the god, like he could just fucking heat vision this dude. But Batman is a deceptive, deceitful little asshole, and he's smart as hell.
For years working on how he's going to defeat Superman. This is amazing to me. First of all, I was like, wait, who is this? You know, is this Hellblazer? Like, what's going on here? Because doesn't it look like a Tim Bradstreet cover?
Yeah, totally.
But then we get this moment of, you know, Norman McKay and Spectre are watching this scene unfold, and they lift it up.
Yeah.
They lift up like a sheet of reality to see underneath it. That's a cool comics trick.
Yeah. And he's a real sad sack, that John Johns.
Yeah. Is this a Cyberforce crossover?
This is a pretty fucking cool sequence in the visual storytelling. It made me laugh a bit when Norman McKay's talking about how Flash can operate in different sort of timelines. You know, that string theory, Stephen Hawking's type shit. And Flash pulls McKay out of, you know, the spectral purgatory universe, pulls him up to the JLA satellite, the Green Lantern house. Power Woman's about this is a Russ Meyer fantasy come true right here.
Very much so.
And you have the super Fleischer-like Superman standing over him, like, well, you know, where are you from? Why are you here? And then the pregnant pause moment where it's even more like if this wasn't enough for you, well, how about all of this? And giving him that moment, and they're just like standing there, interrogators. You know, that's the move, right? Like you ask a question, then you shut up, and you make the person uncomfortable until they inevitably answer.
Yeah, and you do it from a low point of view where clearly all these titans are towering over him.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, that's a neat piece too. That's one of those kind of like comic, fun comic kind of tricks, you know, bringing him into this reality. Pretty good. I enjoyed that moment. Like reading this, it's something I didn't remember from the past read,
yeah.
And I was genuinely delighted by that.
They get him in and out really quickly, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder how much does his quote unquote warning like impact things that happened. Did
you don't
he
feel any
change
of it.
anybody? I don't think so either, and that's kind of strange to have a moment like that.
There's a lot that you have this immense talent of Alex Ross, and you want to tell like a big epic story. This doesn't exactly land, but there's enough pieces here that like with just like a couple more drafts, like some more serious thought, you could have arranged things in a way to really make the real masterpiece. Now, the people at home who are about to like get those keyboard fingers going, like they're like, this is like look at it, and can't argue, it looks great.
Yes.
But as a storytelling experience, we're talking something completely different here.
And there's so many plates that you're spinning. In a weird way, none of these people are equipped for it because this is not what comics are doing.
Yeah.
You know, this is berserkly ambitious compared to what DC or Marvel were publishing at the time. I love this piece of dialogue where he says, I don't know, why did you undermine my authority? This is before authority is created as a comic book, but at the same time, this is kind of what authority is as a comic.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if that's just a bunch of stuff aligning happily, but it's hard to believe that you're not pulling germs of ideas out of something like this. The idea of the superheroes above the earth kind of running it. I mean, that's exactly what authority is, right?
Yeah.
Even Wonder Woman says, I saw a crisis.
Yeah. Yeah, all that stuff. That's the Mark Waid, Alex Ross 69 dicks with each other kind of stuff. Speaking about 69 dicks, look at this, like Lex Luthor rubbing on Captain Marvel's erogenous zones and shit. Dude, Batman kind of rules, man. Just like a salty old dog.
Yeah.
It really is Gregory Peck, man, from the late period Cape Fear, the Scorsese Cape Fear. He was in some movies in the 90s.
Yeah, the black eyebrows and white hair works really well.
But Batman is doing his face turn. That's what we're dealing with here.
Is it too reserved? You know, it's almost out of nowhere. You turn that page and he punches Billy Batson, and it's kind of like, I don't know, like what are the stakes at this point? You know, It kind of happens, and you get it. It happens quickly. Everybody kind of plays their role there. But as a reader, like I'm going, what's the magnitude here?
Sure. But it's our MacGuffin to get Billy Batson to Shazam out.
Yes.
Suiting up, gearing for war, dude. Cannot forget Wonder Woman, Amazonian goddess. So she's ready. She's playing for keeps.
This is great.
Yeah.
Superman touches the sword and he bleeds, and you know, she's like, you can carve electrons off an atom. Wonder Woman's a badass in this story.
Totally.
And to see her armored up and like those armored wings and stuff, it's like, oh man,
She's playing for keeps, man.
she is going to show us what an Amazon can do.
And you know, she's Athena now. She's the goddess of war. She's going hard. But Superman's still insistent on the Boy Scout rule. And I think that's a part of the contrivance of Ross and Waid is like, you have to keep those core values with Superman. And I think this is their attempt to make that work in a more chaotic, cynical world.
Yeah, great 2-panel sequence of like, then it's war. And he's like, you can't have a war without people dying. And she just looks at him like,
and then what? The sky's blue, motherfucker.
4? No shit.
Lone Superman. You know, this is the piece that's like on the opening imagery right here. Maybe this is life size. You know, like the size of the original, maybe. If that's the case, these paintings are super gigantic. But,
Makes me wonder about an artist edition of this stuff.
Yeah, dude, let's do it. I wonder. You never see those on the market. Maybe he held on to them all.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they reached the market, you know. I think he's selling those with agents behind the scenes, probably before any of the rest of us figured that part out.
Right.
But man, an artist edition of this stuff you'd think would sell like hotcakes.
Oh, absolutely. It would be great to see his technique and stuff, and see if there are patches and things, man. Because like when he starts to really stretch himself, and you see future artwork like when he's like really doing a lot of things, you'll see stuff that I bet you he wouldn't have kept in the art if he wasn't stretching. Like there will be like little black daubs sometimes. Like there's this one, you know what, I'm gonna grab it real quick. Speaking of gifts, you know, my sister gave me this as a birthday gift one time, and I just kind of use it as a placemat. But like you see this like these black lines there.
Yeah.
Like maybe you paint the whole thing, and then you're like shading this face, and then you're like, well, I did all of this. I'm just gonna keep that. Like that feels wrong.
That's a cheetah thing. Like a face paint line. That's a cheetah part of the costume.
I see.
You see it in Bizarro Superman there, though, like those kind of like lines.
No, yeah, that's a different thing. Hey, we'll cut that out. So now that we have the face turn with Bruce Wayne, and he's a good guy again, we got to get Superman and Batman together. This is the money. Look at little Norman McKay just popping his head up.
Yeah, it's just hanging out.
It's like Alex Ross jerks off a lot, you know, and this is him painting his dad. These are my three heroes: Superman, Batman, and my father. Like that's what we're getting here from him. You know, he can't help himself.
Hey, one of the King Kayfabers wrote in, the prison is the Legion of Doom from Super Friends.
Yeah.
So again, with the Easter egg stuff, it's not something I would have picked up on, but it kind of makes sense. Like you're tying all this stuff together.
Yeah. See, this is very much Continuity Studios looking kind of imagery right here. That kind of view. That's what Neil Adams brought to comics in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it is. The marking on that guy's kind of different too. You know, it's very metallic, like putting a black line on it.
Totally. Yeah, it's that collaboration between Neil Adams and Mike Hinge from Heavy Metal.
Oh, I wish. Hey, by the way, so read this at home, guys. Pause it. Read all the dialogue. See how long it takes. Because the page before, Superman's like, I've got a half-second lead. Well, you're now 4.5 seconds behind, and that's if you're speaking quickly. maybe 30 seconds behind right there.
This is pretty cool, though. Showing the advance and the, you know, how do you do that? How do you blur it?
Really good. And we often talk about this stuff whenever you're doing movement. Like, I need to see the character progressing. He's got the progression. He's got the almost fading to the speed of light. Yeah, well done.
And then gets knocked off his axis by familiar airbrushed set of colors of red and yellow. And then you get, you know, I'm thinking, well, I just don't know. I don't remember. But, like, this feels like it should be on a page turn, doesn't it? Like, it should be, you flip the page.
Yeah, you'd think so. Boy, is that a money shot. That white for the top of the lightning bolt, it glows off of that page.
It really does. It really does. So solid. And Ross did a good job of making this Captain Marvel feel bigger than Superman.
He did, and you know, I got no arguments with Mark Waid here either, where Armageddon has arrived. That's Jim Ross calling out a match at the height of his career.
Totally. With a smile on the face, like in the way that we see Captain Marvel doing that CC Beck shit. So here it is, you have those like super congested covers. Now there's a lone figure. That means something. This is one of those fun pieces, man, where you got the superheroes engaged and you kind of like do that kind of gimmick.
Yeah, that's a really great effect. I like that a lot. And as we get... See, this is one of those too. Like, I could look at that image the size of a wall.
Sure.
You know, there's so much going on there. The stuff that Alex Ross brings to a project like this, it's just phenomenal.
You need your like when you see your big giant characters, like pay attention, because in a couple of pages you're going to see a rib cage that is 10 times the size of a normal human being.
All right, so Todd Klein, let's give him a chance to shine right here. If you were to take this page and remove all the artwork, this is what you would have. Word balloons here, word balloons. You would read without any confusion whatsoever. And it's important because these are crossing pages.
Right.
You know, and that's not an easy... People mess that up all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And the letterer is somebody that can really save that. There's
Yeah.
no confusion at all what order you're reading these word balloons in.
Good call, because on some of the more congested pages, like that you called out as like a 90s image, doesn't work that
Right.
way. Like there are fucked up pages here that Todd Klein didn't have a chance to save.
Maybe didn't want to. If
Yeah.
they're really doing it, leaning into that 90s thing, and it's scary to do that, to do wrong pages because you're trying to sell something.
Yeah.
I commend them if that's the case.
And I just don't see that in Mark Waid's repertoire, but we'll leave that up in the air. More of those like Worm's Eye views, dude. Super freaking hard to draw. Super hard to conceptualize. I do want to see the reference photo of that, because you have two big butch guys dancing.
That is Hulk
Alex
Hogan
Ross
and
on the
Ultimate
ground.
Warrior at WrestleMania 6,
Yeah.
testing their strength.
Yeah, but Alex Ross learned from that match, so that he set the camera in a better angle.
Little Blackhawks reference.
Absolutely, man.
Gotta like that.
Yeah, it's going to be a big piece. And this guy, see, it comes much later. Like George W. Bush comes later, but that looks just like R.E. Fleischer, his secretary, his press secretary guy. It looks exactly like him, man. And then it's like, is that Alex Ross himself? But I think he had longer hair and stuff back then. This is like what Alex Ross looks like now. Those big money pages, baby. And he's got names for all these characters. You know, these are all somebody. And he has lineages. I think he might be a religious fella, you know, like he's builds in a lot of like Christian mythology and stuff into both Marvel's and Kingdom Come. But with the sons and daughters, there's a lot of like Joker and Catwoman begat so-and-so type stuff when you get into the lineages that he builds with these characters.
Yeah, and that Cyberforce joke I made, that is a Black Canary, you know, a future Black Canary.
I see.
Boy, that Blue Beetle still looks great, though.
He does, with the mask pulled down.
So this is a big character. I forget their name now, but we never see the build on it.
No.
Because that's what precipitates all of this, is the idea of like putting him in that prison. You're just going too far. And I don't know why. Like, I don't know who that character is or why that means anything other than the context of the story. It makes you realize it means something, but that's one that the guy gets shortchanged in a way that shortchanges the narrative impact to me.
Look at this cyborg Robin.
Pretty cool. Pretty upsetting, too, which it should be. Robin is just a twisted character.
Yeah, I mean, I guess story-wise, the prison broke. Like, Shazam, Captain Marvel, he opened up the floodgates. And that's what we're dealing with. A schmoz between the goodies and the prisoners who are being held in Gitmo. And it's a free-for-all. To the point where the feds are like, let's just drop a bomb on them. Gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. So what if the good guys are there? Send 3 Black Hawk planes out to take care of things, and this is where you get your big climactic moment, because they're going to be dropping nukes.
Yeah, exactly. I think you may have skipped a page. It's not that important. It's just this battle.
Yeah.
But they're cross-cutting between those. But yeah, exactly what you said. The nukes are coming, and it's just chaos. It doesn't look like anything's coming out of this. Like, they're figuring out any solution.
Yeah. And I didn't realize that, like, all Captain Marvel has to do is say Shazam and lightning bolts happen. Shazam, that's very childish.
Kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Little kid character. You're in a lot of trouble at this stage of the superhero genre if childish is a problem.
I know, right?
This image is from something. Do you recognize that as an homage to something? Like, I have seen that image.
Of, like, Superman?
Not necessarily Superman, but just in general.
Because that's the Otomo view. That's the old man in Domu, like, when he's, like, leaning down.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what I'm seeing there or not, but
I'm
it's
sure
definitely
it's not.
something that I feel like I've seen 100 times.
Yeah. We always remark on it whenever somebody does a good view like that, because that's another super, super hard angle to draw.
This is a pretty bold composition and only having one eye. I think that's an unusual choice, and I think it works, but it's pretty unusual.
Yeah. Superman has to convince our guy, man, like, listen, it's all over, dude. It's all over. He's trying to speak some sense into him. There's a bomb that's about to drop, fella. And there will be nothing if we don't take care of that. the Spectre finally becomes less of a watcher the watcher and a little bit more active, and is putting it all on Norman McKay's shoulders. Like, you tell me what to do. Like, I showed you all this stuff. You tell me what to do, and I'll judge accordingly. But then that goes nowhere either.
Sometimes it's hard to land these big ideas, Ed.
It's true. Yeah, and that is the thing. They have to work within parameters. You know, they have to work with the budget that DC's laying out, and DC's like, we could pay you guys for, 4 48-pagers or 4 64 pages, whatever it turns out to be. And they have so many ideas. They got to get them all in one shot. It's not like there's going to be another bite of this apple. So get it all in.
Pretty strange that, like, we're going to leave this up to the guy who's had worms in his brains for the last 20 years. Not sure some of those worms didn't get into Superman's head while he was getting hit with lightning.
His ears were bleeding.
By the way, like, let's do the concussion protocol on Superman before we decide that he gets to make this decision.
Straight up.
Great physics on grabbing Superman by the cape and throwing him the opposite direction.
Totally.
I completely believe the physics of that sequence.
Mushroom cloud as your big moment. You see a lot of technique in that page. Brush strokes, very clear, evident. I bet you he drew this. I bet you he painted this piece much smaller than a lot of those other pages, because you could see so much technique in here. You could see the pigments in his paint in ways that you can't anywhere else.
It wouldn't surprise me if he painted it multiple times. It wouldn't surprise me if he painted a different version as like the big finish piece and then went, you know what, I like this one better, and picked a different size. It's hard to tell.
I do think that this is much smaller.
It's a hard thing to, that's an atypical page compared to the rest of this book too.
Yeah.
So probably not one he has a lot of reps on.
So the bomb burst, man. And the bomb burst in, I believe, a very Enola Gay, Fat Man, Little Boy kind of way. Because, like, from what I remember, and it's been a while since I really read up on it, but, like, the bomb burst in the sky. It didn't land. It didn't touch the ground. And that's what happens here. Like, that bomb was meant to touch the ground and cause even more damage, right? No? No? So we're saying that the bomb did what it's supposed to do?
Looks like it to me.
Okay.
I don't understand the choice whenever they're like, is it the humans or the superhumans?
Yeah.
Like, I don't get that, because it seems like wherever that bomb's going off, this is what you're getting.
Right.
And it's in the middle of a wasteland at this point anyway, so what humans? The ones that got zapped with, Captain Atom in the beginning?
You know what it is, man? It's a conversation from Clerks about destroying the second Death Star when there's janitors and people working the deli counter and things at the prison. So they didn't want any part of this, and they just got liquefied. But as an image, that's fantastic, dude. Because you have these other real skeletons, you have these skeletons that have these like armors and stuff. You got dudes turning to rock. That's really sweet.
It's a bizarre ending, too, where he's like, Superman feels completely alone. He need not. There were survivors.
Yeah, right.
There are fewer in number, and the pain is great, but the war is over. Like, what are we talking about here?
It's like...
So you're suggesting Superman shouldn't have any reaction, Spectre? He should be cool? We only killed like 90% of your buddies.
Right.
And what does that even mean?
And the rest of them are barefoot Gen people, man. Like, they ain't going to live much longer, really. But this is Superman going buck wild.
You could have sold this better, too. Because the fear is, here comes Superman for whatever pounds of flesh that he wants to collect. These guys should be running away, not towards the building. It should be like, there's a Superman on the warpath. I'm going to get on the other side of the planet as fast as I can. Like you get it here.
Yeah. But Jimmy, the soldiers are trained to go into harm's way.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do against Superman.
And he's really not doing much. He's kind of holding steady.
I'm also curious about Batman surviving this incident.
I know, right?
Like, he's in the sky. Like, he's closer to the bomb than ground. He is the ground zero of that bomb explosion.
Right.
But you can't kill Batman.
Of course not. And
The golden
there
goose.
had to be some point to our preacher character. So he's going to convince Superman to stay a Boy Scout. Real ominous looking. When you get that uplighting, you're able to create that menace. There's our wispy-haired Magog. Bret Hart's been doing publicity a lot lately. His hair don't look far different than that, to be honest.
You know, I think he could also have Bill Murray could play him.
Yeah,
In the movie.
Yeah, totally.
Imagine Bill Murray with that CGI body under him.
Look at the support system Batman needs to just function as a superhero, dude.
Yeah, he's about one or two sequels from just a head in a jar on top of that body armor.
So we're gonna get hyperbolic with Captain Marvel. He sacrificed himself. So in a League of Nations, United Nations, he's gonna get a flag.
I just tell me what the alternative was.
Right.
How could Captain Marvel have done anything but die?
Yeah.
It was either the bomb's going to go off and everybody at Ground Zero dies, or you're going to detonate it in the air and mostly everybody's going to die. Right? Those are the two options. It's a pretty peculiar ending.
Sure. Now Batman is a white knight. You know, he's got some white sentinels to offer triage to people, and using the old Wayne Manor as kind of a ground zero FEMA camp.
Also, the old man waistline. Gotta love that.
Sure, the paunch. You know,
Big,
he's eating
big
well.
stocky guy. Those jeans are hiked up there.
And are we still putting Luthor to work after all of his transgressions?
And are we back to the, like, let's keep these prisoners against their will doing what we want them to do? This is a labor camp.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, dude. Going full FEMA with it. The goddess Athena is reinstated in her role in, is it Amazonia or something? Like Wonder Woman land? You get through dialogue that she was ousted from the community. And she gets to go back.
Are we at all surprised that one of our survivors in this new paradise is Swastika Man?
Setting up a very goth memorial at the wasteland for all the fallen, and you could tell that Alex Ross is way more into like Mike Sikowski comics than Scott Williams, Jim Lee comics, just by that chest hair alone. Tell me that ain't a frightening thing to look at right there, man. That's Superman with the glasses, the spectacles. Don't get candy from that guy in a van.
Quite a chin on that guy. Inspector takes off his hood and it's Rorschach.
I know, right? It looks like Jason Blood, but I think the name of Spectre is Jimmy Corrigan. I think that's his name, like in the comics.
It is Corrigan. Is it Jimmy?
I think it's James Corrigan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, put Chris Ware in this comic. He was a Chicago guy. You think Chris was kicking it with Alex Ross? Terry Laban is the connective tissue. You know, he's got a call out in the back of this thing, man, and he was connected. He was doing those like little zines and stuff. Those little Tijuana Bibles with Klaus and Chris Ware that you see in like the Art of Klaus and things. So Jimmy Corrigan, he's back to being the smartest man on earth, and he's a Christian man, holy man. He's going to church, and look at that, man. The congregation is more, so it all works out for everybody. But I will say that goddamn Norman McKay, full Colonel Sanders kind of garb.
I do like the and that hope is brightest when it dawns from fear. Yeah, man. You're from your mouth to media's ears.
Yeah, totally right.
If it bleeds, it leads.
1 year later, we're going back to the restaurant, man.
Rob Liefeld, Captain America.
But that's a dad bod, you know? Like, that's a full dad bod. I mean, this is Dean Cain. Probably Lois and Clark was probably on right there. I think this guy is one of those dudes from Law and Order, and I think that's Archie Goodwin right here. I think we're getting some stuff in.
I love Archie Goodwin appearances.
Yeah.
Because he is such a comic character visually.
Totally. This is what Martian Manhunter looked like in the old comics. You know, just a straight up regular bald guy. Like if you've seen it in black and white, it wouldn't look like anything. He didn't have that firm brow.
That's fantastic.
That's Yvonne Craig as Batgirl from the 60s show for sure.
Yeah, well done.
Oh, maybe that's about what Alex Ross looked like with his receding hairline, but still keeping that long hair back in those tumultuous 1990s. See, I think this is Bruce Timm, this guy right here. From the old photos and stuff I saw, he had that kind of hair and things.
That looks right. Even a little bit of rosy cheeks there. I feel like the caricatures and self-portraits I've seen of him have that quality.
I wonder if that's like a Dave Gibbons. We're getting stuff in here now, man. We're definitely getting some things in here. The Shazam glass is the one that you see at all the flea markets.
I have one of those.
The Shazam?
I should have brought it for a prop.
Yeah, you should have. What were the other heroes like this? Wonder Woman and
it
Superman.
might be a Flash.
Yeah. Like those ones go quick, but you'll see Shazam at Rossi's flea market all the time.
It's so weird to see Alex Ross doing these kinds of pages.
Right.
I kind of love it, but also it just feels like such a departure.
Yeah, but this is also his jerk off, you know, because like he'll get to draw all the stuff he didn't get to draw. So it's probably like the Mego Batman toy car. He's putting in more of his friends. Like I'm sure this is somebody he knows. Like that's the thing. It's very very self-indulgent kind of comic maker. You know, King Tut from the Batman Adam West TV show. Like very very self-indulgent creator. Is deeply fanboyish. So this is his, swan song moment, and it's all about answering that Mallrats question of Wonder Woman's fallopian tubes are the only ones strong enough to hold Superman's baby.
And probably the greatest characterization of old man Bruce Wayne is the well done steak he orders.
Right. Yeah. Well done. You just read that Bourdain book.
Yes.
You know, you save the worst cuts of meat for those old senior citizens.
That's right.
Who are going to order well done.
Yeah, it's hard for me to reconcile Bruce Wayne ordering that way, but I guess that's the emphasis on the old man Bruce Wayne.
That's Trump shit, you know, like isn't he like the steak and ketchup guy?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think so. I think it was a big deal whenever they were showing that stuff off. Like this guy right here, that's somebody, right? Like that's too good a face to be a kayfabe face. Boom. So every volume of this is probably the first hardcover to come out, and you get a little back matter. You get a little clue into who all the characters are.
Yep, that stuff's consistent in my edition. I don't know if you want to flip through any.
I do. This is the bulk of the promo materials in 1996. There's not too much. You know, it's a very slight amount. This is going to be your cover.
We did Nightfall recently, and it was like, one good thing that DC got right on Nightfall. One good thing that DC got right is in there keeping these books in print.
Totally.
This edition that I have, I was like, oh, it's probably 20th anniversary. No, that had come like a couple years before this. It's just keeping, these are perennials.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that DC's really gotten right over the years, and despite Alan Moore's objections, it really is like, this is a book that you can sell to generation after generation, so why make it hard for them to find it?
Yeah, and it's probably the easiest one to find. You got this recently?
Yeah, recently.
Yeah. So here's all your Easter egg moments, probably. And then because it's been 20
Yeah, I was going to say,
years,
look at the amount of promo art that has been produced since then. So many things. Like I say, that's what happens if it's perennial, is you keep promoting it. You got a new printing, you got a new hardcover, you have the Absolute Edition, the 20th Anniversary Edition. You promo all that stuff.
Still the same page. Like that's interesting. Like let's see another one.
How about that?
Some more thumbs.
His layouts are so good.
And look at it. It's all on one piece of paper.
Yeah.
So when they show off this like 3¼ inch thumbnail here, like that's one of like 12, 9 on the page. You hit the exact proportion so that like you get it right at this stage, and you could blow it up and pretty much trace it off. Like, one of the things you don't really notice in any of this is pencil marks, you know, because like he gives himself pretty slight line. What do you think this shit is, man? Back like reading order shit?
This is stuff like other appearances of these characters.
Oh, I see.
It probably has that one that we looked at, that we were trying to remember like what it was called. I'm sure it's listed in there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because they've spun this off in so many different directions, and you know, again, why not? It all goes back to like, you keep selling a version of Kingdom Come, they're all profit. You know, this book's in the black for the last 20, you know, whenever it came out, 10 minutes later it goes into the black, so just keep selling them.
Here's your so-and-so begat so-and-so type shit.
Yeah. So much planning. You get to see some of the references, and just, we're going to go through
We recognize
scripts.
this fella's face. You know, like, I mean, that's the Thor face, that's Captain...
And these are like from initial drafts, and then like each version just gets built out thicker and thicker and thicker. Outline, then outline of an issue, then I think it's the third draft of the issue is
That's cool.
What's put in here. Yeah, third draft of the script. So you really see it build.
Yeah, they did their thing, you know, and it is a perennial. If you read Twilight of the Gods, you realize like there is a better way, there is a more compelling way, but love the one you're with, not the one you want, or however that goes.
Yeah, at some point pretty early on, I think Twilight of the Gods was no longer going to be on the table for Alan Moore.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the future makes sense though. Anything post Dark Knight, and I mean even DC's always kind of told those future stories.
It's true.
So it makes sense in a way that I don't know that you do this as easily with the Marvel property.
You can tell that this is still pretty old because they still have to put that goofy label on it because the Wednesday Warrior gives a shit about continuity and things.
Yeah, I wonder when that just disappears, when they recognize this doesn't actually
Probably when
this
they
doesn't
just-
sell an extra copy.
Probably when they put it #1 on the cover every 2 years or something, they're like, you know what, it's all Elseworlds. Anything that doesn't have this DC logo is fucking Elseworlds, man, for the past 30 years. I remember when this logo came out, and there was such a backlash. Like, Martin Glazer
People hate change.
fucking made this logo. You want to do better than that?
So that's about all I have to say on Kingdom Come.
Yeah, for sure.
It's an achievement, no doubt about it. It's interesting where you can push comics. You know, like this is something that completely invented by Alex Ross. Even though
Totally.
these are characters that have been around forever, you can't do this without his style there.
No, it's true. And you know, in both cases, Marvel's with Kurt Busiek, Kingdom Come with Mark Waid, you have an in-kind fanboy writer who's a part of it. Kurt Busiek brings a lot of chops to the game and can structure a story like nobody's business, but he is a scholar of Silver Age Marvel Comics in the same way that Mark Waid is a scholar. Like, we looked at some wizard and he was talking about he knows like the secretary's name of so-and-so bad guy or something. Like, he's deep in this DC shit. So like, you know, like, this is fanboy comics. This is fanboy comics at the highest level.
It is, and from the standpoint of a creator, you know, tying it into wrestling, this is Alex Ross can do this stuff that nobody else can do, right? He can take these characters and he can make them into gods.
Yeah.
Now you got to find a vehicle for that, because otherwise you might just be a cover artist. We've seen a lot of great painters that come through comics and they're cover artists. They never invest in themselves enough to figure out what's the vehicle to really get me over.
Yeah.
Ross does it twice.
Yeah.
You know, with Marvel's and Kingdom Come, like, he basically shows up and goes, I'll be the painter in comics. and you know, a lot of this is driven by his creative. So
Yeah.
it is a guy taking control of his own destiny and really taking advantage of what his skill set is.
Yeah, man. Super good. You good?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is last Saturday in July. We're urging you to go to your free Little Lending libraries in your neighborhood and put in your comic book doubles, put in your comp copies as a creator, and fill those things to the brim. Like, we need to generate more comic readers out there in the future. We're doing everything we can. We're taking action. We're not sitting here crying and complaining that there ain't enough people reading comics. Do something about it. Go give some comics away and participate in Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, the last Saturday in July. the Patreon for Cartoonist Kayfabe is available to you at the link in the description below this video, and that is a place where you're going to be able to mitigate the kayfabe effect, get all of our videos well ahead of time before anybody else gets them, and join us in the live stream chat room while we record this stuff. We got some great feedback from the chat room to help this conversation about Kingdom Come move forward. Always invite new King Kayfabers to support the comics that way, the videos that way. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got.
My latest comic is True Crime Funnies. You can join me on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg. They read it first. They got the download first. But you can pick it up on my website as a digital download, along with about a dozen other comics of mine. You can also check out some of the stores that have started buying it. Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next book. It'll be out later this year from Image Comics, and it collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. We just put out a new edition of that through Image Comics. You should be able to get wherever you buy comics. You can also pick up Plain Jane's and Hulk Grand Design.
Where's my thing, man? I'll use this one for now. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you. 504 pages, 140 pages of additional material that is not in those original 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. It is the 50th anniversary of hip hop culture. Support this book. Order it early so that you can secure your copy. We just had to send these things off to print. So there's going to be a finite amount of them once this sees the light of day, and thousands of people have already put in their orders for this comic, so snooze you lose, man. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you from Marvel this holiday season. Both of these books available to you this holiday season. Eddie P is Santa Claus this year. It's going to contain all 3 volumes of my X-Men Grand Design comic. Scoop that up for the X-Men lover in your life. And Red Room Crypto Killers is the current comic that I'm putting out into the universe. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the subject matter of Red Room Comics. There are 2 trade paperbacks out there in the wild right now. Crypto Killers is the 3rd and final season. I urge you to grab issue number 3 of Crypto Killers because it's going to feature a backup story that is the proto version of the daily comic strip that I am working on, that I will begin serializing on my Patreon sooner than later and out into the wider world at a later date. Support our books, keep the channel rocking that way. But there are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video. And our latest design there, the wrestling mask Cartoonist Kayfabe design, has been selling like gangbusters. So thanks everybody for that.
All good ways to support the channel. Jimmy, give them the marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Cool. I'm going to charge this up. I'll record the Hawk and Dove, and I'll record the script thing. We'll record the Mad on your thing. And whatever your gimmicks are.
Hey, you want to stay in that seat and do the Mad?
You know, I wouldn't mind taking a side step, man, and drinking a little bit and stuff. I could really use some sips. Oh, I should grab that Akira. Because it's just worth the chat a little bit.
Yeah.
Because so many people are like it's a criminal offense, you know?
If you guys are pulling books from home, here's what we're going to be looking at on my tour. This is the first McFarlane Spider-Man. And man, the dates in there are going to blow your mind. David Mazzucchelli, Marvel Fanfare 40. This is the end of Mazzucchelli's Marvel DC superhero kind of stuff. You could argue that this isn't a superhero comic, but it is a Marvel comic for sure. And here's something a little bit different for us. And this is a James Jean Process Recess. So this is like his first, I think it's his first art book. But excerpts from his sketchbooks and some of the early days of James Jean playing on both sides of the fine art and the comics and illustration fence. And kind of a mind blower for all you drawers in the audience. If you haven't seen this before, there's some mind-blowing stuff in here, man. That dude can do stuff with pens that most of us can't. So that's what's coming up in these next couple of videos if you guys like to pull out.
I'm gonna have you grab a volume real quick and try to find, like, I looked through these really fast. I don't think it's in there. Let's do 5 and 6 and then go back through. It's a splash page.
Is it?
You know, I think so. It's a big image. And you know what? If you even show the Kayfabers that image in that Spider-Man comic, like, they might be able to pull up that in. They might just know faster. There it is.
What we're looking for, guys, this image of the boardroom meeting, that is pulling from an Otomo piece in Akira. We're going to try to find it. If you know what it is at home, throw it up in the comments.
Yeah, which volume, yada yada.
And how did you find it for the...
Well, I knew it, and then I posted, hey man, does this come from thing? And then somebody sent me that image.
Ah, gotcha.
I think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be the last couple. Like, I think it must have been in one of the ones I looked at.
Yeah, I feel like you can't look too quick because it's going to fly by.
But it's when the government is still together, so, like, it's either...
Do you think Ross gets paid whenever they do like the text adaptation of Kingdom Come?
That's a good question. I don't think so. Unless he worked that deal out.
It's in that kind of mid-90s time whenever you could get a favorable deal. And he strikes me as somebody that had an agent and a lawyer probably negotiating his deals.
Yeah.
But it's so hard to tell.
You almost need those kind of text adaptations to get all the story that they wanted.
Yes.
Into the thing. They would do that with the movies too.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, it seemed like that was
Keaton
a
movies and shit.
Well, the movie thing goes back because movies would do it on their own too. Like there's a long history of that, but DC really seemed to capitalize with stuff like Night Falls and Deaths of Superman, which they might have learned from the movie adaptations. It's so funny to think like you're publishing books, and then you're publishing book adaptations of your books.
Right. Yeah, I think it's from the first couple. And if we don't find it like very fast, like we'll just go. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Sean. It's in the first volume. Yeah, it makes sense, man. Because that government is still together. Ah, there it is. Sweet. Thank you so much. Found it. Hey Jimmy, you know when we do the Dark Knight, we have Klaus with us on that.
Yeah, I like that. I'd like to talk to him again. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Don't let me forget to shoot the commercial.
Yep.
We'll do this video and then that'll be the warm up.
So I have this ready to go.
Yep.
You can just do what you need with that. Thanks so much, Sean.
That's crazy. Isn't that crazy?
This is too, by the way. That's
Yeah.
that's cribbed from Otomo also. Like you think McFarlane is going to be doing these like pentagonal fucking perspective shots? Fuck no.
It's so interesting to think that there's multiple Otomo lifts
Yeah.
in his work. Must have been getting comps of Akira, the epic Akiras.
Or just collecting them, you know. Like I mean, that was
He doesn't strike me as a guy collecting comics.
I mean, he talks about like buying every comic that was out.
Yeah, I guess.
If you remember, this came in from the Kayfabe audience.
This did.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it was cause like it was about 5 issues, and of course, the Venom issue ain't in there. But like, I think I might have the subsequent one.
I have a big run of these, but I don't have the 300. Where the hell is that?
Just move it around and see if you can find it. Put your
Right here.
skin in there. Yeah, there it is. Good.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe.
You know what? Do it as your favorite comic channel, because I just like that. Your favorite comic channel. It feels so personal. Cool.
Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into today's episode, I want to remind everybody that we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. At the King Kayfaber level, you are watching us record this and contributing to the conversation. You're also getting access to all of our videos early, which gives you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. You'll be the first one in line if you're trying to track down the books that we're talking about this episode or any episode. I also want to remind everybody that it is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July time. The last Saturday in July, we ask our audience to pull out some of their doubles, pull out some of their comps, pull out some of their comics, and put them in the little local lending libraries in your neighborhood. Let's try to grow some new readers. This is the second year in a row that we are doing the Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. Had a great result last year. So take pictures of those little lending libraries with comics shining through that front window. Grow some new readers. To look today at Amazing Spider-Man number 298 from March 1988. Why is this issue important? Todd McFarlane's first Spider-Man.
This brings me back in such a major way. I don't know why I knew that I had the first appearance of Chance comic. I think maybe he had a card in the first Marvel universe or something like that. But like, this is the first appearance of Chance. I remember having the first appearance of Puma during the Ron Frenz run of Spider-Man, Silver Sable, another McFarlane, and Rage, the Avengers. Like, and so it felt like at that time the speculator boom was going on and shit. So it's like, I better keep these comics good. I had the Venom comic also, but like, I liked that one so much that I fucking destroyed the hell out of that thing. But I was picking these up like off the racks as they were coming out, man. And I knew McFarlane from Hulk, but like this, you know, I'm in kindergarten. Like, I am able to read at this point, and I knew his name well, man.
It's pretty neat to see like that McFarlane webbing right here, front and center.
Totally.
You know, right out of the gate. Because some of this stuff, you'll see McFarlane isms as we go through here, and the cover really shows some of those, probably because he's inking himself.
Exactly.
But, you know, some of the little stylistic pieces, big eyes already there on our first McFarlane cover here.
You see your noodles everywhere. This would come from Michael Golden, who's a important ingredient in the Image Founding Fathers.
One of the things that blew my mind whenever I was going through it this week, this is March 1988.
Yeah.
2 years later, we get Spider-Man #1. Like, McFarlane becomes... this was not a great selling book, this issue. Within 2 years, it sells 3 million copies whenever McFarlane's writing and drawing the launch of a new Spider-Man comic. Like, 2 years.
I think so much...
2 years.
Yeah, I think so much of that success, like, early on, like... One of his big tenets was, let's get him out of this stupid black costume. It's quite possible that if he wasn't there, kind of banging that drum, that maybe that's just Spider-Man's costume, you know? Like, that's what it becomes. But he's like, this is stupid. Like, let me draw the fucking real the Spider-Man that I know. And they went that direction, you know? They went that direction really quick, where you get like a cameo kind of thing, man. Bob McLeod on inks, and takes a lot of really polishes up McFarlane in a giant way, takes off a lot of the rough edges, but also in effect makes it basic. This perspective stuff, right? That's like you know, Gen 1 6th grade perspective class kind of shit. But one of the things that struck me with this issue, Jimmy, you could keep going, is really how much is required to draw as a penciler in, you know, old school comics. There is a lot of story going on here. McFarlane still isn't in that place where he's so comfortable in doing his like 3-panel pages and things. So he's squeezing a lot in for sure.
Tough to read this book.
Yeah,
look at the word count on a page like this.
Yeah, and it reads for shit. But like, you could see these images like this and just assume that Bob McLeod is softening up those faces. Like, sexy chicks is not really something that comes to mind when you think of Todd McFarlane. I was thinking how well drafted this building is. Like the windows are reasonably evenly spaced and stuff. That feels very considered.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and it's a very mild 3-point perspective, because you can see this building. It's not parallel to this vertical, so you've got your 1 point coming out this way. You can see like the angles here coming out, you know, somewhere over here. Your vanishing point for 2 points, and then if you watch, it tapers. So it's a very mild, like your third point is way down off your drawing table.
Are you sure it's not just a little Dutch, a little tilt? Because like
I'm 100% positive we could line it up and it would work. Because you can see like how these lines run, you know, like they're tapering.
Okay.
It's small, but you can see it like on the windows. That's, you know, like it really reinforces it.
It's just wild because I mean that vanishing point is like behind the artist.
It's outside this wall behind us. I think.
Yeah. Like how do you do that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. And you know, could it be faked? It could. You know, it could. You figure out your middle, and then you just kind of roll a little bit either side.
It's so well constructed.
And it could be one McLeod has to kind of manage. And maybe you turn your page this way just to do those parallel lines, you know, to get it on your drawing table. But I like that because like I would always learn 3-point perspective as pretty severe.
Right.
You know, like those points were somewhere that you could find them on your drawing table, which means it was very much like you know, it was ending a couple inches below the page or the panel.
Yeah.
In this case, just subtle. Works out all right. But I mean, like, what a dull page. And we're going to look at another book this week of Rob Liefeld, 1988, so very early on. And I always think, like, what you see are, like, middle shot, middle shot, middle shot. You know, a lot of the same.
Yeah.
Mark of a early work.
You know what the difference is, too, though, is presumably this is Marvel Method, and the DC stuff is from script. So McFarlane has to... I want to know what the script looks like, because it looks like he wouldn't choose to do any of this. Mm-hmm. That this would all be Michelini notes in the setup and shit. Once again, that face, that's like a Bob Daub Church of the Subgenius clip art kind of, like, that's McLeod.
I just picked up a copy of Church of the Subgenius this week.
Nice, man. Are you ordained yet?
Not yet. Hey, speaking of weird perspectives, look at how bizarre this stuff is. And it's, I think, because like basically this bottom line is your baseline, even though you're up in the air.
Right.
It's very odd. Strange.
Which you would attribute more that's McFarlane. Like, you know, that other one was like so well done that you just don't know.
This one, in the future, McFarlane's going to master this because you're going to see Spider-Man in all kinds of wild orientations across the panel. But in this one, it's almost ground level, and he's just coming at you straight ahead. Very odd.
It adds speed, though, for some reason. There's a speed component to that.
And then you flip right to the next page, and we get one of those bizarre point of views.
Yeah.
So that, to me, becomes a hallmark of McFarlane's Spider-Man. But you only see glimpses of the little Spider-Man-esque elements. How about this for a little bit of an Eisnerian...
That's the octopus.
Yeah.
This is so funny. Like, he's so ham-fisted, he's going to think he's going to get his old lady wet with that.
It's a very believable apartment, though.
It
Almost
is.
the card table folded up, folding chairs next to it.
Just moving in.
It's funny.
Every female face is redone. Like, this feels McFarlane-ish. Like, he'll do those kind of big eyes and stuff. But every face becomes a Bob McLeod female face. You see the little bits of the early McFarlane faces in
who McFarlane's pulling from, and we saw this in Spawn Batman. I believe there's a background or two that are clipped right out of Akira and dropped in.
Literally clipped. Like, those ones are like stat images and things, man. We saw all this shit that Todd has to draw already in this 20. So like, you have to sometimes cut corners to just have a life, to live and make these comics. Like, this is not, you know. Artists can cheat now, like with Marvel and DC. They're not doing runs. Who does a run anymore? And I'm talking a real run. I'm not talking a 6-issue arc or something. That might be the max that you get. These dudes are on the hook for a year and are expected to make a monthly deadline. So you do some sampling. That's what they call it in hip hop, man. You sample some gimmicks. You see where it falls apart when he tries, because there's no perspective back here. So he puts a wall, and it abuses all of the perspective that Otomo put together, because the wall would be like, the line would be here, probably, or something, or like maybe like right there, but it pushes it real far out. Long history though, man. Like, he uses a lot of that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's interesting to me to see that stuff.
Can't be a good guy with that mustache.
No, and man, the cigarette, he was kind of ahead of the Marvel policy on there. Put that in the bad guy's mouth.
Great arrow. Look at Chance showing up like the little vampire boy in Salem's Lot.
It seems like McFarlane was I hate to say an overnight sensation, but like, he gets on Spider-Man and it's just about instant, right? That it's a hit.
But yeah, sure. But he is putting in fucking mad equity with Roy Thomas. He did 400 pages of Roy Thomas.
I'm not suggesting he doesn't have years under his belt. What I'm suggesting is, when you look at this, Ed, do you go, oh yeah, this is so much better than Ron Frenz or John Romita Jr. or whoever isn't selling Spider-Man?
It requires like he's allowed to ink those covers. Here, go back just one more time. It requires, like, when he inks himself, he becomes himself. Look at this kind of shit. See, like, I'm sure he took a photo or some other comic thing of this. Maybe that's even also an Otomo piece. I don't know. But look at what's required to make this comic happen. We got Daily Bugle stuff. We got boardrooms. We got cityscapes. We got wharfs that you now have to draw. Like, comics makes you a power illustrator. The amount of stuff that you have to draw in a comic, certainly if there's set pieces and things like this, it makes you a fucking badass when it comes to illustration. But a part of illustration is finding those like little shortcuts. Like, you at home who is sitting there talking shit about him stealing something, you could take the exact reference that he took and you will not be able to do this. Your thing will look crusty because there's an art to the crib. Very little Spider-Man in this gimmick.
Like I said, reading this, you know, we talked about the artist edition of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Michelini's not helping his artist much.
No, not at all. Like I mean, we have to get him out of the mixture as soon as possible too. New Universe. This is Jim Shooter's answer to Dark Knight Returns. If you take a look at our courtroom depositions.
This is the end of the end of that too. Tom DeFalco at this point's editor in chief. So this is the New Universe limping along 2 years after launch, and I think that's about it for that. That art was good, though.
Look at that. Yeah,
John
John
Romita Jr. in that ad.
They used, look at this. Jimmy, can you imagine being tasked with doing this in about a 3 or 4 week span?
Yeah, and you do see these moments. You know, like that's pretty good. We're starting to see the acrobatic Spider-Man.
That's good. Doesn't it? Imagine that's like some kind of cloaca or some sort of vent where that's coming out. It's not hands.
I don't want to imagine that, Ed. Sorry you pointed that out. Can't unsee it now. Let's see. So, yeah.
Little DeLuca.
Interesting screen use in the back there.
Yeah, and you know the cool thing that they did was they chopped it because like it gets so severe that it's almost black if you like really look at that screen. So you chop it a little bit to make it feel a little bit more organic.
Might be a McLeod choice too. Like we might have had kind of these loose pencil lines, something along this effect, and perhaps McLeod chooses that. Very good graphic for, you know, a black costume Spider-Man. That screen I think works really well.
I think this happens a lot.
You see it here too. Like there are a couple of screens sprinkled throughout.
Right, and we're getting to the end, and presumably he's inking these pages in order, but we're getting like a big fat brush for this water. And at the perspective that it is, you know, because I was looking at how Foster prints Valiants and stuff, and the thickness of it fucks up the perspective, because like you see these super thin lines with boxes, and these are the biggest, thickest brushes. It looks like you're right up on that water.
You're right about that cool DeLuca effect, because it almost extends to this next
it
panel.
Does,
it's
totally.
Almost like a bounce.
All you have to do is put one more dude.
Yeah. Yeah, so there are these moments where you start to see what McFarlane can do.
But he's growing, because like that was an action beat. Like late period McFarlane, he would draw like that would be a big piece, and you would squeeze in all that little nonsense. I just, you know, I marvel at the amount of rigor, like all these tough things that this guy has to draw in just a couple of weeks. And are we there yet? Okay, no, it's just monthly. We're gonna be approaching a point, and maybe this is even an issue. There was a month where he drew 100 pages. He did a Hulk. In fact, it might be this, because he did a Hulk, he did a Spider-Man, and he did Infinity Incorporated, and something was bi-weekly. So, like, does this become bi-weekly at some point?
It does.
Okay,
there's
so
at least one bi-weekly, like a 3-month period.
So there
might be 2.
So he might be doing Hulk also with this, because if he's doing a Hulk issue, bi-weekly Spider-Mans, and that Infinity issue, that suggests that he's still on Hulk.
This is a good action page too. Like there's some good Spider-Man poses throughout there. The Chance character that I really don't have any grasp of like what he is or what he does.
Yeah, just like a rich boy cat burglar is his deal.
You know, this is McFarlane-esque to me. It's not quite there yet. But you're starting to see like the cartoon version of, you know, like a caricature almost that informs these character designs.
When Todd McFarlane ain't swiping from Otomo, like this is the Todd McFarlane cityscape.
Yeah, you'll see that in Spawn.
Yeah,
so this is one that he keeps with him for a while. Is this a reissue? It must be a reissue,
yeah,
right?
2 years after. But you know what? It was so remaindered that maybe they were just sitting on them. As we get to the end of the issue, like there's more tone and things. Like I feel like we're down to the wire, even when it comes to the inking.
This page reads pretty well to me.
Sure.
And now we've got shades of things to come. Is this our first Venom?
Pretty much. It's a cameo appearance if you believe Wizard magazines, man. This is very McFarlane-ish. It really should just be up. little bump right there, I think. Pretty good ominous figure, give no eyes.
Something that we would see in McFarlane, the use of strong blacks there.
And then
put a shadow on it.
And then we're just like really taking a flyer on this page. So we're going to stat up the background. And with the Rob Liefeld conversation, you can leave that to the Romita Raiders to do. Like, Bob McLeod don't even have to do that shit.
This is a really funny sequence, because here's what he's doing. Very, very soon.
Totally.
Like, he's moving that in and out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. Like I mean, there's emoji versions of that. Like the little crybabies on Twitter, they'll do the hand clap,
yeah,
and then a word. So it'll be like hand clap. Not everything is for you.
Right. Very funny. So, kind of a inauspicious beginning, I think, for McFarlane on Amazing Spider-Man. Like, I read this week and was like, I don't know. I don't know if I would have read this in real time and went, this is the guy to follow.
Right.
Or imagine what he's going to do over this next couple of years run on this character.
He shows up as McFarlane kind of more on the Hulk stuff. Like now I don't know why it just didn't come to mind until we were going through this stuff. But I think maybe more of his energy was on Hulk, because like he would start to show up more. You would see some more of the ticks and more of the like kind of Jeff Purvis energy kind of over there. But yeah, like, you know, it's whatever. This is pretty cool.
I wonder which issue he starts inking himself on Spider-Man.
Yeah,
because I think that comes and goes a little bit too as he gets into bi-weeklies and
right.
You know, it's a crazy schedule. I was trying to figure out. I think he does about 24 issues of Spider-Man over the next 2 years.
That's the magic number.
Because I think it's like 328 is that Hulk. It's the Hulk crossover, but he's done by then. Like, that's kind of a fill-in issue that he comes back for. But again, that's 30 issues from now. So there's a couple of fill-ins here and there throughout, and then he kind of leaves the book. Does one last issue with that Hulk crossover, and now it's Spider-Man time.
That is the magic number when it comes to the big runs. This is a conversation that Fife and I have had a bunch of times, where you point out the big great runs, and it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care about your inertia of doing a 100-issue arc or something like that. There's like 2-year windows. You know, that there's 2-year window of Frank Miller, like Daredevil. It's all. And of like him writing, drawing, doing that stuff, man. There's the 2-year window here. There's 2 years basically of like Rob Liefeld with New Mutants into X-Force, Jim Lee with X-Men. It's like 24 issues is the magic number when it comes to this era.
Is that I was gonna say, is that a modern thing? Because I think of like Byrne doing Fantastic Four. There aren't that many big runs.
No, like that's what I'm saying, man. That's what the keyboard clackers are going to be saying. Oh, but there was a run of 50 issues. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the best of that. You shoot your wad after 24, and then it becomes average. It becomes a mechanism. It becomes just keep this train rolling. The probably one of the people that would sort of go against it would be Carl Barks, who kind of kept the Ducks kind of fresh and interesting, but who wasn't bound by this kind of superhero nonsense. He could do so much other stuff and explore other ideas just using those characters as MacGuffins. But in superhero comics, out of that 100 issues of Fantastic Four, there's a 24 issue run in the middle. That's the good stuff. It's not the first bit and it's not the last bit.
And that Fantastic Four is the Kirby run you're referring to.
Exactly, yeah.
I would be curious to see how they do the postal numbers for like the McFarlane years across this, and even into like Spider-Man, because you get about 3 years worth of McFarlane Spider-Man spread out over those two titles, and I swear this was not a great selling book when he takes over.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see the actual numbers on there, but this is where it starts, you know? I mean, like in some ways, this is the beginning of Image, because this is going to be the thing that launches him to a position of like, yeah, I got to do this myself.
Totally.
I got to be in control of this stuff.
Yeah, and we just know, like, it's not like he grows into a man with that kind of confidence and ego and stuff. I'm sure he's had it his whole life. He's also plays sports, because like there's a ego that comes with that kind of, you know, confidence level and all that stuff, man. So like, he's in the game for 2 years at this point, and his art is not sexy. Like, he's down with Art Adams. He likes Art Adams shit. That is maybe the result. That's what his pencils look like, but that ain't the end result. Once these like seasoned job guy inkers, who probably are tasked with toning it down. You know, maybe Tom DeFalco was saying to Bob McLeod, you need to make this look more like the Ron Friends shit that just came, so that kids don't get confused, or whatever kind of ill-conceived logics, you know, existed at that time.
I wonder if Romita Sr. talked to McFarlane at all. Because, I mean, Spider-Man's kind of the Romita character, right? And he's art director there. Be curious if we talk to McFarlane again, if he's got any stories along those lines.
There's that one issue with the Taskmaster where I think the final splash is Taskmaster with like tombstones, and all the tombstones, it's like Friends, Romita, Ditko, it's all those names, man. Andrew, and that's fucking McFarlane saying you're all dead. It's Robert De Niro, Al Capone, and fucking Untouchables. I want him dead, dead, like that type of shit, man. Good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe comic book Christmas in July is coming. It's the last Saturday in July. Jimmy, myself, and over 1,000 other Cartoonist Kayfabers participated in the event last year. What we're doing is taking our doubles, taking extra comics, spending a couple dollars in the dollar bins, getting a bunch of good stuff. We're taking it around the neighborhood and putting these comics into the free little lending libraries that adorn our streets in an effort to increase comic awareness. People are going to stop by those little free little lending libraries. They're going to see a cool comic face out, and they're going to be intrigued enough to pick it up. Percentage of those people are going to become comic book readers, man. We became comic readers kind of by accident. We got to create a situation where people happen upon comics. It's the way we choose. We are also supported by the patrons at our Patreon. Go to our Patreon, become a King Kayfaber. What that gets you? All our videos well ahead of time, so that mitigates the kayfabe effect. And the King Kayfabers are hanging out with us in the chat room right now while we're recording these videos live. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
My latest book, True Crime Funnies, is available for digital download on my website or on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg, where I post my latest comics and art. My next book will be coming out from Image. That is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be out later this year, collecting all of my Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Image just released a new edition of Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. So get both. They'll look good as a set on your shelf, and you'll have all the Street Angel comics that I have made. You can also pick up The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, and Hulk out in a beautiful fluorescent green cover, oversized. You can't miss it. One of my favorite books I ever made. So pick that one up now while it's still in print.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for the holidays. We just hit the print button to make these books actual thing. What you're looking at is a cover proof of that book with the fly ass gold foil. Check that good shit out, man. We're collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there for the 10th anniversary. It's the 50th anniversary of hip hop itself. We're including 140 pages of additional art and material, bunch of art that I created explicitly for this book to make it just the ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree in time for the holidays. Secure your copy early so that you are guaranteed to get yours, because if you snooze, you lose. You might have to wait for that second printing, and who knows how long that's going to take for that to come. But that's not the only holiday effort that's coming out. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is going to be hitting the stands in November. This is going to present all of my X-Men Grand Design work, probably a 260, 270 page trade paperback that collects some of the out-of-print volumes of X-Men Grand Design. So it's the Grand Design that started them all. Scoop it up and get a full sample of my X-Men work. Red Room Crypto Killers is the comic I'm putting together right now, out on the stands now. Issue 2 came out recently. The third issue is going to come out the couple of days before Cartoonist Kayfabe comic book Christmas in July. You're going to want to get your hands on issue 3, because that is going to be the introduction of the characters that will be a part of my daily strip that I'm going to first serialize on my Patreon and then serialize out in the wider world probably January 1st, 2024. Support our books, support the Patreon, keep Cartoonist Kayfabe rocking, but there are other ways to support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video, and it features one of our latest designs, the wrestling mask Cartoonist Kayfabe design. It's been selling well, so we thank you for that. And the rest of you can find all of your Cartoonist Kayfabe needs at that link.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Commercial?
Yeah.
Shouts to Justin and Craig, who just joined the King Kayfabers, and presumably they may be in the chat room watching the live stream right at the moment, man. So it's fun to see new King Kayfabers develop. There were a couple more during the stream that we did earlier who jumped on board. Maybe give them a quick shouty as well, man. Mark Bell. Shouts to
Mark Bell.
with a K, not a C. Mark Bell suggesting the great cartoonist who invented the Minions, who invented Despicable Me. Should we maybe put a little something in there to lock it in so that it doesn't get fuzzy or whatever?
Yeah, you could lock it in the background. Putting in paper thick. Should be fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, hit it. This video is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. 3 levels of access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you actually get access to all of our videos early and the recording session. So you'll be the first in line to beat the Kayfabe effect. When you see a book that you want to add to your collection, you'll get it before the Kayfabe effect sends it through the roof or makes it hard to find. These videos are also brought to you by the books that we make. You see our bibliography in front of you. We've got some new books on their way or recent additions to our publications. So Street Angel, Princess of Poverty will be out later this year from Image Comics. This collects all my Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, which is also available from Image. You can see Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes as well. And my latest comic, True Crime Funny, is available directly from my website or on my Patreon. Ed's got some big books coming out later this year, starting with the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. Notice that beautiful gold foil cover. This is going to collect all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics as well as 140 extra pages and will be out this fall in time for the holiday season. But it has been sent to print, so you're going to want to reserve your copy ASAP to make sure that you get one this holiday season for you or the hip-hop fan in your life. X-Men Grand Design is being collected, all 3 of the X-Men Grand Design volumes in one easy-to-read copy. So pick that one up. Again, pre-order it now. It'll be ready for Christmas this year. And Red Room Crypto Killers, the 3rd season of Red Room. First 2 issues have been released already. There are 2 more coming soon. And there are 2 trade paperbacks collecting the first 2 volumes. These are all self-contained, so whatever Red Room you find, that's the perfect place to start reading. And now back to our video.
Let me see if there's anything I could do on my computer to help that buffer.
How far behind is it?
There are a lot of people complaining, but just sometimes having the BitTorrent thing open. They're not supposed to meter our connection, but they do. They absolutely do. So if this doesn't do it, then there's no way around it today, man. Too many people are at home.
I'm curious to see how many Wizard magazines are in these boxes, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few. I've heard from a few people that are sending stuff in. I can't believe we're this far in. Like, I never stop and think, like, we've covered 60 issues of Wizard.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, like, is that 5 years?
Yeah, 5 years. I would not have thought it.
I would have.
Yeah, I suppose, but
75 was the thought.
There have been some better issues recently than I would have expected. Let's put it that way. I thought we would have trailed off in terms of the quality of Wizard by now.
It's bad.
It's up and down. We've had some good issues. Some of my favorite issues have been in the last, I think, 2 out of the last 4.
But it's all... We do all the heavy lifting. Like, there's no pulling a cool piece of information out. It's all of us using the imagery as a MacGuffin for conversation. That's all. Because, like, that Paul Grist stuff was nothing. But, like, it gave us a chance to talk Kane for a little
couple
bit.
pictures of Paul Grist art.
Yeah.
The new stuff is good. It
Yeah.
gives a timeline. Because that stuff is scrambled in my brain.
That's all you need. You know, that's its function. I'm surprised that the conversation goes like an hour, because
I don't know how much you pay
there's so much
attention
less stuff.
in the edit, but it'll be like 25 minutes on the first 11 pages.
Is that true?
Yeah, because that's all the new stuff.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
whatever's
right,
coming up,
right.
or somebody got fired, or someone quit publishing, or whatever.
Love this issue, man. Good to go?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to your favorite.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to your favorite comics channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
My name's Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into today's very special issue, I want to remind everybody of Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is the second year in a row that we are doing this. We ask our audience the last Saturday in July, take some of your best comics, your doubles, your comps if you're a creator, and put them in your little local lending library. We did this last year. We invited all of our audience to do the same. They shared pictures. Ed, there must have been 1,000 pictures that came into social media of those little lending libraries with comics sticking through that window. I want to see twice that many this year, maybe 10 times that many. But we know people go to those little local lending libraries that like to read. Let's give them some comics to read this year. So the last Saturday in July, join us, and let's try to grow some new comic book readers. We also invite everybody to join us on Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. We have 3 different levels there that will give you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you get all the videos first, and you get to sit in on the recording session. Besides having a good conversation, it's also a way to get these books. Sometimes we look at rare stuff, things that aren't that easy to find. You'll be the first one tracking down those copies for your collection. So it'll pay for yourself with one good book purchase. So check out our Patreon and see what level suits you. So today's video, Marvel Fanfare 40, David Mazzucchelli's swan song to the big two. For my money, as good of a superhero artist as there is. We know him from Batman Year One and from Daredevil Born Again. A phenomenal artist who we are lucky did superhero comics for a while. Really showed off his ability at storytelling and figure drawing. Had a good collaborator with Frank Miller, but at this point he's kind of outgrowing this genre, and so this is going to be the last the sign-off of the work for hire in the superhero genre.
This bridges the gap
between
his superhero career and Rubber Blanket / Asterios Polyp / instructor, mentor at School of Visual Arts.
Yeah, and
David Mazzucchelli, like, you see it on the cover with, I have to assume that maybe Richmond Lewis, or like, he has some hand in this color.
It's very unusual color
And
for a Marvel cover.
This extremely bold brush, you do not see that in Marvel Comics.
No, you don't. And some of that color that you see is almost like painting.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what this is, if this is a blue line method
sure
that they're
it is.
reproducing from.
Yeah, of course.
But you even see, like, the gradient is hand painted.
Yeah.
Like, we're used to that digital gradient where it's really easy to go from red to purple. But if you look closer, you can actually see that gradient being kind of applied by a couple of different color choices. So there's about 4 colors in that background. Reads like a gradient. I'm looking at it on the monitor, and looks like a gradient to me.
Yeah, he, like, unassailable figure artist.
Mm-hmm.
He could do that, but he's also pushing it more towards the abstract with his inking choices and things.
Yeah, you can see almost like vibrating with, like, I gotta get to Rubber Blanket. I got stuff I want to do. It doesn't fit within this genre. I'm itching. I've outgrown this genre.
I'm so curious how this works, because Marvel Fanfare was created to use some inventory, but we're 40 issues in, and this is not Daredevil jobber David Mazzucchelli, who's very ornate and all that kind of stuff. This ain't even Born Again. So, like, I just don't feel like this is sitting in an inventory pile. It feels state of the art as far as Mazzucchelli's mindset and where his art style goes. Like, it's Rubber Blanket style, basically.
So this is 1988. This is his swan song, but this is an idea of what else 1988 comics look like. This is even, I believe, the same month, October 1988.
Wow.
Rob Liefeld showing up at DC Comics, McFarlane showing up on Spider-Man, and David Mazzucchelli's bowing out of Marvel and DC. Pretty good year. I mean, that's a lot of some big movers and shakers there.
Crazy to think because like the style, like when we see the rubber blanket is in the 90s, it's years later. You know what, man? Batman Year One pays some bills.
Yes,
for
it
years
does.
And years
yeah,
and
I think
years
it
and
does.
years.
They start collecting that thing, and he realizes maybe he can do whatever work he wants to do. Ann Nocenti is his writer, and they're just listed as by Ann Nocenti and David Mazzucchelli, so he may have some input on story and stuff. I mention it because Ann Nocenti, longtime editor and, of course, Daredevil writer. I like her writing a lot, and I wonder if that's a situation of, like, he was looking at some of her work and thinking, like, okay,
She's
she had
exceptional.
a different voice.
Yeah.
And so who knows how that comes about. She was, as an editor, probably trying to get Mazzucchelli, hey, come back. We'll do whatever story you want to do.
And that's
ends
how
up
it
being a
reads.
story with her.
That's how it reads, because this is a biblical story. This is a story of a falling angel. It just so happens that there is a Marvel character called Angel, but this has nothing to do with Marvel Comics anything. Look, that is a rubber blanket fucking composition, dude.
It is. And you know what else it is? Stray Bullets composition.
It is.
I feel like David Lapham has read this issue.
Totally.
Yeah, this is barely a superhero story in a lot of ways, but as you say, the rubber blanket stuff, it's definitely there.
The way he builds that lady.
Oh, the character design for sure, even the setting, it just all feels weirdly not Marvel Comics.
You know what's part of the David Lapham part of it? Is using brush for background stuff, which you never saw anybody do in like the job realm. It's always straight edges, tech pens, and maybe a dip pen or something. But those guys will use a brush on things. You know, this is a brush line, very lively. Bruce Timm will do that. Bruce Timm uses this exact kind of like looking down at the ceiling fan composition in his Batman Black and White story.
It could almost be Harvey Kurtzman with this fan in the foreground with the gigantic, thick brush lines.
First thing that came to mind looking at this guy is a Harvey Kurtzman inking sensibility.
It's really interesting to see Mazzucchelli like kind of at the top of his Marvel DC game at this issue, and just like the tools that he has at his...
The Ninja Turtles movie, you know, still from April O'Neil. And it's that like Crown Royal velvet change purse with the little clasp thing that like everybody's grandma had. Oh my god, this artwork.
It's so atypical.
I love it. I want it in black and white so bad. It's really built to work so great in black and white. The color, no problem, really. It's just I want to indulge in that line art.
It makes me wonder if this is done super fast. We know his working method is often to produce drafts.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder, like, was he going straight to ink on this, or is this something that's built up and then that final drawing layer is put on relatively quickly?
I think it's that because it reeks of Kurtzman. Kurtzman is a draft guy, and I think these are such considered compositions.
Some of the layouts even Kurtzman.
It is if you go
9-panel grids and stuff.
If you go back one, like the exact, like this beat is a Kurtzman beat. This beat is a Kurtzman beat. Adventurous composition, like why does that matter at all? Why it'll because like you know it's a subject right there, but it's like you know leaving set 1 to go to set B.
Yeah, and hard to not recognize like religious motifs coming throughout this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Innocenti's she's at a different level. You know, like as far as like that kind of comics go, she's might have been the top Marvel writer after when Frank Miller left.
Wild 2 pages here, like from drawing to coloring, and it makes me wonder, does he have some input on the colorist?
He absolutely must. And dude, this is an indie comic. They got an indie comic into Marvel, dude.
I love this too. Is she's like looking in the mirror at the roadmap of wrinkles on her face, and you know, and remembering her younger days. And this car is beautifully drawn.
Yeah, yeah, all of it. Like the this is a well-referenced garage.
Yeah, in an old school garage. The crash feels like that panel could be in a rubber blanket issue.
All of this stuff. I mean, this is the palette for Asterios Polyp.
Yeah, it's really, really
CMY,
great.
you know?
It's also a classic, like, you'll see this kind of montage in superhero comics. You just won't see it with an old woman as your main focal point. You know, it'll be some Spider-Man and villains. So we get this window right in the back of the garage, a little setup here. Almost goes from the TV blue to the window where it's like, okay, it's all supernatural. It's all something fantastic. And then in the rearview mirror, what is that falling out of the sky past the window?
Yeah, and very important plot point is that she's a shut-in, basically. She ain't going nowhere. She doesn't leave. And, like, she looks at the car. It's got very few miles on it since her old man died or whatever.
Yeah, and I think just having an aged protagonist is an unusual choice in a comic.
Absolutely.
That's something I would give probably Ann Nocenti some credit for.
Absolutely.
And look at the great color. To go from these blues and purples and cool colors to suddenly we've got an angel that just fell from heaven outside. How do we show that visually?
It's a beautiful story. This is not a Marvel comic.
No. I can't believe how thick this brush line is.
It's
at
wild
times.
stuff. And you know, that specifically is to denote, like, they did that on the apple, like, she is in the immediate foreground.
Yeah, definitely. All the feathers falling. Probably one of the superhero-esque indulgences is like so much is shown there. But why not? It all works. And what are we going to do with this good-looking angel that has fallen here? Gather up those feathers. Needs them. Needs those feathers.
She does a little grand larceny, though.
She does.
She's got to take one.
Puts that right in the pocket where her change purse had been. These faces, like the close-ups, wild cartooning.
Getting more into the Kurtzman there. It's rubber characters, you know, with like curves to the arms and things, and it's that thick line with thins on the inside.
It's funny she's drawing this picture too as like a subplot of this story and adding pieces as she goes along.
Yeah.
Kind of neat that this is not your standard equal 3 tiers.
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, it's a bigger top tier.
Yeah,
Pretty unusual for that.
makes sense for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
You make sense for that moment, certainly.
Drawing all the little details on your wallpaper.
I love that shit, dude. Like Barry Windsor Smith in that monster book, like drawing all these like perfectly ruled out, kind of like perfectly spaced patterns and things, and doing it by hand with no kayfabe in.
And it's such a bizarre, like there's a bird that got into her house. She's chasing that out.
Yeah.
And again, not your superhero spread right here.
And he really plays up the biblical, like that is, you know, that is an angel from heaven.
Yeah, otherworldly, and you just see it so much in that style of face.
The only thing, see, they even give him these tattered gimmicks, you know, like the only thing that makes it a Marvel comic is to be wearing anything at all, like you know, if he did it on his own, it might be like some sort of tunic or just nothing, you know, because I think they're supposed to be sexless. I think that's part of the lore.
Depends what conspiracy you listen to, Ed.
I see.
Some of them breed with humans.
Oh, right, yeah.
How do you think our species got started?
Fair.
Before he goes, gotta give him some, gotta eat something. You know, this is such a typical characterization of that grandmother character.
Yeah.
Gotta feed the. Look at him, he's starving to death.
Yeah.
And he takes that apple that we saw in the beginning and gives her a kiss. It's a kiss by an angel, and off he flies, and out she goes.
Yeah, puts on her specs, man. Look at flies, her shit. Putting on her little mothball smelling coat.
Inspired by this encounter with heaven, she's gonna take that car back out on the road after not leaving for a long time. Not sure what happens after this panel. I'm not sure it's good. It's good. This is a good place to end the story.
There was an old commercial, man, I'll never forget, where it's this like super old couple. It's probably a video game commercial to tell you how fast Sonic is, but it's this old couple and the car is like barely lurching, and she's like, "You're driving like a bat out of Hades." I just remember that one part. And it's just like,
yeah, well, that's about the speed I think I'd be comfortable with her traveling.
when I was living in Homestead, man, we had an adjoining house with Miss Ivy, and she would never drove, but she would run her car every 3 days or something. She'd just get in her car, just run it, and then go back in the house. Never once took it away. Never once drove off.
So that's the end. That's the end of Mazzucchelli.
Yeah.
You know, it's this short story. It's funny to read this and think of like the grandmother as Mazzucchelli leaving, and this angel is like maybe Batman Year One royalties.
Totally.
That like she is now free to go off and
bless him.
Maybe explore the world with through a different vision. It's no longer that monthly deadline. It's no longer how do you make money in this industry. It is, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
If you can go see the world, if you can make whatever comics you want to make, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Mazzucchelli, man, what an inspiration.
Sure.
You know, like I just get so much from his comics, both Marvel and DC, and the indie stuff that he does on his own after he leaves there. And I feel like this story is a great gateway between those two phases.
It's the bridge, man.
And it is one of those kind of secret comics. I can't remember how I found out about it, but it was later. You know, it was after I'd read a lot of Mazzucchelli, including Rubber Blankets and stuff, and then somehow found out he had this one strange story.
Did I hip you to it, or did you have it? Because like I when I got that comic at Heroes, like it was a big deal. Like I know Tom never saw it before, and I think it was a big deal that we were sharing. Like, dude, did you ever see this Mazzucchelli comic?
It's so funny. I should have dug it out, but I have like that Masters of Kung Fu fill-in issue that I think is like his first issue.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing to see like this is the beginning and end of Mazzucchelli's Marvel DC run.
Yeah.
Between those two issues, because it's so masterful at this point, and it's wild to think of how much Kurtzman is visible in this story at this stage in his career, where he's like adding significant cartoonists to his influences, but also cartoonists that in some ways don't fit Marvel DC superheroes.
Yeah, totally, man. And the influence, you know, you mentioned Lapham. I think Darwin Cook goes this direction, you know, with this kind of inking and stuff like that. Like Cook is like a mixture of this and Bruce Timm.
I think there's an entire school that comes out of Batman Year One. Like there's a whole class of cartoonists that work in that style, and to me that is the continuation of Toth.
Right.
You know, like to me, so much of Toth comes through Batman Year One and Mazzucchelli. So it's neat to see his different influences. You know, like he's done his homework.
Yeah.
Cool book. Marvel Fanfare has quite a few of these issues.
If you see an issue, scoop it up. You know, like the Ken Stacy Iron Man joints. Michael Golden.
All the Michael
throughout.
Golden stuff is fantastic. Good reproductions in these. You know, it's better paper and stuff, so you do show off some of the artists.
Yeah. There might be a Charles Vesser too. Like it's a lot of wild stuff. But you can do much worse than grab a $1 copy of any issue of Marvel Fanfare.
Definitely, and it's one of those ones that like you see the price tag $1.95. I never saw these until I started frequenting comic book shops. I don't know if it was ever sold on newsstands.
it's direct market for sure, because it's a higher production value. You know, like the glossy paper, like it made me think that this was way later, but like, yeah, this is just a way higher production values and stuff. And I was listening to a Jim Shooter interview about G.I. Joe of all things, but he was getting into just the Marvel stuff, and they had two markets. At this point, they had two markets. New Mutants was a newsstand book, and when Sienkiewicz was on there, the fucking numbers plummeted on the newsstand, but in the direct market, so high. So they recognized newsstands are little kids and fair weather people. It turns out that the direct market people have good taste.
Older.
Yeah, and will prop stuff up like that. So this is one for the comic fan people.
You know what? That makes me wonder, because there's the story of Shooter offering Sienkiewicz X-Men. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard him talk about it? Shooter talk about it?
No.
I'd be very thinking within that idea of like, didn't sell well on the newsstand, but sold well in the direct market. Like, you know, it's almost him pivoting to that direct market, recognizing it. And I mean, look, that pivot's 1986, so Shooter, you know, doing his homework probably, thinking that way.
Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is coming, and it is going to be July. We are going to the free little lending libraries in our neighborhoods, and we are stocking those full of wander by, see something cool in that glass facade, and maybe read comics for the first time. This is an effort that we put together last year. More than 1,000 people participated last year. And I'd like to exponentially grow those numbers this year. So join us, Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, to participate in that event. The Patreon is out there for Cartoonist Kayfabe, and that supports the channel directly by keeping the lights on in the studio, keeping these videos coming to you on a daily basis. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon are hanging out with us in the chat room right now as we live this. And the kayfabe effect is mitigated with the King Kayfabers, because a comic like this, Marvel Fanfare, you have to imagine that there might be tens of those up on eBay right now. They all might be gone now because the Cartoonist Kayfabe guys got hold of them first. If you find one, it might be a little bit more expensive. So become a King Kayfaber. Become a King Kayfaber. Pays for itself with the first valuable comic that you want to get your hands on. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. This year, man, the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you. 504 pages of comics content. This collects the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there, but it's a 10-year anniversary. And in kind, we got to add 140 pages of art and others extras that are not in those 4 volumes. Lots of art drawn specifically for this edition. This is not the only holiday effort that I'm putting out in the universe this year. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming sooner than later. It is going to collect all of my X-Men Grand Design work. Some of that stuff is out of print, so scoop it up. The comic I'm working on these days, though, is Red Room, Crypto Killers. 2 trade paperbacks of that out there in the wild right this minute. We are working on the final season called Crypto Killers. Each chain, so grab any random issue and you'll get a complete story. I encourage everybody to grab the 3rd issue of Crypto Killers, because that is going to be the introduction of the characters in my daily strip in some prototypical fashion. So that'll be a hot key in the Ed Piskor bibliography over time. Jimmy, what books do you got going on?
My next release from Image Comics, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be coming out later this year. You can pre-order that one now. It collects all of my Street Angel comics that are not in Deadly Squirrel Live. Image just released a new edition of Deadly Squirrel Live, so pick that one up if you haven't already, and you will have all of the Street Angel comics between those 2 books. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes, and my latest self-published comic, True Crime Funny, is available through my website or on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg.
We have King Kayfabers in the chat room right now saying that they are mitigating the Kayfabe effect as we speak, man. This is not the only way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, though. Jimmy, let the people know the other ways.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop, including our latest design featuring the wrestling mask Cartoonist Kayfabe design. That's been selling well, so thank you all for that.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
James Jean time, huh?
Yeah.
Is this the ad house joint?
Yep. It's the first one. They did 2 of them, and I don't know what happened to my second one. But this was the first one, so it's a good one to show.
This is one of those guys. Who are we talking about who, like, pivoted? Oh, yeah, Alex Ross. Like, this is a dude that did his little cup of coffee and has entered the wider world.
The that Fables collection.
Yeah,
it's pretty good because there's a lot of process stuff, and you can kind of really.
Truly, that'll do better than this will.
Yeah. Well, this will set up some James Jeaners.
Yeah, but James Jean, yeah, he's exceptional. Like, he's got his like, I always wonder, like, what's the tipping point? How does an artist get 1 million, followers on Instagram and, like, be able to, like, I don't know what that is for him.
Yeah.
Could it be Fables?
Talk about some of that on here. I mean, that's not... That's the thing that's hard for me to figure out, because, like, you've got cover artists, but they don't become James Jean.
Well, I mean, this is, it's such different stuff.
It is. All right.
What a piece. Good to go?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into today's pretty awesome book, I want to remind everybody about Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. The last Saturday in July, we invite our audience to take some comic books and put them in their little local lending libraries. We did this last year. Probably saw 1,000 photos of those little local lending libraries with comics peeking through that front window, looking great. And hopefully we can increase that number this year. We know that people go to those little local lending libraries because they are readers. Let's give them some good comic books to read this year. Last Saturday in July, tag us with your photos, and let's try to grow some new readers. I also want to remind everybody that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. And at the King Kayfaber level, you are watching us record this session live and contributing to the conversation. You are also getting access to all of our videos early before anyone else. and that can help mitigate the kayfabe effect. When we look at a book that is scarce or valuable, you'll be the first ones in line to get that before those prices are spiked or before those copies disappear. So check out the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon and see what level works for you.
And this is one of them, man. This is going to be a kayfabe affected book. Like, there are very few of them on the aftermarket right now. A lot of James Jean marks out there.
There sure are.
This is kayfabe affected at this moment.
Yeah, and so this is Process Recess, which was published by Ad House Books in the early 2000s and showcases James Jean's work. At this time, he's probably doing Fables covers in terms of comics work. And you can see, born in 79, younger than me, older than you, Ed, but a phenomenal drawer and painter, celebrated today more for his fine arts than his comics work, but definitely pulled in some Eisners doing comic book covers. So we're going to kind of go through this book and just admire some of his sketchbooks and illustrations. You can see they cover the time from 99 to 2004. He's Paul Pope intro, handwritten, by the way.
Really, like, the last generation of School of Visual Arts people, and, you know, people are going to get mad, whatever. But there was, like, an exceptional period of SVA students. And this was the final era. Maybe Dash Shaw is like the last like real superstar, but there's just nobody. People are spinning their wheels the past 20 years. But his crowd, you know, because that's Gerard Way, that's Farrell, that's Becky Cloonan, you know, that crew. He was a part of that. And can you imagine the creative energy with just those names alone?
Yeah, you got to imagine a lot of competition in those critiques. You know, that's a lot of talented people, and I'm sure they were all growing and bouncing off of one another, seeing what they were doing.
Iron sharpens iron.
Yes.
Props to Chris Pitzer for recognizing so early, man, because this dude, you know, you ain't getting nothing from him if you ain't spending hundreds of dollars now.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see, like, where he is now, 20 years after this work, essentially. But you can see just the adventurous artist going in a lot of different directions and styles.
Yeah, and he's covering ground, dude, because some of it can fit that juxtapose kind of crowd. Some of it can fit.
It's very classic painting here, classic portrait, figure portrait.
Yeah, some of it can fall into the Monty Beaucamp blab when it was like a Fantagraphics, you know, art director pornography kind of thing. These sketchbooks are out of control.
Yeah, ink drawings, everybody. It almost looks like pencil in some places here, but these are ink drawings. And I love whenever he'll draw this stuff where it's like, here's a figure, and then I guess maybe the figure moved a little bit, so you get like different pieces in time spread across the same drawing. I always thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Like modern cubism or something. Also the notes I find really interesting, because I've seen a few people's sketchbooks who do that, where it's almost unreadable or it's really tiny little notes. I've seen people that draw on these little sketchbooks, and I don't know the size relative to like what we're looking at in the printed page here, but some of those notes I just find really interesting. Is like, yeah, gotta write this for myself. Don't even know if you could read it later on. And so these are sketchbooks now that we're in, and you can see like how detailed he's working, like working out a hand painting. Like, come on, man, who does that in their sketchbooks? Just seems like such rigorous work. Also like these pages that are just loaded with detail too. I just can't imagine working this much in a sketchbook. You know, if I produced a page like this,
I know,
that would
right?
be like my sketchbook work for the year.
Yeah. It's the thing about like getting your 10,000 hours is that it's got to be the torture that you can endure, basically, that you're not counting your hours. So you don't do this if it's not just like ingrained a little bit. This is your Tom Brady getting up extra to do stuff that nobody's going to see. This is your Kobe Bryant.
Yes. Yeah, the guy that you show up at the gym and he's been there 3 hours already.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is totally James Jean with a pencil. Look at how he's doing this figure drawing. Ran out of space, so draws the two legs like separate. You can imagine this leg looks like it would fit absolutely perfectly on that drawing.
Interesting format, especially knowing that all this stuff is probably way bigger. So I wonder what the creative choice was there with Uncle Chris. or if it was a James Jean choice.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's a price thing, because $25 in like '04
And color.
You're doing full color, exactly. And I think it's just you want to represent this. And these sketchbooks probably vary quite a bit in size. I'm not sure these are giant and being reduced.
Yeah.
Probably a little reduction, but
I think there's a lot of reduction.
Yeah.
I think there's tons of reduction. It's probably like half. Like, look at that. Come on now.
Yeah, it's very fine writing. Yeah, this may be a bigger one. I think the one before this was even horizontal. It is a challenge when you think about putting together a book. Like, how do you represent this stuff? Because it's a nice thick book. There's probably 200 pages here. But trying to accommodate 200 pages of material in a way that like flatters the best of it.
I wonder if this is SVA.
Oh man, I hope so. It'd be funny if this is all like
let me see a Farrell
talking trash on his meat house mates.
I think he shared a studio with David Cho for a minute around this early era.
Yeah, it could be. I know he spent time in LA, so that would make sense. But look at how finished like some of this stuff is. It almost looks like you're working out some of your Fables covers at this point. Like even, Central Park here painted in the middle. That's a ton of work on a page of a sketchbook.
He has such a unique palette that is clearly from a distance you could just see the colors and know that it's James Jean. A little wet on wet on this page. We wonder about the tipping point. Like what is it that set him off to such great fame? Like it's so weird how we just are not in a monoculture anymore. And there are people who are watching this who are like, James who? But like the dude has at least over 1 million followers, has gigantic shows, were very rich, like Shanghai and stuff, like probably made millions of dollars just on that show alone. Big footprints to like just even make the shows possible. Warehouse spaces with 10,000 square foot space.
Now self-publishes a lot of his books, and there'll be high-end, beautifully produced hardcover books of his art. And I think he self-publishes at least a couple of those last decade. This is neat to me looking at it, thinking about it from Chris Pitzer and At House Books publications, because this is a very high-end production. Like just getting quality scans to be able to reproduce this kind of work seems like it would be a lot of technical challenges to produce a book like this.
Sure.
And I would guess that you're getting some proofs along the way, which raises the price for a small indie publisher. But you'd have to get proofs to make sure this stuff is going to reproduce, especially some of the color sketchbook pages.
Yeah, for sure. And that's very expensive. Like, you run off one set of the book unbound while these people have to keep these presses moving. That is not cheap.
Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah, I mean, you have to see how the ink reacts, like to what they're setting up here.
Look at the bizarreness of this image, and I linger on there because I feel like some of this stuff you start to. It continues in his work.
Yeah,
like if you follow him to this day, you'll see some of these ideas still represented. 9/11 being drawn, and this is his 2000. I mean, look, it's dated 9/11/2001.
Jesus.
Like these pages are literally being drawn in real time.
Man, one of the things that I notice when you see closer to the spine of the sketchbooks is some of them are staple bound. The spine is super rusty, suggesting a lot of wet media.
Yeah.
On the page there, a lot of water touching the staples.
So each of these sketchbooks so far has been listed by year. I guess they could overlap some, but a lot of them change size and format. It makes me wonder like what his sketchbook collection looks like, because at some point, does he have 100 of these?
Right.
Like he's rolling through this work. I can't believe the amount of like paint in the sketchbooks.
Right.
It just seems like so much time.
It's such a wild era. Was he a Meat House guy? Yeah. So like Farrell is a big sketchbook dude.
I think that came out specifically from some of the SVA, like the classes and stuff, whether you were required to keep a sketchbook or it was something that you were really seeing your instructors as this is the way to work. Draw all the time. Draw when you're at the airport. Draw on the airplane. And, just such an emphasis on drawing everything and drawing from life, whether it's people sitting there or just the chairs themselves.
Yeah.
And the best guys take that to heart, you
Yeah.
know? Like you're not playing, if you're going to be the best, one of the top artists, it isn't 10,000 hours that are going to get you there.
No.
This is 100,000 hour guys.
Yeah.
And you see it whenever you see this kind of extensive sketchbooking. And this was the stuff I fell in love with James Jean early on, was the line work. I just adore this kind of line work where it's one line. It's not the kind of stuff that you see an artist like a comic book artist, kind of going over and over, especially if you're, brush inking or something, you're really chasing a certain line.
Could just be a micron, yeah.
It's just describing shapes and forms. This was such revelation, like, we talk about deadlines, and it's not a deadline exactly, but it's also not labored over. It's clearly to block off space to create these edges, but it's not about the line itself. And I find that beautiful. It's like functional.
Yeah, totally. And you see that the line kind of picks up and gets put down after, like, it's almost like as his eyes scanning the thing that he's looking at, he's drawing those lines.
That's the stuff that I would also marvel at. Like, this is an interior of a car. Like the stuff he's noticing to put in there. And I like whenever it mashes up two drawings. These are two different scenes here that are happening, but hey, there was some blank space still on my sketchbook. Might as well fit that in. And now you're seeing more of his finished illustration here. I don't know if these were published anywhere or they were portfolio pieces or whatnot, but you can kind of see a different approach.
What's fun is, like, these are basically the size of postcards. So say you're an illustrator trying to get, and this is the postcard that gets sent. That one's getting tacked up on that art director's little cubicle.
Definitely, if you follow James Jean, I feel like this is an image and style that you would see influencing his work, running through his work for many years.
Go back one real quick. Is this I thought she was like lactating like Amish chick or something. There's something happening there.
Yeah, I don't know what else that would be, right? That must be what we're seeing there. This was an image that I would see in different places. It might have been a promo for this book, but I think this may have appeared somewhere. Look at the chalkboard octopus image in the background.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, you don't even know what tools. You can't deconstruct that. You have no idea what the fuck he's using to make those colors happen and react that way.
This also reminds me of such a time period. Like, you're mentioning
Totally.
juxtapose
All of this.
and stuff. Like, this is such an early 2000. Like, I feel like I'm going back in time seeing these images.
Yeah, no diss, man. But it's just...
Yeah, not at all.
It's just the aesthetics of, like, that generation.
Yeah, and you guys watching at home, man, because spread this video around because I've got more James Jean we could get into.
Yeah,
and I would love to look at, like, his Fables covers collection,
That's
stuff
important,
like that.
yeah.
So let's make this video popular, and we'll look at more James Jean.
Like, part of this era, too, would be... This is, like, the very last era of, like art magazines that would just be like a bunch of it would be like maybe an odd shape, like a little square. When I would go to Ides, if I wasn't seeing enough comics that I wanted, I would just go up to, like, basically they kept it in the porn section. You go up there and there would just be these like one-off weird art magazines that were beautifully produced that would just be full of this kind of stuff. And even this shape is kind of keeping in the spirit of those weird odd shaped art mags. I can't even remember any of those titles or anything of those things.
I probably have some in my boxes.
I remember While You Were Sleeping was the graffiti one. That was real great, man. And the guy who ran it, if you send him naked Polaroids of your girlfriend or somebody, like, he would give you free fat caps. He was a real pervert kind of fella.
I always like this kind of drawing too, where it's like one line, but then you go into detail and rendering at certain parts of the
just no
drawing.
Rules, you know, like,
yeah.
This is a sketchbook. This is for me. Like, I'm working stuff out. I'm figuring things out. Like, I could do whatever I want. It's very liberating to see this kind of thing because of the rigidity of the Crumb sketchbooks, like, and he affected people so heavily where it's like, oh man, you got to make a masterpiece everything. It's like, nah, dude. Like, that's what I got from Farrell sketchbooks. Like, I think he lived here in town for like 30 days or something.
Yeah.
Filled up a whole black and white 150-page sketchbook in that 30 days. That's like what, five pages a day? What's the math on that?
Yeah, quite a bit. We should maybe start a sketchbook playlist because now we've got Crumb, we have Chris Ware. There's probably a couple other ones that we've looked at.
Yeah.
Sienkiewicz, I think, and Steve Rude.
Yeah, I don't have too much of that kind of stuff, but
it's probably at least half a dozen videos or more.
Yeah.
Enough to start getting that into it because it is kind of this subculture of, like, if you're into drawing and art, there is a huge volume of sketchbooks that are out there. Like, it's definitely a subject that people are interested in, and why not? It's almost, you get a glimpse inside someone's head as to how they think, how they see the world. And I think this speaks volumes to an artist of James Jean's success, because you can kind of see him looking at everything. Certainly looking at the world in ways that, I'll be honest, I don't.
Yeah.
And quick notes here on what we've seen on all these pages, whether it's like sketchbook, ballpoint pen, and acrylic from 2004, or, you know, where these things are at. Vienna has an amazing museum quarter in Austria, you know, kind of going through and just giving you little kind of insights into what you are seeing on these various pages. We always love this. Let's see some of the materials. He had these ballpoint pens. I remember when Farrell was here and he gave me one, and it was like, I can't remember if it was Korean or Japanese, but he had bought like a case of them cheap. They were the cheapest pens, but they drew so well and they were a very fine line. And I think it's this ballpoint pen. It wasn't anything special, but it just, I don't know, it was a fine line that worked really, really well. And there you can see one of his sketchbooks that resembles this shape. I wonder if part of the inspiration, if this was something that Chris would have seen, and was like, "Oh, I love that. Let's do it."
Speaking of Chris, man, like stuff like go to the text page, like this page. Like Chris would talk about, like, this would probably be delivered in Photoshop or as like a flattened file, and then Chris would have to adjust the type and like fix the misspellings and stuff, and the process to do that is like so much tougher.
It does look hand-lettered. So I bet you this did show up as a scan of some sort.
That's funny. I didn't even think about that. No, I don't think it is. Look,
these 8s are different, and that's pretty advanced for
Look at this
04.
word recess here and here. Like, does that look close?
Different C's.
Is that true?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm a little far away.
S's are kind of similar. Yeah, I would bet that's a handwritten text, just because, like I say, to have that much variation in your letter forms.
Yeah, of course.
That's pretty early. You know, they do it now, but back then, not so much. Also, it's fun to read people's biographies as, like, early in his career versus, like, what would his biography be like now? Probably nothing mentioned there makes it into the cut now. But pretty ambitious book for an indie publisher in the early 2000s. Hardcover and full color, and I think these things sold well enough because he did at least one more volume of the James Jean artwork.
I'm sure it just sold out. Like, it's like, price to order, like, put that thing out, it's going, because it's not like he was no slouch. And this it was remarkable for that also, that like somebody who's already doing covers and things like that, who's got a name in like Marvel, DC, the mainstream, is gonna like deal with just like an alternative comics publisher at that level. Like, that just really wasn't being done. That Sienkiewicz sketchbook would be like an example, but it was very, very rare. And certainly none of that stuff got this kind of treatment if you weren't Robert Crumb.
Yeah, that's another piece. The evolution of those sketchbooks and the presentation has really evolved. Because some of those 80s sketchbooks, like, you get them and they're pretty disappointing in terms of production. This is a huge leap forward, something that Adhouse was known for their production, and part of it is books like this.
Totally.
And by books like this, I mean this book.
Yeah, man.
It's not like his other books were quite this advanced. It's smart on James Jean's part, though, too, because he finds a publisher that's a good partner, that's going to do the best to like present this work in a flattering way. So you've got DC on one side, winning Eisner Awards with your cover work, your commercial work, and then you've got like a beautiful book like this that at the time could be sold in bookstores. Like that was a burgeoning time for books like this to find an audience outside of the comic market. I'm sure they sold a ton of them in the comic market. But you look at his career, and it's like, I think this was a positive move on James Jean's part, too.
Absolutely, man. Great stuff. So happy to look at this thing. I remember that when this was ubiquitous at Phantom of the Attic, man. You guys didn't buy it at the time. Now look at you.
Yeah, you pay a little bit more for it now.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is up the free little lending libraries in our neighborhoods. Full of comics. Take your comic book doubles, take your comp copies, take your own comics, and put them in the free little lending libraries. Let's create new comics readership. The Patreon exists for Cartoonist Kayfabe for you to help you mitigate the Kayfabe effect. I see in the comments already now in the live chat that people are mitigating the Kayfabe effect as we speak. What that means is that you're getting the videos before anybody else gets them, and you are privy to these live chat sessions where we are streaming the record sessions so that everybody in the chat room sees the books that we're talking about before anybody else. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and this holiday season is real Christmas is going to bring about 2 Eddie P book collections that you need to get your hands on. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, and we are collecting all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, plus 140 pages of additional material into a nice hardcover edition, the ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree, and X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming out. Some of those volumes out of print of X-Men Grand Design, so we're ganging them all up together in a one trade paperback, putting that out to you so that you can get your hands on X-Men Grand Design all over again. The comic that I'm putting out right now is Red Room Crypto Killers. Issue 1 and 2 are on the stands as we speak. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There are 2 paperbacks of Red Room out there right now. I encourage everybody to grab the 3rd issue of Red Room Crypto Killers because I'm starting a daily comic strip, and the sort of proto version of those characters are going to show up in a backup feature in Red Room Crypto Killers number 3, so make sure you get your hands on that. Jimmy, what books you got going on?
My latest self-published book is True Crime Funnies. You can get that on my website or on patreon.com/JimRugg, where my patrons read it first and get the download link first. So check that one out. I will also be releasing a Street Angel collection called Princess of Poverty later this year from Image Comics. They are also the publishers of Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. They just put out a new edition of that one. Between those 2 volumes, you will have all of my Street Angel comics. So you can pre-order Princess of Poverty now and pick up Deadliest Girl Alive now. You can also find Hulk Grand Design, the oversized Treasury edition with the fluorescent replies last, one of the best books I've ever made. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, is available while you're watching this.
It's not the only way you can support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, hats, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
There you have it, man. Support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Keep the vids rocking on a regular basis. Jimmy, give me those marching orders so that we can be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom.
Those nads.
You need a fresh water?
No, but I'm going to grab mine before we sit.
In one of these, I hope I get to it, but there's it's an article where they show an illustration, and it's you rhyme with the illustration, but it's like an ad lib. So you have to come up with the second line of the song or something like that. So it'll be and it's a rhyming thing. So when it shows you the second one, you have to fill in the blank, and you have to switch the pun around or whatever. I was laughing out loud at some of it, and we'll see how it goes. If we're too slow on the trigger, we'll just keep it going.
Man, that's a great cover to start.
Yeah. So Alright, so King Kayfabers, what we're doing, we did a video like this before where we took every 1989 issue of Mad Magazine and we just kind of did a cursory look, quick glance at all the issues, all the covers, talked pop culture a little bit. We're doing that with 1990 this round, and there's some good stuff for us to chat about in there. Who the fuck is that guy? I think I know, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, 1990. I'm trying to think of who he's.
Probably Buster. Because it don't look like Riddick Bowe.
Yeah.
By any stretch. don't look like Buster either.
One of my favorite things is hearing people talk about Tyson in his prime.
Sure.
Like Ice Cube was on Joe Rogan this week and was doing it. And I think it's Eddie Murphy was on Seinfeld talking about it, years ago.
Yeah.
But it's amazing to hear guys like entertainment people, people kind of think in those terms and then describing like what the Tyson phenomena was.
Yeah. Yeah, I have every single fight and I watch them in order. There's I think it might be his second or third fight where he's fighting a guy who looks like Super Mario, and that poor bastard doesn't know who he's in the ring with, man. He gets his clock cleaned.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So much. He looks like a pizza man, like a works at a pizzeria.
I also went down a Jordan YouTube rabbit hole.
Yeah.
A pro wrestling character. Because like when he adopts like the game of basketball, like it's never basketball, it's always the game of basketball.
I like to call it the medium of comics because of that.
It's such a at some point like he figures out that character and then that's it.
Yeah.
He is that character every time I've seen him since then.
Did you watch the draft? Because that's a piece that like when he gets drafted and talks.
Yeah, I didn't.
Because like that's
one to see.
That's the important piece to illustrate exactly your point. Because he stutters. He has affectation, like Southern affectation, all kinds of stuff going on in that voice, man.
It's such a character, classic wrestling sense.
Yeah, yeah. And just one more. I was on a Jim Shooter rabbit hole, and there are fucking a bunch of multi-hour. Like I watched a 3-hour one, and it got like 400 views. Like, how do all these people got Jim Shooter's email address, and like I don't, to like set our thing up? You know what I'm saying, man? Because like he's doing all this stuff. And nobody sees it, but there should be the Cartoonist Kayfabe one, and we get him. I know exactly what we don't even talk that shit because it's on the record with him on these other things. Let's just talk creative. Do you still have the roughs that you fucking drew for Kurt's one? Where are those things? That type of talk, creative talk, because like all that other shit, you can't trust it.
Yeah,
like he was on this thing and he was pumping himself up like a fucking. Like Jesus, and that ain't gonna work with me. But I want to talk about Pittsburgh and shit. Like what's that like?
It is true. There must be somebody must that. If all you knew about him is he's 13 years old writing comics,
yeah,
and yet that's probably like the 20th thing that somebody's gonna bring up to him.
Totally. Like it would be a talk of creativity rather than the business. Because like there's the 10-hour one or whatever. Like. They covered it. Like, there's no questions I have for that because I'm not going to get that right answer. Like, yeah. I'm going to get your puff piece answer. But we could talk creativity. We could talk fanzines and stuff. Okay, so you're with these guys and you're doing some fanzine work. Is that just the effort to maybe try to have a friend in comics who's close to your age? That type of shit?
I picked up a collection of star-studded comics. The fanzine collection. It's Bill Shelley collection.
Yeah, no, I have that also.
Man, those collections are... They really are they don't feel real,
right?
These high-end fanzine comics, like who were these guys making this stuff for?
Yeah.
It's a pretty high level of craft, but then the level of love is like, man, it's a whole different, it doesn't exist that way anymore. I don't think.
Yeah,
we're just too conscious of everything. Are you ready?
Good to go. Fun one to date. Well. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Fun video today, but little business ahead of time. The Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon is there to mitigate the kayfabe effect for those who support the channel the most. The King Kayfabers get all the videos before anybody else, and a healthy sample of them are hanging out with us in the chat room at this very moment while we record this. This is being recorded in July, which means Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is coming to you. Last Saturday in July, we are going around our neighborhoods, and we are stuffing those free little lending libraries full of comics. We are putting those comics face out if there's a glass facade on those free little lending libraries because we want the public to see cool comics. We want literate people to go to those libraries and pick up comics potentially for the first time, give them a shot, and come back for more. So stay tuned for that. Please tag us in any photos or videos that you take and post on your social media. We will be happy to repost those. That was like a big chunk of the fun during last year's effort where we got thousands of people to participate. Give me tens of thousands this year now that that little part of business is out of the way, we did one of these before. Let's do it again, Jimmy, where we take every single issue of Mad Magazine, this time from 1990, from January to December, which is not 12 issues. Usually it comes out 10 times a year, but this is about 9. Probably some extra specials and things. We are going to give a cursory look and glance at every issue and just like talk some fun pop culture stuff, some cool comic book things show up within these pages.
I don't want to give anything away.
Yeah.
But I can't believe there's not a station that just looks at Mad Magazine covers through the ages. These are some of my favorite videos.
Oh, dude.
They are such a snapshot of a time period, and everything floods back. Like, I look at this because, and we've said it in Wizard episodes, like, my timeline's just all over the place. You encounter this stuff at different times. To see it more or less chronologically through these covers, and so innovative. Like, starting right here, an 8-bit Newman, like, come on.
Yeah.
You know, like, what more could you ask for? This is a cover, to me, I look at this and go, if I had thought of that today, I would feel pretty proud of myself.
Totally.
It has aged gorgeously.
Absolutely. This, we could bookend this, man. So here's your first, here's your last. Married with Children, Simpsons, like the Fox network. We
Amazing.
now have 4 reliable channels on TV in America at this point, and Fox is eating some lunch this freaking year because there's going to be a lot of Fox TV parodies.
Look at how good both of those covers are, just in terms of, like, what do you do with it? You know, you want the big likeness, put that on there. Everybody, this was so hot. All the t-shirts everywhere, of the bootleg t-shirts and stuff. It's incredible to think how much that's evolved over time. But let's get a joke in there. What can we do with this? It's amazing.
Cool. So let's jump in. And you know what, man? Let me give shouts to Alika Seki, who's the guy who I made a deal with when we went to Maui Comic-Con a couple of years back, man, like right after the year after COVID or something, I think that was. And he had every issue of he put together every issue of Mad Magazine from issue 1, the comic, to like 450 or so. And I traded him a piece of artwork for all of it. You know, like I get home, you know, at the end of the convention, several days later, it was 15 priority mailboxes showed up on the front steps, man, to represent all of those issues. So we have them all. We have all the issues that matter, man, every single one. And I like doing these cover-to-cover things where we get a little snapshot in the year of pop culture. This is like a, you know, we cover 12 months of issues in 12 episodes. We're doing 1 year, dude, in one conversation here.
And the last time we did, we were impressed by how spot on they were.
Yeah. This is, how do I want to do this one? Okay, so like, off the bat, like this era of Mad, maybe the youngest person working at Mad is 35 or something, right? So like they always get the newer stuff wrong a little bit because like we know that's Luigi. we know that's Luigi already. Luigi was established already, but you know, the business is booming. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids is the movie feature.
And such high level of crafts. You know, as commercial artist and cartoonist and caricaturist, man, this stuff is great.
It is the NES era. Guide to New Computer Games. Jordan vs. Bird, great game. Carmen Sandiego. But they get deep to like even like Leisure Suit Larry, Paternity Suit Larry. You know, like that was out at that time.
That one's new to me.
You don't know Leisure Suit Larry?
I don't. No.
It's a whole franchise, man.
Of a deadbeat guy?
Leisure of like a Coxman type feller.
Wow. That's so funny.
Yeah.
That feels like something that may have gone in Japan and they just didn't quite find the audience here.
Built here. Yeah, it's total American stuff. Love Jack Davis. We saw some Sergio. I did little bits of pulling things, man. So one of the things that I always loved in my era of Mad Magazine was it was always Angelo Torres that they got to do the Mad version of different cartoon characters. He could approximate any of the strips. He was like the way you are with the Red Room covers. He could just do that sort of thing. And the idea with this is that it's a surplus catalog where you could buy like Acme novelty items like Mickey gloves or, you know, a rubber gun or something. But a noteworthy Angelo Torres is that he's the youngest of the Fleagles. So he's kicking it with Al Williamson, Frazetta, Roy Krenkel. He's the youngest of that crew. And he's the guy who drew the strip an incredible science fantasy that got rejected by the code completely, and they substituted in that comic the Judgment Day comic with the Joe Orlando joint, and they were going to reject that story If you get the hardcover Russ Cochran EC reprints, it has the actual Angelo Torres story, and I don't understand why it got rejected. There's a little bit of ghastly body horror stuff where there's like a big eyeball on dudes' backs, but that seems pretty quaint and pussy to not keep that shit going. Dude, Married with Children, Sam Viviano, he was really showing up in a big way to compete with Mort Drucker.
It's very attractive.
And dude, it's early enough that it's still Jefferson Darcy era of Married with Children, man. It's mullet, Bud Bundy. It's that era.
Christina Applegate.
Christina Applegate. There's Decline of Western Civilization, of documentaries. Like, do you know those? It's a lady who did the movie called of them. The first one is punk rock. I think it's the second one is about like hair metal, and they interview this girl that supposedly Christina Applegate based her character off of, and it's the most vapid, groupie, ditzy bimbo that you couldn't believe, because it's also West Coast, it's LA, so it's like Melrose Ave type shit, and this chick is Kelly Bundy exists. She was out there, man, in real life. And she was fucking Motley Crue, probably.
It really is great drawings. You see it like even in like the hair details. This could be, if you told me that was McFarlane and that's all you showed me, I would believe you.
Yeah, man.
That's so funny. It's almost Mary Jane.
So fascinating how like Fox really was. They drew their line in the sand in like 1989, 1990, and they really showed up in a big way. This is a wild program. Subversive. Like, and that's what Fox was considered. Like, everybody was like, that's trash TV. That's trash stuff. Around this era, too, everybody remembers Simpsons. Everybody remembers this. Everybody remembers 90210. There was a show where George C. Scott was the president that I remember as a little kid. Like, he played the president of the United States, but it was a comedy show. Completely forget what that is, man, but clearly just a blip. Rest in peace, Al Jaffe. We lost him very, very recently, probably the last of that era. A lot of covers are like this, Jimmy, where it's kind of a little bit of a gag. There's not really a big pop culture parody piece to lean on.
Oh, I'd say the significant thing there is Sergio Aragone's doing a really nice full cover
getting
illustration.
A payday. Yeah, getting a payday, dude.
Well, and also a little outside of his style. Like, I wouldn't have guessed that was him. If all I had was the cover to go by, I wouldn't know if it weren't for the signature. It's cool to see him flex.
It would be fun to see, like, if patterns show up where, like, like once a year they'll give Sergio that cover rate, because historically, classically, covers you get 2-3x the price of an interior page, and Matt already pays really well. So maybe you want to spread that out and not just give the big payday to just.
It's true,
just,
man.
just
if
one
you're
guy.
an editor, you want to keep your talent happy.
Absolutely, man. So this is one that I wanted to pull, dude. It's every now and again, and we'll get there. Maybe we did it in 1989. Maybe that's when No Holds Barred was. But Jack Davis will do the movie parody every now and then. I saw Lethal Weapon 2 far more than I saw Lethal Weapon 1. It was on Cinemax or HBO. When my parents had Cinemax or HBO, they would oscillate. A couple of months we'll get HBO, a couple of months we'll get Cinemax, a couple of months we'll have nothing. But I taped this, and it was on one of our 10 VHS tapes, and I could probably recite it verbatim to you.
Jack Davis. I'll look at Jack Davis art anytime you want to show it to me.
He does some interesting stuff at this era, because he will incorporate pencil as his grayscale motif in a lot of his material, and this ain't the only one that we will see where that goes down. It doesn't feel like he aesthetically knows or cares who Mel what the fuck's his name?
Gibson.
Mel Gibson and Danny Glover is, because it's closer to Ted Danson.
That's funny. That's really funny if he doesn't really care that much. It really looks like Ted Danson in some of these. That's a riot. They still continue to put out like the Mad compilations, at the supermarket.
Yeah.
And the one that I just saw, it's a Jaws cover, and it's all, it's movie parodies, collection of movie parodies. So They do those by theme now, but why not? Look at Brian Bosworth.
That is why I pulled this one, man, because I felt Rucker Boz.
You were right.
I
had no idea. Man, now I need the whole Stone Cold parody.
The movie parody.
That's a great drawing.
This artist, I recognize, I'm quite sure, Gary Gersten. Quite sure in the mid 90s, he was doing these kind of caricatures in Playboy. Whenever there would be an interview with like Francis Ford Coppola or somebody like that, it's very much a style like this.
It's very rich.
Yeah.
I like this style a lot.
Yeah, and it's very magazine illustrator-y. Remember that show, Remote Control?
Yes, I do. I used to have a remote control T-shirt. Speaking of like what Nintendo was in the early 90s, you get multiple covers or coverage throughout here. Arsenio Hall's a pretty fun one.
Yeah, totally, man. It's the era, dude.
Yes.
Kinnison is still around. Kinnison will show up on Married with Children. I think Adam Sandler was like a bit player on Remote Control.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right.
It might have even been before Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I think it would have been 1990. He was in that early wave, I think. I think Jimmy Kimmel might have come through there briefly.
Remote Control? Was he the host? That would have been the host.
He wasn't the host.
Yeah. Yeah, what do we got here, man? Oh, dude, this is pretty sick, man. It's Greg Theakston. Look at how badass of an artist he is. I had no idea.
Yeah, never in a million years would I have picked that, and this is quite a spread.
Yeah, and dude, this is like Scream before Scream. It's all the tropes of slasher movies, like within this parody, but like just the rigor of his art, just fantastic.
This is one that I will, when I'm editing, pause on that screen and just kind of read that page.
Yeah, man.
That's a great subject matter.
Nothing too much else. I mean, everything sticks out, but we're just pulling some big stuff. So this one fucking misses every step of the way, in my opinion. It's Doogie Howser Empty Nest. Like, maybe Doogie, but...
I do remember Doogie Howser pretty well.
I remember
Empty
both.
Nest being a little above, a little older audience than me. I think.
Yeah. But, you know, that gets to more Drucker parody.
You wonder if that's one for the guys working on the magazine, you know, slightly older generation,
right.
Like a show that they were talking about around the water cooler.
Yeah. And then you got your Doogie. And what's remarkable is like how they get everybody. They get everybody, even that orderly dude, you know?
You could take so much from this as like a drawer, like even just like different hair techniques.
Yeah.
Yeah. These guys were really strong.
Yeah, it's unbelievable level of craft.
It's a bummer because this illustration level of something that's around anymore.
No, not at all. Always like to show off a little Jack Davis. And once again, man, the cool thing about most of these magazines that I got off of Leica is not too well folded. You know, you go to any flea market and get a Mad magazine, and they're very, very, very well folded.
Crime and plea bargaining.
Tell me that ain't an era, huh, Jimmy?
Yes.
When this was everywhere, and it makes you think like, because we existed through this stuff. How'd they ever think they were going to get away with that for long?
It lasted a while.
It did.
the giant penis on the face. It lasted a long time.
I was more just thinking about a cartoon mascot of cigarettes. Once again, dude, like Back to the Future's the movie parody, but it's just kind of a little gag cover. Very, very curious that they didn't stick with a pop culture
I kind of
piece.
love going through. We're 4 magazines in, and already we've covered 2 major sequels. When people talk about like everything's a sequel now or a remake,
yeah,
it's not new.
Dude, this one
as soon as they figured out how to cash in on that, doing that for a long time.
So check out the mashups of stuff that they did, because it's not just, you know, you're not just getting Back to the Future. In order to keep up with the timelines, you got John Madden, who's giving you the play-by-play to make sure that your years correspond and stuff, and to see more Drucker do Peanuts characters. How cool is that?
And do you realize his commentary is coming from Fox? This is
All
Fox
right.
getting the NFL, and he was their big hire.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, good call, man.
That's wild, the Fox Mad connection.
21st Century Fox
They
connection.
like owned that 1990s.
Yeah.
Or 1990, I guess, specifically.
There he is, Madden, doing his
so
thing.
Funny. Was there a Trump sighting in there too?
I think that was more than Madden.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sure he's in some of these pages.
Okay, this is the one. The mad switcheroos, right?
Oh boy.
And then you have to fill in the gap here, and it rhymes with this. So, question: what's the difference between a cheap eatery and Geraldo Rivera? Answer: a cheap eatery serves up hash and tripe. Geraldo Rivera serves up trash
and hype.
Ah, yes, I see. What's the difference between a nervous collapse and an IRS audit? A nervous collapse is a breakdown that shakes you. An IRS audit is a shakedown that breaks you.
Yes.
That's good, right? What's the difference between a poultry lab and a sleazy lawyer? A poultry lab takes in cluckers for science. And I was like, oh, are we going to use F words? And a sleazy lawyer takes in suckers for clients.
Yeah. These are funny because this is another one of those jokes where as a kid you're like, I don't get it.
Right, yeah,
I don't get an audit.
Yeah, totally. What's the difference between a spanking and a tourist in Mexico? This is the one that made me laugh the most. What is the difference between a spanking and a tourist in Mexico? A spanking rattles the buns, and a tourist in Mexico battles the runs. What's the difference between a horse player and Jason? A horse player backs up a hunch, and Jason
hacks up a bunch.
What's the difference between a smoker and Kermit the Frog? This is another one of those ones, man. A smoker craves a cig in the pack, and Kermit the Frog craves
pig in the sack. That's a strange bit.
I bet you those were like ad-lib type books that were out at the time or something. Like that's like a little pop culture thing that came and went.
I also bet they had just a wall of stuff written.
Sure.
Many of the best ones that just could not be printed.
Right. Now, Angelo Torres, no, this is Russ Cooper. Famous movies were made into comic strips, dude. So, always a sucker for this kind of thing. The Godfather with little Woodstock heads in the bed.
That's pretty clever.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Calvin and Hobbes getting squashed. Trying to approximate that line, can't do it. Can't do it, man. Angelo Torres would have been your guy. Psycho by Kathy Geiswhite.
I think this passes the mustard 90%, though.
Sure, it's good. Yeah, it's not bad. Lean on Me by Gary Trudeau. Beautiful. But that's not all, dude. Taxi Driver in a one-panel cartoon. Bill Keane. Was Godzilla a strip? Or like a Marmaduke? I had no idea about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Or no. My bad. We're getting conflated. It's Marmaduke or whatever. I don't know what this is. But it's the Godzilla kind of thing. We got confused for a second, man. The Garfield version of Cries and Whispers. It would be funny if I knew what that movie was. Do you know that movie?
I don't know that one. But this is funny as you get into like further down, we're getting Blondie and Nancy mashups.
And it's perfect. Great Balls of Fire. So you have like marrying your little cousin. Dagwood and his little cousin. I bet there's titties in that movie. Doesn't that sound like Demi Moore? Nightmare on Elm Street as BC, I guess. Platoon would be Bloom County. Opus. Throw Mama from the Train would be... Is that like Gahan Wilson or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what this strip is supposed to be. I love that shit, dude. Big sucker for that.
Yeah, that feels like that's from the very beginning template of Mad Magazine that you would go into the comic strips.
Yeah. War of the Roses, baseball card speculator boom, Coach is on TV, New Kids on the Block. That feels late. But then with Simpsons and New Kids on the Block, that roots it into my time period. I'm in second grade here. Once again, another gag cover that's not really like a movie parody or anything like that.
No, but you got your all-star Jack Davis doing it. So again, like throw your good artists, make sure they get a cover or two that year.
The stuff that he was doing, man, he was doing 3 TV guide covers a year.
Yeah, I mean, he's my money for the best illustrator to come out of comics. Maybe the most prolific, if not the best.
Still got the OG Spy vs. Spy guy doing his thing. I forget his name.
Yeah, I remember buying like one of the compilations of Spy vs. Spy, the way Mad would do their compilations.
Right.
Always great for like essentially a wordless comic.
This Rick Tolka caricature of New Kids on the Block is the big highlight here because he's vicious, man. Like, look at them DSLs on this boy's face.
I like that art.
Oh, it's so good, man. It's so good. Like, so this era would be second grade, and there were 2 times where I completely went against 100% of like my classmates or like my contemporaries. One was we got participation trophies in Little League. We didn't win a game, and I was so embarrassed by that and fucking insulted, and everybody was like, dude, why you being a party pooper, blah 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 blah. I'm like, fuck this shit. And then the second one was me shitting on New Kids on the Block in 2nd grade at Catholic school, and I said that dude Danny looked like a monkey, and to imply any kind of like evolution kind of gimmick in Catholic school, I had to do the write on the board 100 times.
Really?
Yeah. Danny from
The Bart Simpson.
Exactly. And Simpsons comes out after. So that beginning, and I'm like, hey, I had to do that. Like I thought I was that was just something we invented at school. But this
illustration makes me very curious about Rick Tolka and what else he has done. I love that he does eyelashes. It's such a subtle piece to put on these characters, but really, like, if you're doing like caricatures of pretty boys, it's a good detail.
Totally. And make the prettiest one the ugliest one.
Yeah.
But you can still tell who he is.
It's a good, it's pretty good as a cartoon.
Yeah, Donnie from the Docks, man.
Donnie looks great there.
They all do. They're perfect. How about this era, dude? This is the Roseanne singing the national anthem. One of the big things that they would always put against Arsenio Hall was, and I guess he would bring it upon himself. He would always talk about his friendship with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah,
like that was how they would always get him.
These are pretty great.
Yeah, totally.
Arrogance. Brian Gumble.
I don't know who this is. Lawrence Wall, leading. Probably Exxon CEO or something.
Yeah, I guess so. Pete Rose Fibbers. I like Ohio Bribeman. That's a funny name.
So we got this mad cover, dude. Full House is going to be the sitcom that we're going to be talking about. Hunt for Red October. Man, I guess we had a major because it's carrying over for a couple of months here.
Yeah. Big event of that.
Is that Exxon Valdez? Is that when that shit goes down?
That's my guess.
So, who's that? Is that Buster Douglas?
It's got to be Buster Douglas. Who else could it be?
Mike Tyson, which he did on In Living Color. But it barely looks like Buster. That looks like Buster, but that face looks like Keenan. Whenever I got the Genesis, which would have been for Holy Communion, once again, 2nd grade thing, one of the games I got was Buster Douglas boxing. And when it came out, the belt already changed hands. So, like, before the game even came out, like, Mike Tyson kicked his ass again. Or was it? No, was it?
Riddick Bowe.
Riddick Bowe, yeah. This is fun, dude. Full House. Were you a Full House guy? Watch every episode 2 times myself.
I wasn't to that extent, but sure, I saw it. Hard to avoid.
What I like about this stuff is there are things, just because you can't predict the future, right? So everybody looks good. DJ, Stephanie Tanner, but they just do random baby, because it's just a baby. Like, you're never gonna need to know what that kid turns into, but more successful than every single one of these people combined.
Right.
Billionaires.
Yeah, who would think? Three Stooges makes a lot of sense to me as if you're going to cameo some people in a Full House
absolutely
parody.
There is you can watch it on YouTube after you watch your Cartoonist Kayfabe stuff. The pilot to Full House is available in full with everybody in their proper roles except for some schmuck is Danny Tanner. It's a different guy. So it's a real like Mandela effect kind of thing. It fucks your mind up. And who's in the mix, man. So clearly it came back from their focus group or whatever and was like, everybody's cool except this fucking drip of a Danny Tanner. We need something more. We need something better.
I still say you can take so much character design from this and put it into comics.
Absolutely.
And it'd be an improvement on 90% of the comics out there.
I hate to always just blow past the Duck Edwing stuff, but he's a fantastic cartoonist, man. Absolutely stellar.
And again, stylistically, that just doesn't exist anywhere today.
Here's a real good sample of that Jack Davis pencil gray tone stuff that he was doing at this time. Also,
great examples of how much he would bend anatomy around. Like, look
yeah.
at this wind up for the throw. That stuff always would kill me because it would look really good. It would even make sense, and it kind of fit the How to Draw Comics the Marvel way of exaggeration.
Yeah.
And yet, how do you translate that whenever you're barely able to draw anything? Like, it was impossible for me to understand why did that work.
Absolutely.
How's he doing that?
I don't know if he's the guy who did these. I brought it up before, and I can't really find anything online. But during this era, like around like the Deadpool, New Mutants era, Extinction Agenda, if you go to like the corner store and stuff, there were height of the football cards and baseball cards. There were these football cards that were like, they were small books. and it would be like Warren Moon, and
Yeah.
it would have like a line, and you see them in the old Marvel comics, and it would have like their name up there, a photo, but when you open it up, it would have a caricature that was drawn, and in my mind it's Jack Davis, because like that was some of the first stuff that I remember copying a lot and being able to like approach. The Warren Moon one I remember the most because it's cow jumped over the moon, so it's Warren Moon like dancing over top of the moon.
Who is this artist?
Oh dude, that's Dave Burke.
Gotcha.
The lighter side, and it's, as far as I know, because we have Every Mad magazine now,
Yeah.
he was never funny. I don't get it at all. It was never funny. That is Bill
It's
Gaines.
a great Bill Gaines. Yeah, that's what caught my eye.
Bill Gaines shows up in every issue.
I'm in a weird angle, and it's so clousy in certain parts of it from this angle, and it might just be like it's a clean line that I'm looking at, but it's strange from over here.
Right.
Looks good. Yeah, this stuff is just gold.
So when you talk about the stuff looking good, I have to assume that some of it is like the weight and balance feels so evenly distributed. Like that feels so accurate. It doesn't feel lopsided. It doesn't feel heavy.
Right.
Nobody's
But
tipping
also,
over.
all the exaggeration still feels like it works. Like, I feel like I could break down these, like, giant dudes if I were just doing, like, the cylinders or the stick figure underneath. And it all works.
Yeah.
Like, it all fits. That changes, I think, at some point here in the early 90s as cartoonists start to get kind of out of hand.
Modern day law school. Man, Jaffe.
So inventive.
And
Every one of these fold-ins is just phenomenal from one to the next.
Totally. And I don't know that he did much work beyond these things. This had to pay a mint.
Yeah, you'd hope. You'd hope so.
2 more issues, dude. We're in the October 1990 issue. They missed the mark on this one because the big parody piece is Gremlins 2. But this is the era of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie. Now, we did do 1989 cover to cover where we went through every issue. And I believe there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cover with Alfred E. Newman then. So maybe that's the reason why you don't do it this year. But that's far enough span of time that, like, that I feel like this is going to sell some shit. And certainly the issues of Mad that I do not have at the back end, Trump is on the cover every 2 issues. Maybe every single issue. It's like more Donald Trump stuff. So, like, you know, you can have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle like year also. Big year for them.
Yeah, you get the impression that people, every time they did something successful for a while, I feel like it surprised everyone. And then at some point it's like, nah, that's an institution. Just accept it. Make a new movie.
Right. Wanted to do, give a good look at the RoboCop 2, because that's Frank Miller.
Right.
And when these guys do parody stuff, you see it most often in Cracked when it's John Severin doing the movie parody, where you see the most photo-accurate stormtroopers in a Star Wars comic you've ever seen in your life, or like a well-put-together lightsabers or Darth Vaders. This is Angelo Torres, and that's a pretty good RoboCop.
Yeah, it would always blow my mind because those guys could do these things that were really hard for me to draw.
Yeah.
Any of these kind of sci-fi characters, I just couldn't do it. And Cracked or Mad, I would look at it and it was like magic. That's like, he looks good from the side. He looks good whenever we saw him in that first front page. Like, how? It just never made sense to me. It was so hard to, again, like, this is that age where, like, I couldn't draw at all.
Yeah.
You know, I was just copying whatever I would see. And it was so hard for me to, like, imagine how you could make this stuff, how you could draw something like RoboCop.
Absolutely. All that you bring up a good point, because like this is the era where I'm copying a lot, and you glance over the more Drucker stuff. Don't even try that kind of thing. Like, stick with Duck Edwing and those guys. I feel like every Mad thing has to end with like some kind of pop culture kind of gimmick like this. And
Yeah.
look, I think is this a gay marriage? Is that what we're dealing with here, man? What else did we pull here, man? Oh, of course, you got to do it.
Yeah.
I think there's a piece of naughtiness in here, man. April O'Neil's name is Gapewell, and I don't know what you think of.
Yeah, it might not do that today.
Gapewell Oh Wow is her name.
There might be an actress named that.
But here you have it, dude. It's a movie parody for the very first flick. Imagine Eastman and Laird. Like, they must pinch themselves every day for a good run there. But now you're getting your Mad parody. And the Mad parody was a giant deal. Like, Howard Stern owns all the original art whenever he gets parodied. Like, the most famous of people, when they get parodied, they'll buy the artwork and stuff.
Yeah, man.
it's a
Eastman
big
must have
institution.
tracked down some of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Look at how the rigor of the background details. These guys stealing stuff and running across the roof.
Sam Viviano is no slouch. His name never comes up in the big conversations, but he is every bit as good a caricaturist as like Mort Drucker or any of those dudes.
Pulling a lot of styles out. Some of the animated stuff.
You have to, because like if you remember in Pinocchio, there's that like island where like the little boys can go to like do all bad things and stuff. So that's like the pimp guy who like gets them all over there so they could turn them to donkeys or whatever. You got your New Kids on the Block parody.
Spider-Man in the background over here.
Point it out. I don't see it. Oh yeah. Even got that little dude.
Yeah, this stuff's really attractive for an artist like you say that I don't think of when I think of Mad Magazine.
Good Casey Jones.
All of it's pretty strong. I like that first page of this. You get like the shot of the turtle. It's very strong.
Yeah, dude. And what do we got here, man? We got is that what's his face with the honeymooners?
Norton.
Norton, yeah, Ed Norton. I think that's
Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the Beast, the TV show.
I think we saw that one listed in one of the previous Mads.
Phantom of the Opera in like 1990, like it was the new opera, like the
Musical.
Yeah, who's that famous
Andrew
playwright?
Lloyd Webber.
That's it, man. Like that, there was commercials for that all the time. Like it must have been like a traveling show or something. I half did this one because I was like, is this the era where he like throws up everywhere? Like, is this all puke? But I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah.
He just disappears, I guess.
He does. It leans on the pun. So, dude, last issue of December 1990. Simpsons heavy throughout this whole thing, man. It's Simpsons fever, dude. So like this one is like father and son. Like what lessons do you learn from the various bad actors in this world? Be it Macho Man. Who, dude? Look at the era, dude. It's the Sapphire era.
Wow.
It's the Dusty angle, or like Andrew Dice Clay. I got nothing against women's lib. I dig broads with fat, hairy legs. And then what's the lesson? Always make fun of those who are different from you. See, it's very faint. Like Stan Hart institution, probably an old fuck at this point. So it's like, what are the bad things that you can pull? But like suggesting that Simpsons is like this, but it's so much more clever. It's so much better and stuff. But there was a big backlash. Like I don't know if you remember that. Maybe you were a little older, so it didn't affect you. But I was in second grade at Catholic school, and there would be assemblies about it. Do not say eat my shorts at school. Do not do this. It never affected the piss square house. Like the piss square house is where you come to see fucked up shit. But there were like kids who were not allowed to watch The Simpsons.
Well, I was gonna say too. Like The Simpsons weren't The Simpsons that first year or two.
That's true.
As they built what they became, like it's different in those early. That first year, it was like, what is this? Because I remember some backlash from it too. And then I think like year 2 or 3, they changed their time slot to go against the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
Which at the time seemed like, oh, you guys are committing suicide.
Right.
And then like, look where we are all these years later.
This is fucking incredible, this spread. And this was owned by Sam Simon, who passed away from like brain cancer some years back. And I got to do that Sotheby's auction. And I was curious, like, what's comic stuff go for on Sotheby's lately and shit. And they liquidated Sam Simon's collection of stuff, memorabilia and stuff, and he owned this piece. And it went on Sotheby's a little bit before my piece. You could have bought this for like $700 or like a very cheap amount. Very cheap.
That's shocking.
But what's remarkable is like Sam Viviano, once again, right? He's the all-star of this issue. The amount of caricatures, that is Dan Castellaneta, the voice of Homer. That is whatever that lady's name is, who does the voice of Bart Simpson, who's a Scientologist. They're all in here, dude. That is Matt Groening.
Wow.
Like they're all in. Maybe, Sam Simon is in here somewhere. Al Jean is in here somewhere. I don't know what those dudes look like. That might be Jim Davis or Jim Brooks.
Yeah. James Brooks. Right?
James Brooks. Yeah. Here's your lineup of Fox TV shows, Fox Almost Network. Because if you remember, like, TV channels would, like, it would be Fox for, like, half a day, you know? From, like, it would be something else at the end of the day. Nickelodeon was that way. And then at night, it would, like, sign off pretty early, be color bars. And then at, like, 5 in the morning, it would play the most jingoist. It would show, like, the Blue Angels across the Grand Canyon with, like, smoke coming out, playing, like, the Pledge of Allegiance or, like, one of those, like, pre-ball game kind of songs. And then it would start the day. So, like, here are the shows, dude. Married with Children, 21 Jump Street, Booker with Richard Grieco. Was that Richard Grieco?
Yeah, I think so.
Did Richard Grieco have 2 shows?
He must have spun out of 21 Jump Street, right?
That's crazy. And I don't know what that is.
Or maybe spun back in.
Or maybe this
I don't
is
think
just
Booker
like...
lasted too long.
You're right. Is this The Outsiders TV
I don't know.
show?
I was looking at that one, and I don't remember Outside, something like that. So that was another one short-lived.
Right. This is... At first I thought this is Theakston again, by the way. Doing... It's photorealistic artwork, almost. I thought it was Drew Friedman when he, like, got into his inkwash period, but it's not.
That is so uncanny. Like, some of these really look like photos that you're then... Do you think
Just
they're
adding
photo
the top.
eyes? It's
They're
so
close,
weird.
man. Yeah, they're close. They're so close.
Feels like early AI, like, mashups
Right.
of stuff.
Yeah, like to type in Mikhail Gorbachev and Bart Simpson into your Mid-Journey and send us those JPEGs. Let's see what that looks like.
Man, when I see that stuff, like, it pops as being super different. I'm surprised that somebody didn't run with that a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Drew Friedman fills that niche eventually. But there you have it, dude. Let me put together the thumbnail, Jimmy. What do you start with, man? You probably want this. You probably want Nintendo, right?
Yeah, look, honestly, it's an alpha and omega for me. It's Mario Brothers and Simpsons is a pretty good alpha and omega.
Yeah. Let's set this up so that you can take a good snap of this good shit, dude. Something like this.
Sure.
There it is. Let's get it more on the screen. Cover to cover. Every issue of Mad Magazine from 1990, dude. From issue 292 to 299. Super fun.
I think these are awesome. Like I said in the beginning, I'm surprised that this isn't a gimmick somewhere.
Well, it is now, dude. What do you thought? You don't gotta give it up. It's the new Cartoonist Kayfabe gimmick.
Fair enough. I do love it as a timeline, though. Like, what a document.
Absolutely, man. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is going down in July. What we're doing is taking a bunch of our comic book doubles, our comp copies, and going to buy a couple of comics here and there. And we're putting those in the free little lending libraries across the country to all those little libraries in our neighborhoods. We had thousands of people participate last year. I want tens of thousands of people to participate. Let's get 100,000 comics out in circulation. Make sure you tag us. Make sure you share photos with us when you dump comics into these free little lending libraries. The Patreon exists to mitigate the kayfabe effect. Our biggest supporters get all the videos before anybody else at our King Kayfaber level, and they're hanging out with us in the chat room live stream as we are recording these videos at this very moment. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this Christmas season, coming to you in October. This is the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. This is the 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, and we wanted to celebrate that with the sexiest Hip Hop Family Tree book that we could possibly design. 504 pages, 140 pages of additional material that is not in those first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, and lots of new artwork that is done exclusively for this book to wrap it all up in a bun and make it look like a sexy comic that you would want your hands on. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is another Christmas effort to come out that will be coming out in around November, just in time for the holiday season. collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design work. Make sure you get your hands on that. Some of this stuff is out of print. And Red Room Crypto Killers is my new round of Red Room comics. Each issue completely self-contained. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Issue 3 of Red Room Crypto Killers, which is coming out the Wednesday before Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, is going to contain a backup story that is a proto version of the characters from my daily strip. I hope you scoop that comic up, give you a little insight, a little idea about what my strip is going to be like. And it'll be a hot key, as the kids call it these days, for the Ed Piscor bibliography. Jimmy, tell the people what we're looking at right here.
True Crime Funnies is my latest self-published comic book. You can find this on my website or on my Patreon at patreon.com/JimRugg, where I post my latest comics and art. Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next book from Image Comics. This collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. They just put out a new edition of Deadliest Girl Alive. Princess of Poverty will be coming out later this year. You can pre-order that one now. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design in the fluorescent green treasury-sized edition, as well as the Plain Janes.
Super fun, man. Let's boost this video up, man, so that we can do some more of this mad stuff. That's a fun conversation to have, Jimmy. There are other ways to support the channel. Let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, we got a switch.
Yes, sir. I need more sips, man. Super fun. This next strip I'm working on, like the next round of like the next episode, the next 20-page section is going to be give each character like 4-page kind of focus without the other, like, of their home life, or like the person, like just like get to know them and just explore them individually.
That's a good idea.
I have a real cool way to do it too, man, but I'm gonna tell you afterward. So what we're going to do now is do a looky-loo, where we just kind of quickly go through Rob Liefeld's Hawk and Dove miniseries that sort of got him in the game professionally. And then we'll look at issue 1 of the New 52, Hawk and Dove, and just see, compare, contrast, that kind of gimmick. Should be a fun little video. I don't know if we talked about it, but like when we had all that air pollution from New York last week, that first day we went on a walk and it was just like, wow, it's real hazy out. Like, what is that? And we just did our thing, but on the way back, like, it's a 4-mile loop and the last bit is all uphill pretty much. And I was like, I'm such a fucking pussy. Like, I'm saying, I feel weird, man. Like, I don't feel good. And I'm wheezing. I'm like huffing. I'm like, I don't get this at all. And then we, like, that's like some blow off or whatever from these New York wildfires. And it all made sense, you know? But it was like, you know, how many cigarettes did I smoke on that walk?
Right.
That was crazy. Did you run during that shit?
Yeah, I was out every day. I was yesterday. There was an air warning, and I don't know if it was because of the smoke or just sometimes the humidity. They'll get one.
Yeah, there was.
And, I cut the grass in the morning. I walked and then I cut the grass in the morning, so I was out for like 4 hours maybe. And by the time I got in, it was like my throat felt like I was like swallowing razors or something.
The second day, like we had that super bad day, and I think it probably was Kayfabe day. So also I'm not drinking enough and like I'm talking, but like my throat was so fucked up that night. And like I just couldn't believe it. Like in the wake of like this COVID shit that we dealt with, and like if some like noxious gas like came through your town, like you're all just, there's nothing you could do. There's no fans that you could blow out your window or
no.
And when you were here, like I don't know if you know it, but like even in the house, from one wall to the other, you saw a little hay. Like that shit is in your crib, man. It's fucked up. Look at you with your newsstand copies of
Yeah, not all of them. These are quarter bin copies, Ed.
Yeah. So funny. Just a looky-loo, dude. Like we'll go through this stuff. I think that there's an ambition here that goes away. I might call it Rob Liefeld's most ambitious work. Like, come on now. And then a quick glance at this one, as to compare contrast. Like, what's the years? It would be so great if it was like a nickel and dime, but I don't think this is like 2008, 2011.
Probably earlier.
2011.
Oh.
So 88. What's the math on that? 20. 23 years, something like that. 22 years.
Probably 23.
23 years later. Good to go if you are. Welcome to your favorite channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to take a look at pretty ambitious projects today, Jimmy. But first, got to let you guys know that the Patreon is out there for the King Kayfabers to mitigate the Kayfabe effect. You join our Patreon at the King Kayfabe level, you're getting all the videos before anybody else gets access to them, and you have access to the live chat stream as we record these raw videos. We record every video for the next week in one clip, and we have a 5-hour live stream pretty much that goes on during that time. July is also the month of Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, which is the last Saturday of July. What we do on Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is we deliver comic books to the free little lending libraries in our neighborhoods. Go around town, drop as many comics off in those little structures as you can. Face some cool comics outward if there's a glass door on there so that people can see comics from a distance. We're creating new comic readers this way, and it's something that we're going to continue to do every year. It's the second time we're doing it, and thousands of people participated last time, so I'd like 10,000 people or more to participate. Let's move 100,000 comics around this fine country. Without further ado, Jimmy, let's take a look at the work that catapulted young Rob Liefeld from the pages of Megaton magazine, man, from Carlson, into mainstream consciousness at DC Comics. Rob Liefeld at the Hawk and Dove miniseries. Also, we'll take a quick look at issue 1 of his New 52 that comes 23 years later. This is 1988. This is 2011. Let's compare, contrast, and see what's what. At the height of the speculator game, off the bat, man, This Hawk and Dove strip, this was a legendary comic at that era when Rob Liefeld was at his height. And it was actually, you couldn't find it cheaply. You really couldn't. It was a very expensive comic. Now I have probably 2 sets. One thanks to the to the Kayfabers that send us mail, but I have my set that I got for $1 a piece. You got a set over there, $1 a piece.
They were $1, yeah.
Yeah, so you could find it pretty easily. It was very, very hyperinflated in the days of collecting artists and looking for their first works. But the first thing that comes to mind is it's a DC comic. So Marvel Method is typically called the Marvel Method for a reason. I'm presuming that Rob is working from a script here. Carl and Barbara Kessel. So you're getting way more panels per page in this comic than you would any other Rob Liefeld comic in existence. And they're sort of forcing the hand of doing some storytelling. Here's the era, Jimmy, dude. It's in league with Mignola on Cosmic Odyssey. How
I
about
think that ad looks so good. It makes me want to check out that book now, as an episode.
Yeah.
I really like that ad.
That's been on the docket for a long time, man.
It's crazy. The first 2 pages of this comic, I don't know how many words. First 3, how many words are on those pages? So many. And then you turn the page and it's like, ooh, there's panels with no words. And you turn the page and it's like, it's another panel with no words. It's another page with very few words. Like, the inconsistency. I did not enjoy this comic.
Oh, no.
I tried reading it
Impossible.
twice.
Impossible.
Very hard. And I can't figure it out because, like, Liefeld looks like Liefeld here. Like, that's stuff that I should enjoy more than I enjoy, and I can't figure out why I don't.
Well, he has nothing to do with the words, right?
It's true, but it just is not... I can't tell if this is a DC method of working, where there's just a lot of... so much explanation and setup.
What do you think this technique is here, man?
Yeah, you got me.
Very, very confusing stuff.
But it just confuses me overall based on, I like this art. Why am I not getting into this more?
Sure.
And I don't know an answer to that. Fun to see a short flashback, but a little flashback to our Ditko, created characters.
Rob Liefeld, say what you will, man. There is a female Dove that is in these TV shows and stuff now. That's a Rob Liefeld creation. Here's that thing that you gotta avoid. It's a thing that Eastman and Laird did in that issue 3 of the Ninja Turtles that we pointed out, where like you got somebody bang. You can't have all evenly sized glass with even spaces apart from. It becomes a texture more than it is broken glass. It's too even.
Yeah, and there's some great stuff like directional devices, coming down on our Hawk. I don't have fault with anything individually, but what my takeaway was, no big panels.
Yeah.
And while you're on a splash page, of course, how else could it go?
Right.
But overall, like, none of these big panels, and I wonder, like, how much of that kind of pacing and image storytelling style, if that's the element that's missing.
Yeah.
Like, give me that exciting shot every 2 pages or so. And it's not quite there yet.
We are in the same location of X-Force number 2 with Kane versus Deadpool.
Because this is a soundstage in the Extreme Studios backlot.
We have crates.
This is funny. That's just a funny pose.
Yeah, it really looks like yoga with Adrian.
It feels a little bit crowded whenever you do get one of the shots that look like that's a money shot.
Right.
But it's just a little bit crowded or something. And, some of that can be a young Rob Liefeld.
He's figuring stuff out. He's figuring stuff out, man. Like when you got something like these 4-panel pages, there's not like one kind of dominant panel. They're all kind of evenly spaced figures in a lot of ways.
Yeah, an extreme close-up. We looked at some early McFarlane from around this era. I like, you see inventive stuff. Like, to me, that's a pretty cool idea, concept. This even reminded me a little bit of Hip Hop Family Tree,
right,
with the light, the light shining down. So there's interesting stuff there, but I just want a little bit more. Like, here we go. There's a close-up. So now you're breaking up the types of panels that we're looking at. But you turn the page, and this is very much kind of noisy.
You think Rob Liefeld had fun drawing this spread?
I don't know about that.
I think he just wants to be drawing, punching, and stuff.
There's a lot going on, though.
Yeah.
From an expositional narrative standpoint, there is a lot packed into this, and I think that might be one of those things that I'm not that eager to read in-depth backstories of these characters because, quite frankly, these characters are not... it's not too interesting once you start reading it.
And this is just a boring villain. And I feel like it's the only villain of Hawk and Dove. Like, when this becomes a regular series, as a kid, I got one issue, and that was the bad guy.
Look at how many teeth are in that mouth.
That's a Rob Liefeld mouth, baby. Like Toad.
But like a spread like this, tell me what's going on, and then isn't there a better way to do this spread?
Yeah. Bow ring, bow ring, bow ring. There's a good one, man. To sort of make good on your deadlines.
Ad for the Prisoner comic.
Good piece of art.
Probably. I hate to crush on that series too much because I tried reading it 20 years ago and didn't like it, so it might be better than I remember, but I was disappointed in it.
Yeah. Carl Kessel inker. I believe there's like a lot of language about Kessel fixing the feet all the time.
That sounds like internet talk for this.
Yeah.
Cover of issue 3, by the way, Valentino's name's on there too.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
So I think for
studio mates.
Right, exactly. And it makes sense that your inker's going to have some influence early in someone's career. I remember hearing that about like the Sword of Azrael. I think it's Kevin Nolan over top of Joe Quesada, and I remember hearing like there's a lot of Nolan on those pages as a result.
Yeah. So
I think that's not uncommon that you get a veteran inker on top of a young penciler. How everyone gets along, I don't know.
Right.
There was a system, it's almost like old wrestling of like, this is how you would work through, get a guy to learn how to work.
There's a symmetry to this grass that looks like copy pasted.
That's a good example. Well, beyond the copy pasted grass, but looking at it as like, okay, what page is exciting? I kind of like that page.
Yeah,
we've got a little room to breathe. You get to show off the art a little bit. The characters look pretty cool.
A lot of horizontal, like so much widescreen throughout this comic.
Yeah, I wonder what the choice is behind that, if that's something that's driven by writer or artist.
We getting Road Pig in here? Remember Road Pig?
I do. I had very few figures as a kid, and Road Pig was one of them.
It's a good one, dude, because you like the Boz, It's pretty... Oh, dude, it is Road Pig. How about that?
Why wouldn't they bleach his hair? Boy, those pants are amazing, dude. Those pants are just amazing.
He's a leather daddy.
Look at that.
He's a leather daddy, man.
I feel kind of bad that Liefeld wasted that on Hawk and Dove and didn't bring that to Image or X-Force.
How about that, Jimmy?
Pretty cool. I love this cover though because it's add guns. How like from the very beginning it was like, how do you make these superheroes cooler? Add some G.I. Joe guns.
And it makes sense, man. Fist is the dove.
You get to this splash page, and again, like this is starting to feel more like, okay, now we've got an artist asserting himself a little bit here. That scale really comes through.
Yeah, he's playing with scale more too. Like you get close-ups, you get faraway views, you get some mid shots.
That's the thing that you start to see happen across the course of this miniseries. I think he starts to get more confident as an artist.
Yeah. You know how that goes too, because like to this day, you start a new project and you're a little less sure-footed the first couple pages. Like, hey veterans, will there ever be a time where you just hit the ground running on a new comic? Because like it's never happened for me.
Yeah, and the way the comics, especially of this era, are built, you just don't get that time programmed in.
Some more of that era, dude. I had this exact mask.
Oh, man.
We still have this mask. My mom has it at the crib, and every Halloween, she makes like a dummy and puts that on the porch.
That thing's got to be like melted at this point.
Oh, it's all good. But the gloves are long gone.
I bet the stuff coming out of that mask, if you put it on your head for 5 minutes.
Oh, you're sick. You're going to get sick, man. COVID 2024.
Yeah, that can't be right. There you go, right? We've got
Super
a bigger...
butch.
Once again, now this is the second issue in a row where we're getting a half splash or more on a page. And I think you start to see it. Even that open panel really breaks up that spread.
Yeah, give some room to breathe. Rob liked his down shots, man. He held on to those for a real long time. And this is that thing, too, where, like, the scale's a motherfucker, right? Like, you got your super tiny characters. You got a big-ass fire plug.
It's hard. I always liked those, though, when I was trying to figure this stuff out. They always impressed me.
Uh-huh.
And I would try to figure out how to do my own version of them.
Yeah, drawing the figure like that
to
is
mixed
pretty
results.
tough. Sure.
Scale is definitely the thing that is tough and for me in that kind of a pose.
Yeah, Jeff Darrow says start with the door.
Interesting.
Start with the door. Get the door right.
More of these wide panels. Again, I wonder, like, is that a Rob Liefeld choice or what? And look at how, like, I see shades of, like, Mike Mignola. We just saw that Cosmic ad. And
Absolutely.
It's kind of like, interesting.
Yeah.
Who's looking at what at this time?
Oh, yeah.
Even some of the figures have a certain blocky solidity to them that reminds me of some of Mike Mignola's figure work. Who would expect to see any crossover of that sort?
He was definitely the cartoonist of this era. Absolutely.
That Black Orchid ad.
So cool.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. I love seeing these ads, dude, as kind of snapshot of where we are. I've been having Invasion pulled, dude. If this Looky Loo does well, man, we'll do a McFarlane Looky Loo with the Invasion stuff. Because now the thing is with Invasion, that's way more readable because it's Keith Giffen doing the layouts and writing, and he's just a better storyteller than the Kessels.
Well, here's what's interesting. We looked at McFarlane's first Spider-Man.
Yeah.
1988. This book, 1988,
okay,
a little bit later in the year. He must have been doing Invasion overlapping with Spider-Man. And those Invasion books are big, aren't they? Like 80 pages, as it says there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said in the Spider-Man issue. Like, in this year, there was a month or two, and he didn't do the third issue, so he's probably, like, totally powdered out. But he did over 100 pages of comics. And I think it was an era where, like, the Spider-Mans were bi-weekly. So he's doing 2 Spider-Mans, he's doing a Hulk, and he's doing Invasion. You know, that's 120 pages, something like that. That's a good month. That's a good paycheck that month.
Battleground Earth. Is that terrible L. Ron Hubbard?
I think so, right?
that considered like the worst movie
yeah,
since Plan 9
with
from Outer
Travolta. All right, man. Let's look at the last one real quick. Oh, this is cool. Kind of bending reality, but I feel like in order to do that, you got to sell it more. Maybe even have one across the face.
Yeah, it's very subtle, probably too subtle in hindsight, but I'm glad to see him taking a shot. That's how you figure this stuff out.
Rob doing some of his screen door technique that we'll see in X Force.
A lot of backgrounds there.
Not a bad bomb.
Man, look, even the comics were doing their 900 numbers.
Oh, yeah. When we got to that Nightmare on Elm Street, I was thinking that it would be a 900 number because I remember you call Freddy. And I think it's very threatening. Like I think I saw a YouTube where it's like, "Oh, if you get off the phone too early," like that, like that type of shit. You better stay on this phone or else I'll invade your dreams.
It does feel to me like Liefeld is kind of becoming Liefeld in the course of this miniseries.
Yeah. This is probably the first one really breaking the grid.
Easily fit into a New Mutants issue.
Yeah.
And be strong. You know, even these pages feel like he's found a way to make them breathe more. You get close-ups. It doesn't feel as crowded page-wise.
Yeah.
You ever read the original Hawk and Doves, the Ditko Hawk and Doves?
Couple issues. Yeah, I got a couple. Steve Ditko Hawk and Doves.
That's a nice ad.
How about it, man? Brand new joint.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's Malcolm Jones III, maybe.
Still St. Keith is the original guy. And then Drindenberg. Bless Rob, because there's nothing about this comic that makes me want to read it. And I bet there was very little that made him want to draw it.
Yeah, I bet it wasn't this page. Look at how not Rob Liefeld that image is.
Totally. It's really
a lot of touch up on that one.
Yeah, it's really that like kind of Megaton era kind of thing. And yeah, this is impossible to read. I'm betting you that when you have these scenes of domesticity, it's all kinds of duality talk of you know what I mean? Like, I mean, even here you got a Betty and a Veronica. He has to choose between which chick he wants to bang or whatever. Not too inspiring, but it must have done well enough, man, because it got a regular series after this.
Yeah, and like you said, it was definitely a book that was on my radar early on. Like, as soon as Rob's next stop is New Mutants, pretty much.
Yeah, he'll do a couple little fill-in things over at Marvel, and then off to the races, man. So, that's 1988. Now let's take a look at, Rob Liefeld is Rob. Jim Lee is half publisher.
I feel like this is the ultimate part of this video is just the comparison between Hawk and Dove and stuff. Like,
Right.
weirdly, this is your future comic. Like, you get to see both versions of this.
Yeah. Dude, the same obelisk that shows up in the original miniseries. He's playing the Hitch, Jimmy.
And Liefeld credited as artist, so I don't know whether he's inking this or it's reproduced. It looks like ink. It does not look like it's reproduced from pencil.
Right.
But he's the guy, right? Like, there's no inker credited.
Ricky Purdon as assistant editor. He's over at Marvel now, and he's a cool cat because he's down with all kinds of comics. Like, he's, at least at the time when I was at Marvel, his profile picture on the interwebs, man, was drawn by Gabrielle Bell. So he's down with, like, good comics. It's just he probably, he don't draw or nothing. So if you want to work in comics and you don't draw, it's Marvel DC. That overpowering color kind of shades things. I wonder what Rob thinks about this kind of thing, like when they fuzz out his artwork. Like, is that something that you're okay with?
Yeah,
But-
that artificial depth of field.
Uh-huh.
It's so bizarre looking at this stuff. The coloring is strange.
Yeah.
But also almost like a house coloring style probably at that time.
But you're getting full Liefeld here. Very few panels per page. A lot of bombast. Very few backgrounds.
And focus on Hawk, right? The fighter
The
in the
fun
group.
stuff. Yeah. I wonder if he referenced this plane. You think?
Oh, it looks like it. Pulling from the morgue files for that one.
By God, there's some storytelling here, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at this guy running from the plane that's about to crash into, I guess, the Washington Monument.
That's just too much, right?
It's a lot.
That's just too much. What they doing?
They would do, like, in painting class, it'd be like local color. Like, if you knew an orange is orange and you paint it that color, but meanwhile we've got lights set up and, it's sitting next to something that's green and, it's not the way it works. And I feel like you get some of that in the coloring of this issue.
Right. You notice, man, this might be the only piece of domesticity in this issue.
Much less of that. Much more costumes.
Yeah. Oh, a little Deadman appearance.
I'm curious if people want to... Boy, I hate to throw this out here. I might regret it. But comments on what the good books that came out of this 52 launch were.
Yeah. There's one that comes to mind.
Because I just saw, like, George Perez on that Superman. I bet that probably looks pretty good.
There's that Keith Giffen... Is it OMAC? Like, what was the Keith Giffen joint?
That sounds reasonable.
That came out through it. Because, like, what was cool about it was you had this character just barreling through, and the color was good because, like, there would be different scene changes and the color would change and things. Man, fuck, it's totally... I just remember, like, a Calabac type character breaking through shit. Was it Mr. Miracle? Man, I forget what the Keith Giffen joint was, but that was a good one.
Yeah. It's interesting to see these inks. They're a lot different than the early days of his career.
Yeah.
But there's still some organic quality to them that I appreciate.
And you notice, like, the little ink dabs, because it's all fine liners. He doesn't use the dip pen or anything like this.
Man, I have mixed feelings on that Hawk and Dove logo.
Right. There it is, man. Little looky-loo. OG Rob with 2011. New 52 Rob. I think he had a couple titles, man. I think he had a Hawkman.
Yeah, that
Does that make
sounds right.
sense?
I think he took over Lobo for a few issues. Like, I don't think he launched it with
Yeah.
the #1, but I think they might have swapped creative teams, or at some point he took on Lobo for a little bit.
Interesting initiative, man. But 52 comics of homogenous superhero fare that didn't take any of these characters anywhere.
And also, how long did it last? Was it like 2 years, and then they
And I think it just pissed
started
off
falling back into like old numbers and stuff?
It's it's stunting. We did that recent episode about comic book events, but DC and Marvel, all they do is stunt. It's never a real event.
Yeah, fun to see an artist do characters like this across decades and careers.
Yeah.
That said, I don't know that I'd be reading these comics outside of Cartoonist Kayfabe.
This was sent to us by a Kayfaber, man. P.O. Box in the description below.
I think it makes for an interesting video, like I said, and I had no idea Liefeld did his own inks on there, so that's probably one of the biggest plus takeaways for me of this.
Good to go?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is rapidly approaching. Last Saturday in July, we're taking a bunch of comic book doubles. We're taking a bunch of our comp copies, and going to spend a couple of dollars at the dollar bins and find some cool stuff that might be in the local comic shops. And we're dropping all of that material off to the free little lending libraries in our neighborhoods. We urge you to do the same. Last year we had thousands of people participate. I'd like tens of thousands of people to participate this year. We got tens of thousands more subscribers. Let's do it. This is the real free comic book day, last Saturday in July. The Patreons on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, who are at the King Kayfaber level, completely mitigate the kayfabe effect by getting all the videos before anybody else gets them. They also are hanging out with us in the streaming chat room that we put up every week whenever we record a new round of videos. So that completely takes the kayfabe effect out of the equation for them. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. And coming soon is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. I should be getting an unbound copy of all the interior pages sooner than later to show off on the channel, Jimmy. But we're looking at a 504-page compilation of the first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree with 140 pages of additional materials, and it's coming to you in time for Christmas. The other comic that I'm putting out in time for Christmas is we're bringing X-Men Grand Design back into print, and it's going to come to you in a trade paperback edition. Some of those volumes, like I said, they've been out of print, but we're recollecting all of that material in time for the holidays. And Red Room Crypto Killers is my new comic. 2 issues out right now, 2 trade paperbacks of the past seasons of Red Room are out there. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Issue 3 of Crypto Killers is going to have a backup feature that introduces a proto version of the characters I'm going to be doing my daily strip about. And I encourage you to grab that issue as kind of like a hot key in the Ed Piscor bibliography, the first appearance of my next round of comics project characters. Jimmy, tell the people what you got coming out.
My latest comic, True Crime Funnies, is available on my Patreon at patreon.com/JimRugg or on my website at jimrugg.com. These are 3 nonfiction comics, 2 wrestling stories, and 1 straight-up true crime comic. Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next book coming out from Image Comics later this year. This features all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, the other volume that Image published and just released a new edition of. So get both together, they'll look good as a set on your shelf. Hulk Grand Design, the treasury size fluorescent green book. You cannot miss it. Get it while supplies last. And finally, The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel still in print and available wherever books are bought and sold.
There are another couple of ways that you can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, however. Jimmy, let those people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Given those marching orders, Jimmy, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
This damn new 52 Hawk and Dove in the Kayfabe library.
New readers.
All right, guys, this is going to be Kayfabe affected, man. So get your engines running. I'll let you know right now. We're going to call the video something like Unearthed Complete Alan Moore Scripts. And there are 2 good places to get some real complete Alan Moore scripts. This is From Hell, the complete From Hell. Book 1 has the first 3 chapters, and it is Alan Moore's complete script to From Hell. First 3 chapters. And then this is a reasonably new book, The Ballad of Halo Jones Omnibus Edition, that contains all of his Halo Jones comics that he wrote, and to give you some extra supplemental materials in the back, they have some complete scripts to various chapters, so you get to enjoy the rigor of the Alan Moore strips. So this is from book 3, chapters 9 and 10. You know, so like these are like 7-8 page comics, but looking at 30 pages of script for these things.
It's neat. They reproduce it from his typed pages.
Yeah.
You get to see literally what it looked like.
Yeah, I love it.
Are you ready?
One sec. Let's do it. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Got a good one for you today, boys and girls, and it will be highly kayfabe affected. So jump on the gun, be on the ball, join our Patreon. The King Kayfabers are getting first dibs on the stuff that we talk about, and I gave them fair warning that these comics are available, cheap, but not for long. Hit up our Patreon, become a King Kayfaber. You're going to mitigate the kayfabe effect by getting the videos before anybody else, and you have the opportunity to be in our live stream to see us record all of these episodes. July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, which is the last Saturday in July. This is when we're going to go around town. We are going to fill up the free little lending libraries in our neighborhoods full of comic books, be it doubles, comp copies. Go out and spend $20, buy $20 worth of dollar bin comics, spread them around town. Johnny Appleseed, we're going to create comic book readers this way. Make sure you participate. Thousands of people participated last year. We want to double those numbers, triple those numbers. Unearthed, complete Alan Moore scripts, Jimmy. There are 2 more places that you can find these things. A while back, 7 months ago, we talked with Brian Bolland, and he let us know, man, that Absolute edition of Batman Killing Joke contains the complete Alan Moore script of Killing Joke, and that is a complete experience to read unto itself. It's highly entertaining. It's from Alan Moore, who first the first time I read the idea of comic writer main job is to like inspire the artist. And the scripts read that way. They're very evocative, very fun, very conversational. It's its own thing. Like, you can enjoy these things all by themselves, aside from the comic. It's a shame that we don't have access to more of this stuff, but we got 2 new places where you can get your hands on some complete Alan Moore scripts. This is, I think they called it the Complete From Hell.
The complete
scripts.
scripts.
The complete scripts, spelled in a Cockney kind of way. But what you're getting here is the first 3 or 4 chapters of the big book. And, you know, what are those? Like 20, 30-page comic chapters?
Yeah, they were pretty substantial because they went in an anthology first, appearing in Taboo.
Yeah.
But were bigger than you would expect. Bigger than like a 2000 AD story. That's
Exactly,
6 or 8 pages.
Yeah, you're getting 20.
And you can see here, page 19, so probably 20 to 30 pages a chapter, I think.
Yeah. So 100 pages a chapter of script is what you're getting here, explaining the shots beat for beat. The thing about Alan Moore as a collaborator is that he's a conspirator that you want to be in league with. He's an artist, so he's not putting anything into a panel that he can't draw himself, that he can't visualize himself as being there, and we know that he does roughs, you know? So, like, he's an exceptional creator when it comes to collaborative comics. Maybe most of the collaborative comics from the mainstream that you would consider great collaborations, he's a part of. And it's this exceptional level of detail and care that he puts into his scripts that those job writers don't put into their scripts. I saw one guy exclaiming,
it might have been, I think I remember that. It might have been him. But it's interesting, the flip side of the coin here.
Yes,
because these are almost novels.
And I get what you're saying. I get what they're saying. All of that stuff that Chaykin is talking about comes before panel 1. it's a whole diatribe that he's given you to just like, all right, away we go, that type of shit. When you get into the panels and stuff, now we have the first of 2 9-panel pages, blah, 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 blah. The way I want to do these 2 pages is by means of rhythmic intercutting between the 2 scenes. He's telling you what to draw. So I love Uncle Howie. He's a contrarian, but each of these panels is describing what you're seeing. Like, it's not... I know what he's talking about. It's the introductions, where he's writing a letter to his artists. The other place where you're going to be able to see some complete Alan Moore scripts, Ballad of Halo Jones, Color Omnibus Edition, came out sometime last year. Wanted to do this video quite a while ago, but all of the Halo Jones stuff that exists, it's weird seeing it in color, but there you have it, all in one go. And at the very end, not only are you getting the scripts, but looks like straight from the Xeroxes that maybe the artist worked with, or that the editors kept on file or something. So you're getting all... This is the shit that, like, jammed up Ted Kaczynski, right? Like, Ted, the Unabomber, right?
Wait, Halo Jones?
No. Like, what I'm getting at is, like,
they found the typewriter.
You see all the intricacies of, like, how the lettering is off and all that
is he
stuff.
a comics fan?
Like, this is what jams you up, man. Only Alan Moore's typewriter is gonna have the C and the K like that and all fucking lopsided and goofy.
It is so strange seeing a typewriter and, like, the weird spacing. Like, even in the same word. You know, it's like different space between the E's and different letters. Like the EL and tunnels.
Yeah, totally, man. Like, I don't get it. I wonder if he's using one of those typewriters that's like the gravity ones.
There's you can see like Miller's scripts in the back of Batman Year One, maybe Absolute Edition or somewhere.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me because like they have this like weird, it's not a movie script format, but it's like all caps for dialogue. You know, like there's little conventions. Because like I don't know that there's any convention now for a comic book script format, but there was some back in the day.
I feel like everybody just came up with their own, you know, and like that's what Miller we use. Like everybody was doing.
Well, Miller and Moore shared notes because they were doing the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, how do you communicate this stuff? I'm imagining that like these underlined pieces are bold.
I assume, yeah.
And one of the fun things in the Batman Killing Joke joint was that you would see him often break up his balloons for different lines of the dialogue bubble, and I know that that's like one of your things.
Yeah, definitely.
That you try to space your words out.
This is interesting. Like, who's doing the page determination? Do you think that's an artist that's going through? Because it's just panel numbers, right? Like 15, 16, 17.
Right.
Do you think that that's up to the artist to be like, okay, this is the right amount for this page?
It's a good question. Alan, shoot interview about it, man. Sound effects. You're getting like 2 chapters of script here. So these are, 2080 stories, 7-8 pages, but probably 10, 12 pages of a script apiece. That's
amazing if the script is longer than the actual comic story.
Yeah, I think it is for both, man. Because look, we're on a new. It's a 5-page comic. Wow. Okay, let's see how many pages this. It doesn't quite tell us. But it's 207 to 220, 219. It ain't that many pages. It's 5 pages too.
Yeah, it's surprising it's taken him so long to get into writing prose whenever his scripts look like this.
Yeah. As I bet there's so much juice in collaborating and dreaming this stuff up and then seeing it realized that can carry you forward creatively for a little while. But I think that any real writer who that's what they do, they're not cartoonists. I feel like if you're a writer, you gotta like go to that place at some point and like write your own stuff without any collaboration and just like put your own real vision out there. And there's been other novels and comics. There's a John Byrne novel, The Whipping Boy, I think it's called.
I bought it and read it when it was published.
Yeah, there's a couple Chris Claremont joints.
Tarantino used to talk about that early in his career, the idea of like, if you're a real writer, go write a book.
Yeah.
Because of the collaborative nature of filmmaking, but in this case it'd be the collaborative nature of comics making, it makes me wonder with this kind of verbosity if he's doing drawings of Halo Jones. Because once you have the drawing, then you sort of further realize the image in your head or
Sure.
the world that what you're trying to communicate. Because like From Hell, like you said, he definitely did layouts for that he kept to himself. It was just like a writing aid.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's doing that with Halo Jones as well, and if that's part of how you end up. Because we've talked about that in the past in terms of process, probably around Killing Joke time when we were talking about that script, and the idea of like, if you've got your rough layouts at this stage, but you're not totally finalized, going back into prose to kind of like, okay, you're going back and forth between like words and pictures.
Yeah.
They are these like fill in the blank pieces. Like they are expand, like I have an idea, I wrote it down, now I drew a rough, now I understand it more, but I can further clarify it with a little bit more language here. And I wonder if that's just always the way he works.
Yeah, all good questions. Alan, let's do it. Shoot and review. But there you have it. From Hell Complete Scripts. We were, I forget exactly what we covered and what we were talking about, but it had maybe an ad for the Complete Scripts. Alan,
Tyrant.
It was before that.
There's an ad for the
There
Complete
is,
Scripts.
there
in
is.
Tyrant.
But I mean, the reason I got this was because we were talking about something else, and it wasn't last week. But there's like a very expensive version. Maybe it's like signed or something, and I thought it was like just you can only get like $1,000 version. There's not. You could get this thing cheap right now. This cost me $5, and it's not going to be that way for long. The King Kayfabers are getting theirs before anybody else.
Because this is published by Bassett, right?
It
This
is.
Spider Baby, so it's hard to tell what the print run is. It can't be big.
It's a weird thing.
Oh, maybe it's not
Press. Yeah, it's some
Okay.
weird stuff. But it's in conjunction with Spider Baby. There you have it.
Nevertheless, it may not be much of a print run.
Right.
Because I thought this was pricey too for a while, and it might just be like whenever this stuff spikes in popularity or whatever, prices go up. But I don't think there's a lot of these out there.
Probably
so
not.
That might be one for the King Kayfabers. If you want one of these,
Get
don't
it
wait
now.
for this video to
Yeah.
go live. Probably.
Absolutely. If you're in the chat, man, I think I'm seeing the Kayfabers in the chat right now. I'm getting it.
Yeah, I see one here, $100 plus on Amazon and eBay. So
There it is.
you may have got lucky with that price set if you found a cheap one.
That's the thing, because there were a bunch. Like there were dozens, maybe 10 that you could have gotten for under $20.
Yeah, it's interesting instruction. I wish these kinds of conversations were a little bit more widespread. I know there's lots of process info out there, but I don't know that there's lots of process info in terms of how some of these outliers work.
Yeah.
And I mean, now we've got the Alan Moore masterclass, but before that, it was like you would find pieces of this and sort of marvel, is this how it's supposed to work?
Right.
For that reason, like I'd go through some of that Miller Batman Year One script. Maybe whenever that artist edition comes out or whatever, we want to take another spin on that. It might be fun to look at a couple of those pages up close next to the script. Because they're, as you say, in the world of assembly line comics, there aren't a lot of standouts.
No.
So the ones that do, Neil Gaiman has the master class, so you get to see his process of how he breaks down a comic, and there's some visual components there as well.
Right.
Really kind of is an argument in favor of like that visual breakdown of these stories. If you're a writer and not an artist, there's still some visualization that you can do. Grant Morrison's talked about doing that. So some of the standout assembly line comics, maybe that's something they have in common.
There's not one artist that we talked to in mainstream comics who didn't have one story to tell us off the record or on about working with some writer who has way too much going on per panel in their scripts that requires changes on the artist's part. Like I said, man, Alan Moore's a conspirator you want to work with, because he ain't going to make you draw something that he can't visualize himself and put into a panel. So you just don't have those problems.
I'd be curious is what was that Wild Storm series that he did with J.H. Williams?
Yeah, Promethea.
Yeah, I'd be curious about some of those scripts, because some of that stuff's pretty fantastic imagery.
Yeah.
And I'm curious like how he was
Communicating some of those ideas.
yes, yeah, even thinking about them without the visual references.
Yeah.
I would be curious about some of that, and I bet you there's some script material for that out there. It seems like a lot of his scripts, at least pieces of them, you can find. And if you want to make comics, like, you got to look at all those parts.
You realize that's a whole wing of comics that we haven't talked about yet, the ABC line? Forthcoming. Good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is coming. Last Saturday of this month, July. And what we're doing, we're going to the free little lending libraries across town. We are stuffing those little libraries up full of comics. The idea is to generate future comic readership. Pretty quickly after I dumped mine off around town, I was kind of eager driving around. Those things started to get slimmer and slimmer, the comics that I dropped off in there, to the point where they all went away. So they went into the hands of somebody who wanted to read them or hook up their niece or nephew or something. Let's create more comic readership, and that is one way that we figured out how to do that. Also, the Patreon is where you mitigate the kayfabe effect, and the King Kayfabers get first dibs. So if you wanted this complete from hell, your best shot is to get the cheapest copies from, before these videos hit Gen Pop, put it that way. Ultimately, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and this coming winter, Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is forthcoming. It's going to be available in time for the holidays. 504 pages, 140 pages of additional material that is not in the first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. It is the 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. It is the 50th anniversary of hip hop culture. So perfect time to put out this big kind of grand statement of Hip Hop Family Tree. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is forthcoming. This is going to collect all of my X-Men Grand Design work into one trade paperback, and some of those volumes are out of print as we speak. Red Room Crypto Killers is my current comics project that is coming out. 2 more issues to complete the run. I did a Watchmen amount of Red Room, Jimmy. And issue 3 that is forthcoming is going to come out the Wednesday before our Christmas in July, on like the 26th, I think. That is going to be the launch of, well, that is going to have a backup strip in there that's going to have a proto version of my comic strip characters that I'm working on. I'm going to be putting out a daily comic at the start of the new year, and you're going to get your first kind of glimpses of those characters then. So make sure you get Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 3. But Jimmy, let the people know what you got going on, man.
Next book coming out from Image Comics is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This is going to collect all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadly Squirrel Alive. Image just put out a reprint of Deadly Squirrel Alive, so if you missed that the first time, pick that one up, pre-order Princess of Poverty, and together those 2 books will make a nice set on your shelf and collect all of the Street Angel comics to date. Hulk Grand Design, the Treasury Edition with the fluorescent green cover, is available right now while supplies last. Plain Jane's, the first young adult graphic novel, available while supplies last. And my latest comic, the self-published True Crime Funnies #1, featuring 3 short nonfiction stories, is available on my website or on patreon.com/JimRugg, where everybody read it first. So join up there if you want to see my latest and greatest comics.
Super cool, man. That is not the only way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, however. Let the people know, Jimmy.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
There you have it. Keep the channel rocking and support Cartoonist Kayfabe. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. There it is, man. Hard-won week of comics recording, Jimmy.
I'll let that run for a minute for chit-chatting.
What's that?
I said I'll let this run for a minute if we're chit-chatting here.
Yeah.
Chuck Arnold was quick with that Whipping Boy burn book. One called Fear Book. I don't know that one. Also burn, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that one either.
Makes me so curious, like, what Whipping Boy is like now. Because, you know, you read that stuff and you have the rose-colored glasses of, like, oh, Next Men, I love it. Let's get this book. I can't imagine it's great.
Right. Because it doesn't seem like he's the kind of guy that has much room for editorial interference.
Oh, I can't even imagine what that process would be like. Although, you can, you know, easier to edit prose, I think. But, yeah. Funny to imagine what that would look like. That was such a funny time period. Because that's when he was talking so much smack in his letters pages. And sales were just plummeting.
Yeah. I have some of those issues, but I don't have so many X-Men's. So I'm not privy to all that stuff.
It was ongoing feud with like the Image guys, and I think when Next Men started, he was a good seller, and I think by the time it ended, it was like every other book in the 90s.
Right.
Everything sells just plummeted. I think like the whole finances of making comics changed in those couple of years.
I was thinking about mainstream comics with their like new number ones and the stunt casting stuff that they do. I was thinking about that Bourdain book, and it might have been that book. It might have been another book he wrote, but I think it's in Kitchen Confidential, where he talked about how like new restaurateurs will like, if they're like more entrepreneurial minded and less about like the like food as their calling kind of thing, that like they don't weather the storm of building patronage. So that's when they start doing like coupons and 2-for-1s and like that kind of, and then they fall apart. Okay, like that's Marvel and DC with their short-term gain fucking stunt stuff with like new number ones and all that. Like they're not giving anything a chance. It's always like figuring out like new kind of stunt things to just get that small blip, but it doesn't do anything for any kind of like longevity.
I don't have the bandwidth to go back and answer these questions, but it would be curious to go through and study the history of like Marvel and DC, because once Groth takes over at Fantagraphics and the Comics Journal, he's against their sales technique, which is we'll fill up the shelf space and that squeezes out everybody else.
Right.
And that's pretty clear in the 80s. That's what they're doing deliberately. But in the 70s, it's like their sales are plummeting, right? You get the DC implosion.
Yeah.
You can see those circulation numbers just going down.
Yeah.
And so, like, I just wonder, like, that whole time, like, what their plan is that whole time, right? Because it's always exploitation. Like, how do we make the most money out of this Iron Man comic we can make? But then, like, what does that actually mean?
Right.
Like you get to the 80s and it's like, we want to make as many comics as we can and also do Secret Wars, and then the person that's buying Spider-Man will have to buy this other book.
Yeah.
And that stuff still is where we're at. Mm-hmm. But it's like, like it's always been that way. EC Comics is suddenly successful. Let's all do horror books.
No, yeah, there will always be an element of that. The implosion happens. They get some new management, and Jeanette Kahn is a part of that. And she comes from prose books. She comes from like children's books and shit. So she builds in a budget for basically R&D.
Right.
And that's the magic, because that's how you create your new thing. And then you get your Ronin. You start to woo talent.
We got to do that Ronin interview. I think it's Comics Interview, but it's like issue 3 or something. It's before Ronin has...
I'd be happy to do that.
The ambiguity of like what the future holds is amazing, because Miller's got all these ideas, and that's a pretty wild book. It's not like he pulls them in. Like it's wild, and at that time you really get it. Where it's like the interviewer doesn't really know what's happening, Miller doesn't really know what's happening, and like I think issue 1 is done at that point. It's not out yet.
Yeah.
But like he's down the road. Like he's got this book that's just doesn't look like anything else. The production is part of the interview process. And that's I give Kahn a lot of credit for that, but she's the one in my mind that does perennial books. Yeah, that's what she's fishing for in that decade, because that's your book publishing thing, and they come out with that. Marvel still doesn't have that part of the.
It's like they have no interest. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like it's baffling.
Comics Interview 2. The Ronin. So
is it a giant interview? Like could it be one of your vids? Like, can we make that one of your things for next week?
Yeah.
On top, it's not a Sunday vid.
If you can find that interview too, because like if Tom's going to join us,
like I have it all digitally. Amazing conversation. I have every issue of Comics Interview digitally.
Yeah.
So
look for issue 2, and make sure that that's the right issue. Chuck Arnold just wrote issue 2, so I'll take his word for it for now. But if so, like it'd be a fun one to talk about, because it is like
let's do it.
All over the map.
It sounds super fun.
And then you think like that has to. I read it.
Send me that.
And I think like, this has to inform Dark Knight, because like you can hear these ideas that Miller's playing with from production and color and just all this stuff that like nobody's ever had this conversation in comics.
Yeah.
And now Miller's having it in like 83. With probably nobody else, like interviewers that are like, what about Daredevil? I'm here to talk about,
Especially Comics Interview. Those guys fucking suck at interviewing so bad.
it's got to just be this thing of like Miller in a room going crazy and nobody that he can really talk to about this because nobody else is doing this stuff.
It's kind of like us with that Monica book, how we can't say anything except to each other.
It is, man. It's
yeah,
but
no,
you get that energy, like
stoked.
you read these interviews now and then where it's like that's exciting,
Yeah,
and that's what you get on those pages. I remember reading it and just being like, my skin's on fire.
That out
of nowhere.
Let's do
I
that.
feel like I've been talking about it for a while, so
yeah,
it's good stuff.
Pull that one. Yeah, let's do that. For sure.
I'm sending this to you.
Do it.
See if which device gets it. Ah, perfect. Oh no, you go on your iPad, huh?
It's all right.
That's a small file.
Yeah, it's okay.
But yeah, it should be interesting because again, it just feels like here's a dude with a bunch of new ideas, and I think he was talking to Jenna Khan about them from time to time, and then maybe Dick Giordano or somebody like once he moves into like Dark Knight.
Yeah, like I have some inside scoop on Dark Knight but that's for private conversation.
It is a shame, like you think about these gimmicks, and when there wasn't a gimmick, like Sandman's one of those books that feels like it could have come out of Janet Kahn's idea of like let's get these perennials in print,
right?
And it's not a relaunch, even though it's an old character. Like there are these original ideas, and it's like I get it; those are the hard ones to make. But man, I wish these companies had like earmarked X amount of money for like that's a hot creator. Let's see what kind of original idea they want to develop.
And they like your Minx line was a part of that. Like that was a cool thing.
Yeah, it's
and that's what it is. It's basically here's what it becomes our game to lose as individual creators because you have to make the thing. Like Raina made a thing, and then it created a whole subgenre that is sexy, like that people are going for. So like that's what it is, and that's a beautiful thing because whenever Hip Hop 1 and 2 came out, there was a class of cartoonists that I traveled with, including Raina, that were like filling these gaps that weren't filled. Jean Lun Yang, as crazy as it sounds, Peter Bagg because he did that Margaret Sanger book. It was that one like the Fifth Beatle guy, and there's like one or two other people, but it was like there's no other comics like these comics that we're talking we have a monopoly on this one thing. There's that company Z2 or whatever that's all music based shit now. Like I feel like I have a little piece to do with that, man, to just do music inspired comics because like there wasn't a super popular one before hip hop, and like
that's the other part of publishing that I don't know that everybody understands is like they have those tent poles and It kind of floats everything, and then you break even on a few, you have moderate hits on a couple, and the rest of them are just we took a flyer on it.
Yeah.
And next season those will be in the rearview mirror as long as we stay in the black with our big couple of titles.
Yeah.
It's a weird model, and it's not really one that I don't know that Marvel and DC work that way.
But the other thing is that like us as cottage industries, like that's our model, like like Klaus has been making his comics floated by Ghost World money.
Yeah,
like
a hit.
Like the number 2 compared to, I bet you none of his other books are in 6 figures. I bet you not. I bet you maybe 70,000 at most or something is something. But Ghost World's at $1 million now maybe. Last I checked, it was 900,000. I'm sure it's crested over $1 million, and the different iterations of it. So that's so like individually as a creator, like you have to have your hit.
Yeah.
Like if you want to prosper, like if you want to be an illustrator and do jobs, do whatever. Like, but I'm talking about doing what you want, and like you have to have your thing that floats the other stuff. It'd be nice to have a couple, Frank Miller, Alan Moore, they got a couple. Like Alan Moore can be political and say this, that, because you are taken care of forever probably with the royalties that you still accept on some of that shit, like if Ghost World gets Klaus like 900,000 copies and stuff. And it's a more reasonably obscure flick. Like, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen probably sold books, you know? Like, Sean Connery, like, yeah, like, you know, famous people in that shit, man. That's probably a Netflix thing and all that. That must sell a bunch of copies for those dudes still.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'd be curious what that sells, because I don't feel like I ever hear about that book.
Right.
But I don't know that I'd hear about Ghost World if I wasn't interested in it.
Totally.
Yeah, I have no idea how those numbers work.
King Kayfabers, thank you so much for joining us. We got a bunch of mail. I think Jimmy's got dozens of Wizard magazines.
Yeah, we do need to go through those and maybe shut off the Wizard magazine tap if they're in there.
Yeah, if you're caught up.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us, and you'll be here next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Cheers.
Yeah, have a good weekend, everybody.
You know what's cool about the stream?